Có.
Tiene que defender, defiende la escuadra.
Hello anh em nhá. Hôm nay sáng nay tôi sẽ gửi cho anh em trận đấu có 2 giữa team T1 và XTREME Gaming. Hiện tại thì game đấu chưa có thì tôi xem bạn ta với của trận đấu cùng giờ, đó trận đấu giữa team Liquid và Quang Hiệp. Liquid thì sau màn khởi động ở ngày đầu tiên của The Last Chance Qualifier khá thuận lợi, thì đối thủ tiếp theo của họ, đối thủ hôm nay của đối thủ của họ là đối thủ cũng không quá mạnh, rồi ra đối thủ yếu, khá là yếu ở cái vòng Last Chance Qualifier này. Khả năng cao sẽ là 2 trắng cho Liquid, khả năng cao anh em nhé.
Partida tensa, partida complicada.
Invoker cho Liquid. Invoker này khả năng cao có đi mid trong tay Mickey thôi. Anh thì có thể đánh vị trí offlane hoặc là vị trí support trong tay Boxy. Chị Senna cầm cũng được. Con anh này ở trong giai đoạn gần đây thì nó được thi đấu chỉ offlane khá là nhiều cho public. Và con anh này tôi nghĩ bản sau cái GTI này lên nớp con tướng này đi, vì nó mạnh quá, game nào cũng thấy. Cái Facebook đang bị lỗi ấy, tôi không on được lùi với Facebook. Snapfire với cả Lina đi mid à? Lina đi mid Invoker đây, kéo Lina kéo trên rồi. Trận đấu Extreme của Liquid xem mấy phút nữa có đó. 4 phút nữa có, khoảng tầm 9:25 là có, tôi vào xem là đẹp. Và cả cái minh này chính là tôi chẳng biết ông nào thật anh em ạ. Và cả cái minh tôi chẳng biết ông nào thật. Em không xem giải NA nhiều ấy. NA chắc là anh em chỉ quan tâm đến Evil nhất xịn là nhiều nhất. Đội là của GGNG là Quincy Crew à? Silencer cho quay cạc. Quay cạc đánh có skill phá cọc rồi. Biết con Silencer có bắt tộc mà đang hơi thiếu cái gọi là CC để giữ chân.
Master.
Ăn được VB một game á? Dạo này kênh Sida quá, bị góc ấy rồi. Thì cũng có ai muốn vào đâu, muốn vào cách thử sức đâu. Mời rồi đấy, chẳng thấy ai vào. Bên Facebook còn lác lác ấy, chứ không on được cả bên Facebook này. Nhân ăn bánh cốm hôm mua về thì ngon không cội Nhân? Và bố mẹ thấy ngon không? Strong Warlock cho quay cạc. Bánh cốm ngon à? Đợt ông mua là mấy nghìn cái nhỉ? 6 hay 7 nghìn cái lẻ. Cái bánh cốm chỗ đấy là bố mẹ tôi hay mua thôi, tôi chỉ luôn. Đây rồi, vào được Facebook rồi. Hôm nào ra Hà Nội tôi mời nhân LX nhá. Tám các cái lớn à? Có 2 cỡ à? Tôi tưởng là 2 cái đấy chỉ có một cỡ thôi. Rồi vào kia xem rồi, vào T1, Tausan, Nana, rồi Paparazzi. Ok, chào mừng anh em đến với ngành bắn bích game đấu đầu tiên, game đấu bo 2 giữa Extreme Game Nhật T1. Đây có lẽ trận đấu hay được mong chờ trong ngày hôm nay rồi. Bánh xèo à? Ok nhá, chắc là phải đập cuối năm thì may ra. Bánh xèo à? Bánh xèo là cái bánh xèo nó phải là như cái như là cái gì ta? Cái kiểu bánh tráng đó. Bánh xèo nhỉ? Bánh xèo thì tôi biết tôi ăn chưa? Thật. Có nhiều món là tôi biết tên, tôi ăn rồi mà tôi biết tên. À, bánh xèo này tôi biết rồi, tôi vào món này tôi ăn rồi. Nhìn khá là giống bánh gối. First pick của T1 là Primal Beast. Primal Beast thì đây là một tượng đa năng. Tôi thấy nó chơi được vị trí từ số 2 đến số 5 luôn. Vị trí nào cũng chơi được, trừ số 41. Và 41 thì hơi tủ. Bên phía Extreme Gaming ban thì Anding cũng như là Masi đang là một trong những con tướng bị ban nhiều nhất trong những ngày thi đấu đầu tiên của TI. Còn T1 thì họ đã pick ban đi con SF cũng như Enigma rồi. SF trong tay của Paparazzi, Enigma của O11. Thầy Sơn à? Hôm qua pick dị chưa hiệu quả, không biết có biết pick dị tiếp không? First pick của Extreme, Morphling rồi. Có Morphling trong cái meta này cũng được pick nhiều nhá. Hôm qua trận đấu giữa Extreme Gaming cả Liquid ấy thì Extreme pick Morphling thắng. Game 2 Liquid pick Morphling cũng thắng. Cu đánh LC item choice à? Lâu lắm rồi, con LC chính ra rồi cũng ít pick ở trong comp em nhá. Disruptor, Extreme pick AA để chống counter mob rồi. Combo Primal Beast rồi cả Disruptor cũng mạnh đấy, không yếu đâu. T1 có con Disruptor bắt được Morphling rồi. Chắc là con khủng long này đi mid. Disruptor khả năng cao sắp năm trong tay của Waimon. T1 đã tiếp tục ban đi, đó là một ban rider. Đang ban tấn công ở chỉ off của O11 chăng? Bạn Earthshaker. Hồi xưa là trước khi mà sửa gậy xanh của Morphling là không thể copy đồng đội nữa thì cứ pick Morphling là đầu mình phải nảy số luôn con lại Earthshaker của Dark Willow. LC 33 phút mới lên Blink à? Nhưng mà LC thì tùy game ấy. Có game thì lên Blink, có lên không lên Blink cũng được. Kiểu chơi hồi xưa có đợt chơi LC chơi kiểu lên Solar Crest xong là pipe bùng các thứ mà không có lên Blink đâu. T1 là ban gì đây? Đợt đánh ở vòng loại ấy, vòng loại khu vực ấy thì tôi thấy Anna đánh con bố con hay phết. Vừa nói xong ba lên luôn. Con bố con Anna hay phết mà. Tôi không nghĩ là con của Anna con của bố con này được đâu. Nó thấy trận Anna cầm con của bố con đánh với AG Bobby. Play luôn. Trận đấy thì AG đội hình khá là ngon mà phải cho thua. Chả thêm một đầu đi ganh à? Thế Sơn không đủ sức gánh rồi. TI champion không hai lần vô địch thì không đủ gánh T1 rồi. Và tôi nghĩ T1 khả năng lọt vào vòng bảng khó lắm. Khi mà vẫn còn những Liquid, Extreme, Secret. Anna với cả Top Sun muốn ăn sổi không được đâu. Hồi xưa là cái xác của nó là cái thổi kèn của con LC là nó có hiệu BKB. Bây giờ cái hiệu BKB đấy là dành cho talent rồi. Extreme chơi nhào nhỉ? Họ có một con Morphling, con A. Có con A này thì nên biết con nào xếp với combo. Nick Asin đây rồi. Nick Asin cả A đẹp rồi. Nick Asin đi dò mồi. A vứt chiêu cuối ra là có thể đủ đam. Ui, pick NP á. Pick NP để đánh off à? NP này, NP khả năng NP off. Trong thể Cucu để có thể harass bị trừ Morphling. Morphling thì khoảng thời gian đầu game nó cực kỳ sợ con NP này, nếu mà chỉ một mình con Morphling cả con NP lên. Thật sự luôn. Con Morphling tại vì sao? Tay ngắn chạy chậm. Gặp con NP này cực kỳ khó chơi. NP đầu game nó mạnh, nhiều thêm những con đệ nữa. Lên đồ chắc lên ngọc chứ rác 2 cái rau muống với cả cái tango đi lên quá ổn được buffling rồi. Top Sun á, tôi nghe nói là tin đồn trên Reddit là Top Sun nó khá thích khí hậu ở C ấy, kiểu khá thích khí hậu ở C, nên là vợ ở C thì chắc không về EU đâu. Về EU sao vợ con chẳng ai thích đâu. MemeStudio T1 từ từ nhá. Nick nhảy NP có thể carry được. NP carry, BB đi mid. Venom off, Disorder sub. Đường này trông cũng khá là ổn. Đánh ở khoảng tầm mid game mạnh đấy. Muffin có khi nếu mà đánh đội hình này mà ép áp sớm Muffin chưa kịp lớn thì đây sẽ là vấn đề khá là khó giải quyết cho Extreme. Extreme còn là đi lên đây. Crystal back luôn. Crystal back này ở off lane. Big con tướng cứng lên, đi lên cứng để tránh việc cái trụ 1 bị mất quá sớm. Lượt Big cũng khá là ổn. Tại vì T1 thì khả năng đẩy lên họ là tốt. Nên là bên phía Extreme Gaming họ cũng muốn gọi là thăng long một tí. Big những con tướng có khả năng giữ lên ổn. Trông ổn nhỉ, trông cũng ổn áp ấy. Extreme con gì đi mid đây? Tôi đang nghĩ suy nghĩ của tướng đi mid cho Extreme. Hoặc là Extreme thôi à, toàn để có Muffin đi mid. Paparazzi thì hồi xưa có Muffin khá là hay. Cái đợt mà đánh cho team VC Gaming. Sau đó chuyển sang Eleven thì không quá là đặc sắc anh em ạ. Cảm giác là một cái việc mà sang team Eleven của Paparazzi ở kỳ thi năm ngoái là sai lầm anh em ạ. Sai lầm của Paparazzi cũng như những người của Eleven. Eleven đợt đấy cũng toàn All Star mà. Maybe này, Xnova này. Support là ai nhỉ? À không, support phải Xnova là ông Super cái MOI. Shot 5 thay liên tục. Lúc đầu là gấu trúc đỏ, Red Panda gấu trúc đỏ. Xong thời gian này không hợp thì chim cút. Thực ra là con Barbit thì nó không sợ con BB đâu. Nó bật skill 2 lên là con BB ngọng ngay mà. Con Barbit có cái skill 3 nội tại là nó hú lên con em giáp ấy. Cái kèo đấy đi thì hai con farm thôi. Mà con BB cũng chẳng sợ con BB con phở bò, chẳng sợ con BB lắm. Đọc tên tắt hai này mệt nhở. PP hoặc này BB. Mệt. Panitia. Hai bên biết khó đoán co quá. Ursa T1 phải là Ursa carry rồi. NP off. Venom Disorder sub à? Hai con support trông hơi đuối nhỉ. Có tổng của T1 cũng mạnh đấy. Có chiêu cuối NP, có chiêu cuối Venom, chiêu cuối Disorder và Primal Beast thì gây ra một dận có giao tranh tổng thì mạnh rồi. Thêm Ursa nữa. Đây là sẽ là đội đánh nhau cực kỳ mạnh của T1 thời điểm phút thứ 15 trở đi. Nhện á. Big time ấy nhở. Extreme big time quá. Extreme nó cũng là kiểu muốn cả ba đường để mình đều không bị thua. Big BB carry cho tay Luo, Paparazzi cầm Morphling, O11 cầm nhện, DY AA và PW cầm Nick Acid. T1 thì Ana, Ursa, Zephyr, Venom, Lancer, sub 4, Cuckoo, NP, Wymon, Disruptor và Top Sun cầm mình Primal Beast. Pick này hơi tham. Extreme pick này là không thể đi ganh được. Pick này chỉ đi giữ farm và giữ lên thôi. Pick này là nhường thế trận cho bên phía team T1 rồi. Cái T1 pick này là ngon phết mà. Tôi nghĩ thì tụi này pick là ngon phết mà. Không tệ đâu. Thực ra nhìn đội hình này rất là T1 hơn, cảm giác là kiểu đánh nhau được ấy. Đội hình của XTREME chẳng nhau cái gì cả, chẳng đi ganh cả. Chỉ chờ bên kia ganh thì mình đi ganh thôi. Big Brute Mother Morphling với cả BB Core thì ai đi ganh. Số 10 á. Đi mid cho bên kia là ai nhỉ? Top Sun à? Top Sun nhỉ? First Barbecue à? Chơi tôi cái T1 ăn.
Con el wombo combo perfecto. Con el wombo combo perfecto.
然后就也不要怕，每一把都当最后一把，然后就也不要怕说3、2、1。
Ah, cansado da sereia.
可以啊。
T1 á. Vấn đề của bên phía team Extreme Gaming là đội hình không ganh, nó nhường thế trận cho bên phía T1 mà. Họ muốn dùng cái việc đi lường khỏe con Brute Mother ấy để chiếm lấy một lane của T1, ép cho T1 luôn luôn phải có một người canh chừng con nhện. Không thì những cái trụ mà ở cái lane đấy cực kỳ dễ bị phá. Nếu tôi là bet thủ tôi chọn T1, nhìn đội hình T1 dễ đánh hơn. Cảm giác đội hình của Extreme nó tham ấy. An toàn quá. Tham còn an toàn.
Now that's more like it. Now that's more like it.
Tôi không nghĩ là bên phía bên Extreme Big bộ 3 co là con BB, Morphling cả nhện đâu nhá. Kiểu không khoảng chục farm ấy. Morphling cả BB farm nhiều á. Nhện farm cũng nhiều. Hai support của bên phía Extreme phải khá khéo đấy để đi cover co. Nhện chưa dĩ mất đồng máu rồi. Về nhà regen luôn. Cần thiết thì TV ra. Hình như là bên phía team bên con Venom mà đi với con NP à. Trông A hơi giống dễ chết. Ui dồi ôi, đội Luo này. Luo Hoàng này. Nam ca sĩ Luo Hoàng này. Chưa nhìn thấy crit đã mất được mình máu. BB sẽ lên thẳng với van thôi. Morphling đi mid với cả khủng long. Người nước và khủng long. Đạp tay lúc đầu thì khủng long sẽ là thế hơn. Đau chưa? Đau không? Đau dã man luôn. Tập này thì turn đầu thì top sun nó khá là ổn. 3 lấy hit 3. Không bị nhà con nào cả. Bút ma giờ lên đồ gì đấy? Lên này định lên cái ngọc đồng 2 à? Hay lên Falcon Blade? Chắc lên Falcon Blade nhỉ? Ở mid thì Paparazzi đã quick lấy cho mình 1 điểm vào skill 2 trước, chứ không phải là vào cái wave. Lấy 1 điểm skill 2 trước để có thể ăn được con lính tay dài. Tại vì để đi lên mid thì quan trọng là việc là last hit deny thôi. Có level là ổn rồi, còn Morphling không cần quá thắng lên đâu. Cứ lên giữ được trụ là được, là thành công rồi. Phải đối đầu một con Rabbit thì khá là khó chịu. Thế boss tôi thì cũng hơi khổ BB khi mà nếu mà Venom có lên tập level 2 đi, có thêm 1 điểm vào cái boy Stinger thì BB rất khó đi. Cũng không thể gọi là làm gì cái lên này quá nhiều. Morphling của Paris 9 con rồi. Đúng là player solo mid ở solo mid. Nó gọi là số 1 thế giới thì không đúng. Cầm con SF thì đánh mid thì là số 1 thế giới. Đánh 1-1 SF thì số 1 thế giới. Paparazzi từ khi chuyển về carry tôi thấy chỉ đi mid ý. Thấy đánh hợp lý hơn là đánh carry. Về kỹ năng cá nhân của Papa cao ấy, đánh carry hơi phí. Kỹ năng cá nhân cao thì nên cho chơi những cái con mà có khả năng có tính cơ động cao. Đây rồi. Đây là thì tôi muốn nói anh em ạ, level 2 thì nó mất rất nhiều máu. Thế này trông thế OB đi mệt lắm đấy. Máu me không chỉ đầy đủ OB chắc là không đứng được lên. Chuyện tốt vì Ursa của Anna đang chơi ổn. Khủng Long cũng là quyết định đi chặn clip luôn rồi. Morphling lên bình. Nào đi acid. Rông đẹp này. Mana được đam đủ không? Ana hình như không có cho mình cửa sốc. Có sốc mà quy không dùng. Top Sun vừa có tình huống region dùng bot để lấy cái mạng của Luo. Một cái mạng first blood mà cho Top Sun khoảng tầm hơn 300 tiền. Nào dí vào Waimon. Waimon bật cho mình xoài lên rồi. Có chói kịp không? Vẫn là chói kịp. Nhưng ở xa bây giờ lượng đam để dồn chết O11 tôi nghĩ là không có đâu. Có không nào? Đang bị body block. Vẫn chưa đủ đam từ Ana. Khi Gashi là người xử lý tốt hơn. Một đều. Lên phase thì lên 3 lên của bên phía team bên phía team tụi ăn đều đang ổn. Rabbit của Thế Sơn thì lấy với mình mắc 1-2 luôn. Bỏ qua 3 chăng? Nào đừng dí vào, lượng đam liệu có đủ không nào? Thiếu mình tầm hết đánh tay nữa. Ở xa quáng lên và mình xin cứ bo đầu này khó chịu quá. Vẫn thiếu đam bằng ngựa O11. Còn Cassie chết thay thôi. Top Sun này đang có tình huống rotate hiệu quả. Chưa level 6 mà đi rotate rồi. Nào dồn đam và Thế Sơn tiếp tục có thêm cho mình mạng ở thứ 3 ngày hôm nay, và đó tất cả 3 mạng với phía T1 đều thuộc về Thế Sơn. Để bot thì Luo cũng không quá nhiều máu, nửa bình máu. Cụ Cypher cũng thấp máu rồi. TP trên người Prime là có. Nếu cần thiết sẽ có pha TP xuống bot đánh nhau.
Con el wombo combo perfecto.
Cần đun tím cho Tóc San. Tóc San muốn di chuyển vào rừng để bắt vị trí của A. Hay là kết hợp với cả Venom dùng bot CBB đây. Tôi thấy là kết hợp với cả những người dùng bot CBB. Game này Ana lên free không ta? Ana lên defu. Ana muốn đánh nhau sớm. Có ban chứ, chưa có ban. Có ban rồi đi lên này sẽ đỡ mình một tí. Anh em cho tôi 5 phút tôi đi có chút việc tí anh em nhé.
Dota 最后一把，然后就也不要怕输。
Con el wombo combo perfecto. Con el wombo combo perfecto.
Hello anh em, tôi quay trở lại rồi đây. Tỷ số đang hiện tại là 6-2-2. Nhưng về bên phía T1 tôi bảo rồi, tôi nhìn lap này biết bên phía team XTREME nhường thế trận luôn mà. Chơi lap này của XTREME sao đánh được mid game. Giờ thế nhỉ? Thì tôi tắt ứng dụng. Em chờ tôi thì game này đánh, nếu tôi đánh khoảng từ 40 phút đến 40 phút thì bên phía XTREME thắng. Tại vì chất tướng bên phía XTREME lên tốt hơn so với bên phía T1. Morphling, Manta, Len trong BKB đánh chắc cốt phết. Tôi chơi Morphling thì tôi cũng hay lên đồ thế này. Không khác gì Paparazzi cả. Giờ thế nhỉ? Để tôi quay để tôi quay cam rồi. Đây rồi, có tình huống đánh nhau ở đây, lao vào tốc sàn và bớt ai không, tốc sàn combo với khả năng cao chết từ tình huống này, bật BKB lên và dính chụp A rồi. Ở đây thì Asin sẽ bị đổi mạng lại, không sẽ là 2 mạng cho Ana, double kill cho Ana. Ana đuổi theo Ana, bị UB đấm chết. Ở đây Cu bật BKB và đi về được là 2 đổi 2 mà đổi quá lời bên phía team XTREME khi mà họ chỉ mới có đội supporter và họ đổi được 2 co về T1.
auto attacks to bring him down.
Game này khá khó để phía team kia lên 2 cao đấy, mà trên top họ có tình huống bắt được Morphling của Paparazzi, đó là master kill của Cucu video này rất xanh. Cucu đã lên cho mình được một cái BKB của Orchid rồi, hướng tới thêm cái đốt xương để tăng thêm cái khả năng pê trụ về phía T1. Cái bên này PB lên Qualifier, lên một cái thanh tẩy, lên món đồ này phải bắt Disruptor à, mà lên một cái Qualifier à, chứ phải một chuyện hợp lý không? Lên một cái Qualifier bắt ra lên không giải là cái gì bên phía team T1 lắm. Tôi cũng nghĩ lên Qualifier là chọn hay. Thực ra game con BB đánh carry đánh co thì tôi rất thích cái hệ xanh hơn. Mother Flash 2 với cả một cái Pai. Chơi kiểu con đi chết à? Rồi ở đây bắt vào nhện chết không? Chắc nhện chết rồi. Tôi nghĩ được đam giá sơn là đủ. Tóc săn đã lên gậy xanh. Có một trụ đường giữa cho bên phía team T1, trụ 2 đường giữa. Và con Rosan này thì khoảng tầm 3 phút nữa hết trên người của Ana. Còn hai cái trụ 2 bên ngoài. Đầu tiên có muốn lẩu nốt không? BB thì đang farm trong rừng đối phương, và nếu bị Raptor dồn đam vào sẽ là từ BKB đi về. Và T1 thì không có cái gì cancel BB này của con BB cả. Trừ khi là full của họ lại 20, có talent đó là Spaulisis. Spaulisis thì sẽ cancel BB của đối phương. Phu thì cũng bán lẻ rồi, không cần được không người BKB, bật thì cũng chết thôi. Để gì chưa của A đổi mạng của Phu để cá bot dưới bot, và đây BB không còn BKB nữa và BB sẽ phải nằm ở đây thôi. 1-1. Lượng đam dồn của bên phía team T1 là quá khủng khiếp, nhất là lượng phép của từ con Rival Beast. Sáu 2-16. Game này top sân là hết à? Xa là gậy xanh. Tầm này lên 2 crown, đang lấy nhện con đi check đi lấy thêm vision. Xa có bass rồi. Tính cách này Xa lên một cái mà là băng trông ngon hơn nhỉ. Bên kia có BB với cả con Muffling. Nào combo ra, mà Xa có Rosan. Dồn ra một cung sẽ hợp lý hơn. Rồi cung BKB về được. Xa của Ana quyết định là mất Rosan thì hôm nay. Private Rosan có về được không? Về là hết. Di chuyển là về được. Và bên phía T1 chỉ mất cái Aegis sắp hết thời gian thôi, hết hạn thôi. Để đấy mình muốn nghe xin. Kia tình huống đổi là không quá lời cho cả hai bên. Tại vì bên mình T1 thì Private cũng dùng BKB rồi. Chơi game khá là chịu nhục từ bên team XTREME Gaming. Muffling sau BKB ra mặt băng chăng? Tôi nghĩ sẽ là mặt băng. Gậy xanh à? Gậy xanh để xanh lấy form này, lấy form của Bravit, lấy hiệu skill 3 hay nhau nhỉ? Gậy xanh à? Tôi không nghĩ là gậy xanh hay lắm. Nên gậy xanh bây giờ thì nó có cut stab đối phương. Thì cũng gọi là counter vào con co cái thương tay ở xa. Trận này nếu mà lên được thì tôi sẽ lên một cái mặt băng. dẫn được VB rồi. VB lên. Đóng VB. Bật cho mình. Tôi chưa hiểu cái ý nghĩa của cái việc lên một cái Qualifier lắm. Mà từ đấy có giao tranh, nhận focus vào mà nhận rất trâu một cái flash 2 cũng như là cái bài thì người trói lại, dính cả chục của bên đập, dính cả chục của tóc săn nữa. Killing spree ở tóc săn. Tình huống nhẹ lao lên mà tanh chết. Orchid 2 cho NP. NP hồi xưa có Shark về Shark ở phút 15 xịn lắm, tạo ra một con đệ cỡ đại. Lên file làm mẹ nhở. Đây cái món đôi đáng lên án vậy. Nếu bắt một con Ritter lên cái bắt Ritter à? Gót với cả một cái Glimmer. Không cảm giác, tôi cảm giác là lên cái đấy kiểu cái thừa tiền quá ấy. Lên món đồ khác sẽ ngon hơn. Ritter giờ khẳng định là cái gót rồi. Mà bây giờ BB chặn được người Ritter hay không là quan trọng. Luôn giải over ở xa á. À, tôi tưởng cái skill này không dispellable được. Nhưng trông hơi đần. Có smoke của T1. Goku thì chưa có TP nhá. Goku khoảng từ 15 đến nữa mới có TP ra. Osan thì còn khoảng tầm hơn 1 phút rưỡi nữa. Osan là cẩn trọng cho dồn nào. Osan đã kịp BKB lên cho mình rồi. Đấm rất đau của Morphling. Hoặc là gì cốt BKB lên. Được Limmercape di chuyển về. Đóng lồng 2 đẹp. Nhưng Morphling đã đổi máu cũng như là BB đã dùng cho mình cái BKB lên. Tiếp tục trói vào người của BB. Thì team kia đặt tên là Nun này nào ấy. Team đánh với team VG ấy. Cái xanh à? Cảm giác lên đồ lạ dị nhỉ? Hay là chắc là do tội meta mà tôi thấy Morphling lên cái xanh khá là dị. Đây rồi, team được cái Venom. Nhưng mà đớt đâu. Đóng băng, còn đỏ lắm ạ cho O11. Easy kill. Di chuyển vào để trích được thủ Rosan. Có đuổi đi. BB là vẫn còn liệu. Không có liệu gì cả. Chắc chắn hơn sai phải lấy số. Rosan thì sắp ra. Ra rồi. Liệu vào luôn không? Nhưng mà đối phương còn thiếu thêm 2 người. Thế à? Thế my bad nhá. Tại vì hồi xưa tôi tưởng không dispellable được. Cướp start à? Cướp start thì ok, tôi cũng sai chơi Morphling mà. Team bạn mà có kiểu TB hay là con Medusa là tôi hay lên cái xanh lắm nữa, tôi chỉ có Morphling. Và team bạn có con bút chờ. Nên cái xanh cướp start nghe nó cũng hay. Nhưng mà thật sự nó gọi là có impact hay không tôi chưa rõ. Này tôi cảm thấy gậy xanh không cần lên sớm thế này. Tôi biết mà, biết gậy xanh của Muffling mà. Nhưng kiểu cảm giác không hay lắm thôi. Tôi thích cái mà đã băng hơn. Game này trông vẻ lâu đấy. Không nhanh đâu. Tại vì T1 họ lại một lỗi lầm thôi, họ mất nhà ngay. Nghe đến với tốc độ đi nhà cuối cùng là của con Offlink rồi. Ba 11 4 phút trôi qua mà lượng tiền chênh là không có. Lên cái chuyên chặt à? Đây đây, Extreme sự như cái phết. Việc vị trí Receptor rồi. Ôi đây mình tính không có B. Và là đồng đẹp. Bắt cho Luo và bật cho QB lên. Sáng thêm chục cuối rồi, liệu sẽ ra xa không? Cái Clippocket khó chịu quá. Và biết bắt đầu tông vào. Nhận bị bớ. Và liệu có phải đầu tiên Tam San trong giao tranh này không? Tam San có được mạng của chuyện rồi. Phải về đây một kìa lại. Lao vào và quyết định dồn nằm cùng trở lại vị trí của BB. B nằm xuống rồi và Muffling đây cũng sẽ được trang. Hai phút nữa mới có cho mình. Hết cho mình cái gì màu đồ. Không còn Disable và Muffling về được. Lab của bên phía team T1 hơi thiếu Disable. Đặc biệt là những cái target stun. Muffling lên mặt bằng xong trong full slot đồ. Bán đồ gì đi bây giờ? Đồ gì cũng cần đấy. Đa vào Muffling Linh bắt cho mình Aegis. Chỉ làm cái Aegis mà thôi. BB còn 6 giây thôi. 5-6 giây, 6-7 giây thôi. Giây ngoài ông dùng nhiệt nhỉ, đánh nhau nào cũng dùng. VB bản mới không lên cạnh xanh nhá, lên đồ kiểu luo à? Mà cái mic này làm sao ngồi nói mãi từ không ấy ra được. Nào đây có đánh nhau BB, vẫn còn mình BKB. Có cái BKB đây không? Kích hoạt BKB lên, lượng đam là khá lớn. Khủng long xe nó xuống đây thôi. Khi mà Vinh đã có màn là băng rồi. Một đổi một, tiếp tục đổi thuận lợi cho phía team XTREME. Thậm chí với support nữa thì cũng là ok luôn. Double kill cho Paparazzi. Không có Dust và Cuckoo sẽ về được. Có xanh RS á? Ui, xanh RS như vừa ăn xong mà. Vừa ăn xong vừa mới có đấy, vừa mới có chứ không phải là cắn cái xanh đâu. Cái xanh của Rosan mà. Game căng nhờ. NP bắt đầu có đồ đấy, NP đấm là đau đấy. NP mà chói con BB đấm cái có khi BB một tơn là BB cũng hơi mệt. BB không có gì farm. Đi đến nổ đông cuối à? Có smoke của Extreme Gaming. Nhưng mà T1 nó đánh khá cẩn thận. Họ có cụm 4 người ở mid luôn. Có cụm sâu 4 người ở mid. Có nổ đam cho Morphling. Ui bị giật về. Mà Morphling gần BKB lên rồi. Có được BKB thành công thì T1 họ đang muốn đẩy lại không lên mid. Bị giật về giật xa ấy nhở. Người bắt lại. Đó là BB của Luo. Team XTREME họ đánh chờ đợi cách của Morphling. Morphling full đồ rồi. Bây giờ nếu mà bán đồ thì sẽ chắc là một thêm cái sớ để cái xanh thôi. Còn slot cuối là gì thì nghĩ sau. Cộng thì phải trước đã. Rồi, khủng long Stan. Long vẫn có thể chuyển ra được một chiếc vậy chẳng tác với BB ư. Nào, BB nằm xuống rồi, đam phép của bên phía team chơi là quá lớn. Morphling để dính hơn ai, bật Manta ra dài và có về được không thì tôi chưa rõ anh em ạ. Bên phía tiên họ vẫn đuổi chăng. Rosan ra rồi, với họ nên không nên đuổi mà quay trở lại khu vực hàng Rosan beat. Con săn một ảo thật đấy. Từ nãy giờ toàn trúng. có gậy xanh. Gậy xanh này cho Venom luôn. Gậy xanh cho Venom. Tăng đam của Poison Nova với cả giảm cooldown 60 giây. Vụ bắt đồ rồi. Đấu sẽ đánh cuối game. Ai mắc ít sai lầm hơn người đó sẽ giành chiến thắng. Từ đây đến giờ bên phía team T1 họ đang loay hoay cách đến 2 round của Trung Quốc. Rồi, Bombling bị dồn đam, bị cạp vào và không kịp dùng cho mình. BKB cũng tiêu đổi máu. Ở đây cạp tiếp với chữ BB không có back vào điểm số gần 100 giây. Game này giống con rồi, 26k cho T1. Bên phía team XTREME chạy cối thật, họ đẹp khỏe thật. Cái bài toán dành cho BT1 họ cả thằng quát xong họ sẽ lên 2k kiểu gì khi mà để cho Momo với cả một bất kỳ ai sống, thế lên nó sẽ không bao giờ thấp. Muốn sạc á? Cái đồ dã man vậy. Giáp xương của mày đâu? Tại sao lại lựa chọn hút sạc để có thể nắm tay đập nhau? Hơi khó hiểu nhỉ? Con nhện này thực ra trận này cũng không hay. Tôi không rõ tại sao lượt last pick của bên phía team XTREME con nhện. mình cứ bị hỏng khó chịu quá, lăng cát mình hỏng. Cho nên anh em nhá. Nào ở đây top săn la vào và top săn chết, và đó là double back của bên phía XTREME ra. Họ giết được vị trí của top săn rồi. Bên phía T1 họ lùi về 91 giây. Và XTREME họ có sử dụng mình hai back để có thể ép được cái back của top săn ra hay không. Mất một lên. Một lên một cái trụ 3 ở dưới bot. BB lên đồ vãi đái nhở. Muốn sạc luôn mà. Morphing RO. Cắm gậy xanh lên RO. Cầm flicker. Bây giờ nếu mà lên thì lên chắc lên thêm cái một cuối. Buyback thì chỉ có T1 bên T1 có thôi. Bên XTREME thì các co hết rồi, không có ai có buyback cả. Trông khó rồi. Nếu bây giờ đánh bằng buyback thì bên phía T1 họ lợi hơn. Bên Nâm cũng nhiều đồ ấy chứ. Combat ở khu Harosan quan trọng này. Harosan thì khả năng cao người đó giành chiến thắng ấy. Bên phía team XTREME binh thì trên người Morphing sắp hồi rồi nhưng mà không có tiền. Lượt BKB để chạy khỏi kéo của Disruptor. Trận này thì 20k tiền bây giờ nó không quan trọng đâu, quan trọng combat như thế nào rồi. Bên phía XTREME thì họ hơi dựa vào combat phim quá. Bên này thì Ana cũng có gậy xanh rồi, có xác có chủng rồi. La vào đấm vào chiều Paparazzi. Paparazzi BKB hơi chậm nhỉ. Xong rồi đấy. Anh ăn cái silent của Disruptor. Disruptor có cái xanh mà không vượt được BKB. Chính xác là vậy. Đặt BKB về với cái clip kết của mình. Morphing không có ách và trận đấu này sẽ kết thúc đấy thôi. Khi mà nhện đây qua được pick, Cucu có double kill được có triple kill Cucu hay không. Định sẽ không về được và gì gặp đây được gọi từ Eleven Game 1 thuộc về T1. Chúng ta cũng trong ít phút để chờ đến game thứ 2 giữa team T1 với cả Extreme Gaming.
Who happens to be there, they're going to reveal that it's a patch. There's 3, oh no, patch, you're going to be trouble.
Four are going to survive towards the end, and Greyhound hit back. So we're getting rounds traded. Economy, as mentioned, still in question for Greyhound. And the decision to just scrim it up Banana was enough to open things up.
Tag time out for Greyhound. They know the importance of this round. They've really struggled to put multiple rounds together on this T side. Starting to run out of rounds in the first half. I think at this point, neither team has felt like they've done enough. Greyhound's going to be saying we need more than this. GG How will be mirroring those thoughts.
Yeah. Beautiful pick. Ins, ready for the swing at Car. Then finds another, so huge impact. And everyone from Greyhound hitting some crispy ones now. Blue Phoenix, the only one to find any damage onto Greyhound there this round, or in the previous round rather. But going in the round 11, GG How able to buy it for one more. So not necessarily a swing round, but we'll see what Greyhound opts to do. Davkos not going to find any early impact. Cops a nade as well.
See GG How trying to probe in toward mid.
Yeah.
Be a bit of a risk. Alistair and Sicko very much watching for that. Wise decision from GG How to back away. They do have 4 towards A. It's a bit of a gamble stack this time from them. They haven't gained any info on Banana. They didn't really push down there super early in the round. They haven't been able to set someone up at Car. So GG How just making the read that Greyhound is going to head toward A. And they might be proven correct as well.
A good read. Flash in. Molly timed perfectly to buy the extra time, and we've got a little one-way for Facecrack to try and play around. MemeStudio getting real close towards mid. I don't know if he's going to go for a peek. There's not really too many flashes to play with here. MemeStudio will throw his own to fall away. Ninja's going to go in off the back of it. Footsteps heard. And MemeStudio knows he could be in trouble. A couple of hands around the corner.
Yeah, and in all this time, Davkos has rotated his way back over to B, so that early 4-man stack that we saw on A, no longer a factor. Greyhound have bided their time well, and they're choosing a good time to strike. MemeStudio round the corner. The flash was good, but not enough. Ins will shut another one down. GG How are now relatively defenseless on that A bomb site. Facecrack can have to do a big job, can't. And it's Greyhound that will secure the round.
Instant Yui thrown by GG How over towards CT. They were trying to bring the numbers, but they couldn't get there in time. And Greyhound play that to a T. They're fully out of utility, but they had just enough. And they cleared all the common lines that we saw being played from GG How. Crisp shots, riflers for Greyhound really firing up this game. And that's kind of what you'd expect here on the T side of Inferno. With that deep plant on the A site. It's only Vexite that really needs to try to get away from the explosion radius, and there should be 4 rifles carried across to the next. So the money going to continue to rise here for Greyhound going into round 12. It's real damn close now.
Yeah,
real
the
close.
half is still hanging in the balance though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Either team could still run away with a good string of rounds here and really flip the script.
Just seesawing, just back and forth, back and forth. That's what this feels like. And I wonder how it's going to favour either team going into the second half. We know GG How, they can have a very strong T side, and more individuals are starting to fire up, but namely you've got Facecrack and Blue Phoenix both towards the A site doing a whole bunch of work. Well, I say the A site. Facecrack was their last round. This round, however, back towards that Bianca position.
Well, up to this point, Greyhound have only managed to string 2 rounds together in this half. They had 2 and then 1, and now they've had 2 again. You'd think it's about time for Gigi Hao to respond, but they haven't got the buy-in to this round that's going to enable them to do that. Unless someone like Davkos chooses the right timing. Big flick from him, not going to connect. To be honest, he's probably lucky to be alive as well. Vexite on that kind of an angle, always sharp.
It's one of those situations as well where Ins could have died solely to timing, but lucky to not be hit at all. And now at the mid-round, Greyhound, they seem to be aware that there's not too much util. They have an idea of where that AWP is, and they're happy just to run into it. Messed up, and rotate across, and there's going to be numbers. Gigi Hao, they've already won a round similar to this, and it looks like Greyhound could be walking into the meat grinder again.
Molly's gone up on top of the roof. So Greyhound going to need to be perfect on the entry. The Ins entry not quite going to work out too well. Lia's the only one to strike thus far for Greyhound. They're just not finding the fights they need to. Davkos is still at new box, and he steps up. That is a big round to win for Gigi Hao, and a really tough one to lose for Greyhound.
Deja vu. It's happened again.
Yep.
Gigi Hao make the read, put the 2 primary weapons in the superior positions, and both of them have solid impact, enough to net another round and keep them in the lead. I thought that could have been the equalizer, but 7 on the CT side. If they can keep Greyhound at bay and keep them on 5 for the rest of the half, then there is a very high likelihood we could be going all the way to 3. But I guess we'll see. Round 13 now. Greyhound able to buy up again, but it's cost them everything they've had left.
Yeah, just a bit of a misread from Greyhound in that last round, heading towards the stacked bomb site, and it's going to cost them their chance at a really good first half. Obviously, 9 was still possible last round. Now, best case scenario is 8.
Set up. Watch this. Blue Phoenix just playing and ready for the swing.
Tough one to break, isn't it, for the T side? Good shoulder, but Blue Phoenix is there as well to answer. And you almost never see that go well for the Ts when they're just taking the fight, taking the aim duel. There needs to be something else involved.
Oh, Ins has found an inkling, but MemeStudio fights his way right out of cubby.
Yeah, we've reached that tipping point of the half, haven't we? Last round and this round, and Gigi Hao being able to win that previous one, it's boosted their own economy. It's really wrecked Greyhounds.
Yeah. Oh, Ali. He's going to try to put the team on his back now. Drops a front sight smoke. Skew if one. Nate going to be dodged as well, and he's just looking to walk straight into this crossfire, but Mori peeks at the perfect moment, finds him, and it's drawn enough attention. Vexite's planted A. There is no CTs here. They know it has to be A now, but the timing has worked. 1v5 angle.
1v5 angle indeed, because he might be able to isolate that fight onto Davkos if the AWP gets the timing wrong. Vexite. Oh, dearie me. Mestel is very low on HP, but he's going to get locked back into Dig. That's unfortunate. Can't get up into Boiler. Doesn't have any room to play with, and Gigi Hao will convert it a lot cleaner than what it could have been.
Yeah.
But the issue now for Greyhound is that because they lose the last round, they have to reinvest into this round. They go down to 0. And Gigi Hao have pulled off a really nice passage of play. It's a disastrous couple of rounds, really, for Greyhound. Well, that sets Gigi Hao up for a potential double-digit scoreline.
It's a dangerous play going for that double hall setup. A couple of nice flashes, and you can just be in a very rough position very quickly. But Blue Phoenix just stands, delivers. Nice little spray transfer. Didn't have to move the crosshair too much. And now Greyhound, they're going to change the pace just with the pistols, rushing into B. But look, Gigi Hao, they're going to know because they got 2 kills for free with the nades, and it might be a very quick one here.
Yeah, Greyhound is not going anywhere quickly except maybe into the grave this round. It's Vexite done and dusted. That's 9 up, and the blistering pace of this half has really started to pick up. First 10 rounds felt like they took forever to get through, but these last few, Gigi Hao have just capitalized, gone up to 9-5, and like I said, double digits on the card for them. Greyhound down to their last timeout for the map. They'll have 1 for the second half. They know how important this round is going to be. A 10-5 is a very big deal compared to a 9-6 on a map like Inferno. And Gigi Hao, they are fighting for survival right now in the road to Rio. They are down a map. They still want to go to Rio, but they're going to have to do it the hard way. And Mac, if I know one thing, one time a friend told me diamonds are forged under pressure. And is that something that we can liken to GG How. They're under pressure, but they're stepping up now.
Yeah, that's where they thrived yesterday, right? Up against Rare Adam. Against all odds, against all expectations, just doing so much work. And now, speaking of expectations, I don't think Greyhound are expecting there to be 4 players running it down banana for the CTs. They've brought a lot of boys to the party, and it's just Blue Phoenix there at A to try to slow things down. But we'll see if these rotations can come back out in time, because Greyhound, they're picking up the pace here.
Yeah, it's a big gamble from GG How. They know Greyhound has been slow so far on the T side. It might not matter. Mestel and Dabcost step up with the goods. They keep it alive on that rotation. Blue Phoenix is still in pit, and he wants more. Leah's down now as well. 2 players alive for Greyhound. The player on the site doesn't even have the bomb. Alistair can't do anything about the plant. Zico's got to get there himself.
They have a flash. They can use that to maybe make it safer. Flash at the broken wall for the CTs. Blue Phoenix still survives. Ali goes down. Zico 1v4 angle. And he started things nicely. Spots the player over towards Lively, but he has no idea. Maury's here, and that's going to be the half. 10 on the board, and GG How have made it a little bit easier for themselves in the second. We'll see how that goes after the break.
So personally, I don't even notice the crowd. It's cool seeing people, but it doesn't affect me in any way. So I didn't even see Mongolian flags, but.
I will add one more thing. Today against Ratom, I saw the crowd being with them, and it just made me more confident. I wanna fuck them now. I wanna make the crowd sad, you know.
Back into the second half, and now it is time for Greyhound to step up, facing much the same scenario as what Gigi Hao was at the back end of Ancient. They now, on Inferno, have a 10-5 deficit to come back from. Gigi Hao looking much better on map 2, the world potentially Mac, where AUCS prevails, and we see, once again, an exchange of maps. Gigi Hao picked Ancient, lost it. Inferno picked by Greyhound. See what Gigi Hao can do about winning this one, but they have started well, that's for sure.
Well, they've started halfway down mid. That's where they've started, and it looks like the CTs are going to at least find the answer. And the bomb down on the ground, push coming in through the tunnel, and MemeStudio might have just saved the day. 2 more CTs up towards the top of mid, but Sicko has fought for more control at B. Gigi Hao now have to figure out how to make this work in a 2v3.
It is an important aim build to win, and of course an important pistol to win as well for Greyhound. They've got the numbers advantage, but barely. Inz is hanging on by a thread. Gigi Hao would love to pick this pistol up. It would make their job a lot easier in sending us toward map 3. Greyhound, they want to get it done in 2. They've had a really, really tough event so far. 3 maps against Rare Atom, one of them in overtime.
Oh, they see him. Knee just poking out of the position, and that's going to be the anchor taken. So instant trade straight back.
Yep, Inz can't connect any shots as well on Moray's cross. So it's back to 2-on-2. There is a smoke available for Sicko to play with. Defuse in the smoke is an option. But they'll have to clear out Mori on the site bare minimum. And it'll come down to Messel in pit to clutch it out. Inz takes that challenge first and hits a banger of a shot. Mestel now to try to keep it alive for Gigi Hao. Greyhound, they're not on the defuse just yet. Smoke's going down, and Sicko's just going to sit at Inz. Oh, he's gotten it done.
10 HP.
That is big.
And he's done 2 more kills. Ridiculous scenes here from the IGL of Greyhound. And after Vexite fell, when he had his knee poking around the corner, I thought, oh, Gigi Hao are in such a good position. But there you have it. So Liaz, big work done at the start of the round, and Gigi Hao, that's going to be the first pistol they've lost this series. And we'll see if that one comes back to bite them. Greyhound now should be able to get a few rounds on the board, but the bomb plant went down, and we haven't seen that on a couple of these pistols, so there should be a chance, a decent chance for Gigi Hao going into that second round. You can have a look at their money. They're even taking a timeout to discuss what they actually want to do here.
Big discussion being had. It's Blue Phoenix that's kind of leading that discussion at the moment on the end. Maybe he's got to read. We got the strat books out as well.
Yeah.
10-5 lead can very quickly be brought back at the start of a half if Greyhound gets on a roll on this CT side. So Gigi Hao, again, I'll say the same thing as what I did about Greyhound on CT side of Ancient. You don't want to be letting this start to equalize. Whoa. CT side Ancient doesn't look too shabby for Greyhound when it gets going. And Vexite already finding that opening frag, particularly with the MP9. It sets up Greyhound excellently in this round. Gigi Hao have invested as well, so they want to get something out of this.
There's not a huge amount of util for Gigi Hao, but it looks like we're going to see the waterfall come through. Flashes across the top. Liaz can't see a thing, but it's the double pit setup, and it's going to deal with the bust so damn well. 3 for 0 untraded kills. And now Dabkos just has a deagle, a dream, and he's looking for a 1D, but the time is ticking, and the CTs, they're crunching right upon him. 5 alive for Greyhound. It couldn't be a better anti-eco.
What's plan B for Gigi Hao? Obviously, it's take a save in this round. But they have to strike in that first gun round. Otherwise, Greyhound are going to start to pull ahead. And that's where you start to get scared. Obviously, it is Gigi Hao's tournament lives on the line right now. Greyhound have got that extra map to play with. They've got the map in their back pocket. They can afford to lose Inferno, though they'd rather not.
Well, I think we're going to see something similar here. Gigi Hao running it back. Looks like Blue Phoenix is going to be coming in late with a flash towards bracket. We'll see if Gigi Hao can get a pick. Find someone without a helmet. There's none of those. Nade goes down. That'll help out in a bit. Big chunk of damage, and just
running out of bullets.
Finessing that trigger.
Yeah, did exactly what he had to do there. Just caught off guard a little bit, but get the nade down. Gigi Hao then can't rush through it. Obviously slows them down, and he's able to deal with it pretty comfortably. Gets a bit of a helping hand from Liaz in the end, and Greyhound, it doesn't look like they're going to lose a gun on this round either. And that is where you're in the perfect spot at the CT side. You've upgraded your MP9 into a Galil. You got 4 M4s across the board. Money's blossoming out of control. And GG How, yet to find a round on the T side, are going to have to do it against a monumental economy of the CTs.
Well, into round 19 we go. And GG How get their first real gun round for the half. This is where we can finally see what they can bring to the table. There's been a few discussions on GG How not having the strongest Inferno, but 10 on the CT side is definitely par. And we need to see them start to change the pace. Greyhound, they're picking up momentum.
It's 4B, man. 4 toward B at the start of the round from Greyhound. They really, really want to bully GG How out of Banana. Let's leave Liaz a bit high and dry on A, but there's not going to be a faster play out from GG How.
Well, he's played safe enough, and he hasn't heard anything in the halls. Smoke there as well, just to try and stop any early aggression. So it looks like Greyhound, they've done some homework, expected GG How to look for that early banana control, but it's just cost them a bunch of util. And now as we head towards the mid-round, GG How starting to execute on bracket.
Liaz is having a look in there, but he's going to lose his head. Now it's Alistair. No AWP this time around, and no success either for Greyhound. That is the A site cracked open with gusto by GG How.
Whoa, Greyhound. They were having a look, but as soon as the bomb goes down, you can see the save gets called. So Vexside, he's got that Galil in hand, still keeping that one alive from the anti-force before. And GG How straight into the second half on that first gun round. 4 alive as well, so the economy can start to rise. Bomb plant goes down, and everything really working out that round. So great coordination with the bust through halls, with the bust through bracket, and just getting those openings was so damn strong.
Greyhound's money is really good at the moment, but there's no sense throwing away 2 extra rifles in a 2-on-4 attempt on A when you've got plenty of time still left in this half to play with. Every gun is going to matter on the CT side right now.
Your mate.
Who? Strike him. Strike him?
Yeah.
No, I never heard of him.
He got exploded. The worst part is you can't even cook it that way, you know?
I think Blue Phoenix is doing his best exploding chicken impression there as well.
Oh, we got a skeleton?
Hang on.
Spoopy.
That's a little bit rude.
He's got his finger up? Oh, man.
No!
Hey, that's mean. Give me a thumbs up next time, please. Thanks. All right, 11 on the board now. And GG How, they are looking for this banana control. If there were those nades thrown from Greyhound this round, it could have had a bit more impact, but they're going to change it back to the old 3-2 split.
Yeah, but control of banana has gone very quickly to GG How, which is going to keep an extra player over toward B for the moment. It's a fast play again. GG How, they love going fast on the T side. This time, might not work out the way they wanted to. In's late up onto the flower pots. Will be able to strike, not for a double, but he's got face track down to 9. Bomb plant is a risky prospect, and that's exactly why. Vexside straight through, perfect timing as face track stands back up. And Bessel is down as well. They know how big of a result that is to put the pressure straight back onto GG How. Big cheers from the Greyhound camp.
Vexside throwing his hand up, enjoying the glory. There's been a few times where he has gone for similar plays like that and kind of overextended. A few of the other teams more so expecting that 1vx little sneaky play, a little push through the smoke. But of course, the first kill he got on that retake was as soon as the bomb went down. So he lined the crosshair up perfectly. You can see the game sense on him was really nice and didn't even need the rest of the boys to come across to polish off. So that B-side defense and that rotation all came through in the nick of time.
Scoreline has not yet equalized though.
No.
GG How still a couple of rounds in front. They've got themselves a bye here again. Greyhound would be wanting this half to look a little different than the previous, which was a bit more back and forth, and that tends to favor the Ts because they have a little bit more of an economic advantage when it comes to cheaper weaponry. They can kind of afford, you know, scrappier rounds, 2-1, 2-1, 1-1, sort of that kind of thing. Greyhound here, they want to be going on a streak, building up that CT money and grinding GG How into the dust. If this ends up being a close half, a bit of back and forth like the last one, then Still make the argument that GG Hao is in pole position to close the map out, force a third. And that's kind of what we're waiting to see in this round. If GG Hao wins it again, you know, it's again Greyhound that are kind of have to go back to the depths of their buy. The depths of their economy.
Big nade to slow GG Hao down, but they're going to start to go for the bracket bust right now, Ali. Nade goes in front of him and isn't going to hit him in all, but he'll be doing the hit and throwing punches too, in fact, and what's some more? Gets himself more than he's bargained for. Back against the wall, and it could just be the round from here.
Yeah, masterclass from Alistair. Seen a few really good moments from him in Road to Rio Asia. And there's another one. Might be a round-winning play for him. GG Hao do have Mori having a bit of a look on toward the B bomb site. And if he can crack ahead right here, maybe there's something in it for him. But Vexite's on a cheeky angle. Was unexpected. Mori will go down. And it's Davkos who doesn't really have many options left but to save the AWP into the 22nd. Bit of pill to swallow for GG Hao because we're now looking at an equalizing round. Money's a bit tight on that T side. They can invest around the AWP.
That smoke, that dig, just to extinguish the molly, definitely coming in clutch. Allowed Ali to keep on fighting. Those pillars, impenetrable and so strong. The T's, they just couldn't swing together. They couldn't get the trade to work. And Ali somehow just throwing down highlights with the stick.
Yeah, it should just be pistols alongside that AWP in this round. GG Hao can have a bit of a chat about it though. Do they want to invest a rifle on face crack? Try to put everything into it. Looks like it's just going to be util. Probably a bit of armor here and there as well in case they're able to pick a gun up. I mean, this is almost necessary from Alistair, to be honest. If he drops there on the trade, GG Hao very likely get into the A bomb site.
That was classic Ali. That's just him moving around, being a nuisance, so hard to hit, and he just doesn't give you a second to think. So
he's super quick when he's on. GG Hao, they'll just take the half by this time. Obviously, they can invest next round. Lots of loss bonus. So, hoping to enable the AWP. Very nearly do.
Davkos very unlucky not to get that pick. Catching them almost sleeping in the open. Greyhound still with 5 alive, so navigating away from the danger. Mori, he's got a dig. His lurkers today have not been as effective as what we saw in the last couple of days, but he's still hitting a lot of shots. 14 and 11 for him. Blue Phoenix, though, really impressing a lot of people. Greyhound, they can equalize here. That's going to be a huge boost to the confidence. That means they're just going to be 5 rounds away from going to Brazil.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that far away for Greyhound anymore.
No.
GG Hao came into this half with a lot of confidence, but that's pretty much been shattered. Greyhound looking for that equalizing round, and they've got it right on a silver platter. Poor buy for GG Hao in this one. Sicko with a big spray. And the USP comes out as well. He's handled it nicely. Int bails him out of a bit of trouble there, but end of the day, Greyhound have done enough. And that grenade might well finish off Blue Phoenix too. Good toss from Alistair.
Bowling Shano.
Davkos again wants to hold on to the AWP. If he does go down in this round, he's only going to have about 3.4.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't be able to get a good buy through. The rest of the team can. It's pretty important that he does hang on to the AWP here.
Vexite, he's hunting real hard. I don't think anyone's going to find him. Last second attempt.
That's scary.
Well,
no util available for Davkos in this next round. Has $0.
They're tied up fully. And Davkos, yeah, he saved 2 rounds in a row now. Trying to keep that thing alive. It hasn't had a huge amount of impact, not as much as you kind of would have liked. In saving Sicko there, who was trying to trace all the T's running at him.
He's been given a smoke and a flash by one of his teammates, so that's good to see.
Oh, face crack. He's right up mid. He's just going to be running straight into the face of Inns, who doesn't have his gun out just yet.
He's got the molly down in the right timing. Oh! Face crack straight through it. Does not care. And that Mac 10 pace has beaten Inns. which will open up Arch side. It's a bit of an extra rotation across from Greyhound. Lias trying to hold on, flash up into the air. He is really in the thick of things right now and desperately needs help. He will not be able to get it. Sicko spots out FaceCrack as well and does drop him, but you've still given up control of the A side, and we're going to need to see Alistair step up again.
Okay.
Orb in hand, flashing himself out onto the line. He is not afraid.
Sicko, one smoke to use. And it looks like we're going to see him and Ali group up, try to trade. Sicko already with 2, and the slow inch from Mestel's not going to be enough. Blue Phoenix has put his team on his back so many times, and in the 1-on-2, we'll see if he can do it. Has the isolated fight, runs around the corner, and knows that the bomb is planted close towards the back of sight. He's going to come and try and find his time in, but Ali just hopped on him and styled to a 12th round.
Alistair is fast becoming the hero of the CT side for Greyhound. So many big rounds. And that is Alistair at his peak. He's that kind of AWPer, that kind of player. We got flashes of it yesterday against IHC, but the conversions weren't there. Today against Gigi Hao, you can tell he wants to make it to the major.
It's like he's playing in a bloody AWP server. He's not even playing normal Counter-Strike. He's in a different game right now. He's in a different realm.
And he's also got the best haircut, Ose.
12-11. Greyhound finally cracking into the lead. It's been a while between drinks, but 4 rounds now.
It's been a long time coming, though. It has really felt like it's been Greyhound's half, and Gigi Hao have been clinging on, hoping that they can get around here or there to make the job a bit more difficult for Greyhound, but they haven't really been able to do that on a consistent basis, and 10K there for Alistair. I mean, Greyhound, they have so much cash. They have the advantage now. They're on the CT side, 4 rounds away from going to Rio. All they have to do is make sure they get to the airport on time, and I know that's difficult for some people, but they really wouldn't want to be missing this flight. It is there for their taking.
It's a long one to miss, and we got big old tickets out the back to give away. Ali, he wants one. He finished the last round and he's kicked off this one.
Player advantage in the round. Really good news for Greyhound. They don't feel pressure on either of those bomb sites, and that's going to let Inns just play the floating role in CT spawn. He can go where he needs to quickly. You got good presence in brackets. Allison not seeing anything at all. And Leah's having a bit of a look into the apartments as well. They're going to know this is toward B.
Dangerous setup as well. Over towards New Box. Backside over the top and has the molly extinguished. So it's looking good at the moment. FaceCrack gets the double entry and does his job. But in the 2-on-3, there's still some more work to do.
Yeah, Alistair's got a smoke and a couple of flashes to play with. He's going to be the player coming in from Banana, though, so it'll make it a little more difficult for him to flash his teammates in. FaceCrack and Davcost. It's feeling like a must-win round for Gigi Hao if they want to stay in this contest. But it is very much possible.
Oh, Molly. The Davcost, he's connected for one, and he might be able to do it! Molly blinded! It's up to Inns, the leader, to make it happen in the 1-on-2, and the time is ticking.
He does not have time. The shot's connected, and Davcost has another for Gigi Hao. It's not over yet.
Davcost saving the day. Him and FaceCrack, the Russian duo for Gigi Hao, making it work just barely, but it's enough. And we're all tied up again at 12 rounds each.
Not the end of the world for Greyhound, though. They had plenty of cash. They'll be able to buy back in on that CT side and pick up where they left off. But once it starts to get a little bit scrappy, if we see another round go the way of Gigi Hao, Greyhound is going to start to run out of money. They'd be at a 13-12 scoreline. And that could potentially end up being a 14-12 for Gigi Hao as well, depending on what the money looks like for Greyhound in a couple rounds' time. They've lost that first player. It's not good news for the CT side right now. Gigi Hao, they may be stepping up at the 11th hour.
Oh, yeah. You said that Diamonds were made under pressure, and they're certainly looking like it now. Needed Greyhound to jump out in front, and they had that round loss bonus to work with. Now they've got this bracket control. Molly over towards Moto, so they don't have to worry about a swing too early. Smoke come in, and it's a great execute.
Yeah, it's a big call from Greyhound, though. They pulled both of the B players across. It's a master stroke, and Lias gets another. Davcost is alone, and this time he won't be able to win it. Gigi Hao in the post plant on B. They gave themselves a chance, but it's been squandered, and Greyhound are back in control of the map. Vexite does drop, but the bomb is well and truly in control of Greyhound. And with 40 seconds, GG Hao's chances of winning this round diminish significantly.
Discipline.
That is a big call to make, though. Greyhound, they leave B completely unoccupied. They make the gamble stack. They get the info early, and they make it work.
Not a single one of these Greyhound members is leaving that bomb. 20 on the clock, and Davkost was hoping someone would get a bit big for their boots, but right now, everything is working out perfectly for the Oceanic side, for the doggies. And Davkost, he saved the orb so many rounds this half already.
Yep.
And it looks like we may have another on our hands. 3 alive for the CTs, the economy looking real good. The ability to close out couldn't be much better for Greyhound now. They just need those 2 more crucial rounds.
Lots of chat about for GG Hao now. They know they're against the ropes. Their money's not looking good. Pistol and armor by this time. They're, in a sense, happy to let this round fall over to Greyhound and then fight for the 16-14. Greyhound, they don't need any more confidence building rounds. Vexite, that could have been a huge one, but ends up only being a 1-for-1.
So much damage though. Look at the health bars there for GG Hao. They're still face crack. Not going to have too much of a chance to fight back. And I'm looking at this flash on Davkost, the flash on face crack. They need to have impact to make this round work. They can't afford to put a foot wrong. And GG Hao, they're hoping that Greyhound start to use some extra util here. You got those smokes towards B, another refreshed, which means there's a good chance for GG Hao to go in. After that CT smoke fades on the choke, double flash for Davkost, who's going to be at the back. Let's see how the entries go for the rest of them.
Still a lot of util to play with right now for Greyhound. Inns still has a molly. Sicko has nothing, but that's a really nicely timed incendiary, and it should stop GG Hao in their tracks. In fact, they're going to smoke it off. Sicko strikes for 2. And Inns very nearly smacking through that smoke for a 3rd. It is going to be a bomb plant for the T side, but to hold on 2 versus 4, I'm not backing GG Hao right now. Greyhound have been good on these retakes. It's going to take a little while for Alistair to get there.
Davkost in this position before made some magic happen.
Yep, that was a 2-on-3 though, and not with much util for Greyhound. Different scenario this time. Davkost, he's going to have to step up again, and he's going to have to go even larger. He's alone now. They almost line up.
I was watching it happen.
Yep. That's 14 for Greyhound. 2 rounds away from Rio.
Could Pax keep it down? The game's not over, please. All right?
Yeah, we've got more important things
Yeah.
to worry about.
Well, one more round puts Greyhound on series and major qualification point.
Yep. They would repeat the exact result that we saw from the previous major qualifier, which was IHC 1st seed, Greyhound 2nd seed. Get themselves another bite at the cherry, but this time around with Vexite, be his 1st major. This is like basically his 2nd land. So big step up for the newest, youngest, freshest player in the roster. Some have said he is the future of Australian Counter-Strike, and to see him playing at a major at such a young age would be quite beneficial in that dream. Alistair with the AWP wants to get aggressive into Banana. You can tell he wants to be involved in this fight early, but the util's going to send him packing, and so GG Hao, they do have sandbags.
Yeah. He didn't go for that wall bang down Banana, but he could have found something. Face crack as well has been so solid on the entries this half for GG Hao, and he's looking to do it again, going straight up over the top. Ali falls, and the B-side defense is starting to crumble. Sicko has to put him util, and Greyhound, they fought back for the man advantage.
They've still got Sicko at new box. That's what GG Hao failed to recognize. Alistair went down, but Sicko was still there. And Greyhound, they are 1 round away from the major. You can see what it means to Vexite. He's getting a little bit animated.
That's the dog in him. 1 round between them and their tickets to Brazil. And GG How, they came out today. They thought that Ancient was theirs.
Yep.
Greyhound stood up, delivered, and they've been doing the same damn thing here on Inferno to make the comeback happen, get into the lead, and just shut down the Middle Eastern powerhouse.
I reckon GG How might have thought Inferno was theirs as well after that first half, but Greyhound have stood tall, standing proudly as well for the Australian region. It would be quite disappointing not to see them at the major, because they have been consistently the representatives from not only ANZ but also from Asia. And it looks like Greyhound is going to hold good on their promise to once again be a representative.
So GG How getting that banana control nice and early, but not much util remaining. And they've taken bracket now. Greyhound playing really passive this time. Some util left in spawn to be picked up on the rotation from ins. They just don't want to put a foot wrong. No one wants to be the reason that they didn't convert right here, right now. And Ali, oh, he spotted a shoulder. Flash is perfect, but Ali connects.
Through the flash. Opens the account for Greyhound. GG How slow things down. Alistair being crept upon, but it will not matter. He's the golden child at the CT side right now. And Greyhound, it is their moment. It is their chance to convert. 5-on-2. Davkost with a scout. Headshot onto Vexite, who'll play no part in this round any longer.
No.
And surely not at the hands of a T-side scout will they lose this chance.
There's util, 1 flash to reposition. Double towards Dark, and Ali's connected. He's saving the day, Jordan. But Davkost is not in the way. He'll fall at 16, and Greyhound are going to Brazil.
Back to back for Siko, Alistair, Liaz, Ins, and a first-time appearance for Vexite, who recently joined the roster. The Australian representatives, the Asian representatives. Greyhound will join IHC at the Rio Major, and once again, those two teams will try to do what they can to put the region on the highlight reel. Ooh. It's heartbreak for GG How as well to get to this point. They beat Rare Atom to get into this match.
Yeah.
And they felt they had a chance against Greyhound, but Greyhound just too good today.
It's been insane to watch this road, but the dogs, the hounds, they've made it the whole damn way, and they've almost made their way to Rio. We need to give them a ticket, and you got the big man Conk up there about to do it, but you could see in the player cams, GG How they were so broken, so defeated at the end, but they played so hard, and Greyhound looked so damn good today.
I bet this is going to be an emotional closing ceremony and interview as well for Greyhound. A big moment for them in front of a home crowd, qualifying for the major.
Okay, here we go. I think there's going to be a lot of emotion in this venue right now because of, unfortunately, look, I guess at the end of the day, we do have to say farewell to an incredible opponent, the Middle Eastern team that did come through, absolutely fighting. So first of all, please give it up for GG How. But up on stage with me right now, I have a very, very bunch of amazing players who have done such a fantastic thing. They've been really fighting against all odds lately, trying to make this roster work, recently picking up Vexite and just doing absolutely amazing things. So I'll start with the captain, I'll start with Joshy. All I can say, mate, is how does it feel to win in this way in front of the home crowd?
It's fucking awesome, to be honest. Like, we could hear the crowd the whole time, and it was sick. Really happy with all the boys' efforts, and there's some big clutch moments from everyone, including Declan. Very impressed for his first international event, so credit to him, and yeah, I don't know.
And I want to talk about Ancient very, very quickly because obviously Rare Atom, you know, they managed to really, really sort of trounce you guys. GG How looked fantastic against Rare Atom on Ancient as well. So you guys, how did you sort of prep leading, knowing that map was coming into the veto today?
I mean, we knew they were going to pick it. We were confident on it. We just had a really rough start against Rare Atom, so we couldn't really get it going. So we were confident starting on CT, especially on LAN. So, yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Now, Decky, mate, I've got to say, how are you feeling, my friend? First major coming up.
The feeling's surreal. Like, everything we've done in the past, 2 months is just crazy, considering how much time we've had together. And I just know there's such a big future ahead. It's just amazing. I don't know. I never thought I'd be here, to be honest, but this is just, it's fucking crazy. I just love it.
Absolutely, and Ali, look, you were absolutely popping off today on that AWP. Such flashy to have that level of confidence against such a fantastic team that you've had all weekend. How do you do it?
I just knew that I had the boys behind me. That's all the confidence I need, so I knew they'd have me and I'd have them.
Absolutely, and look, I will send it over to David as well. You've given it a real good crack with the team lately. There's been so many changes that you guys have been going through. How have you kept them composed? Because they look really, really cool, calm, and collected this week.
Well, I'd say our preparation coming into this event was just amazing. The boys had the most professional attitude I think we've ever had, and it really showed in the games. Like, yeah, it just translated well. And Declan is bringing a lot of that as well. He's fucking doing good.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Here is your second representative from the Asia and going to the first major in Rio, Brazil. Give it up for your champions, Greyhound!
After a 10-5 half to GG How, Greyhound were able to claw back the round and take away the victory. And they are indeed our second team that have successfully made it through to the Rio Major. Boys, this has been absolutely incredible to watch their journey.
Yeah, 100%. I think GG How, though, they played a really, really strong game. They definitely pushed them and made them earn that victory. And I think in comparison to some of the other shakier games you've seen from Greyhound lately, it's exactly what you wanted to see from them. Everyone performed across the board. There wasn't anybody really having a quiet game except maybe in that first half where, you know, a couple of the boys were having a slower start. But they started to pick it up and you got a well-rounded performance from everyone. You had, you know, what you'd expect from this team. Ins and Vexite usually up the top of the board. Ali having some big impact with the AWP, and the other two just playing their roles and doing what was necessary.
Yeah, I'm glad to see like Alistair kind of show that confidence, knowing that they're just better than them. Especially around in that, you know, diggity, or you can call it short area, which again that 3K and all the clutches as well. So yeah, super impressive, and they secured the bag.
Yeah, they definitely did. And they secured the check as well, the little cute little I've qualified to Rio check as well. But one thing I need to highlight is you guys have kind of highlighted and mentioned the Inferno kind of concept. Yet again, he was able to do it. And what a sight it's been to see.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, look, I'll let Hats talk about it a little bit more, but, you know, usually when you see one player change on a roster, you don't think that that's going to be a big deal. And it's not really something that I keep an eye on as much anymore, is who's actually playing what position and how much have the roles changed. But yeah, they have been a little bit shaky lately, and that was a bit of a better game, honestly, I felt like, from them, because GG How are no slouches at this event. So what are you seeing that is kind of coming together in that series compared to some of the other series where they're changing around the roles a little bit more?
I think they're getting a little more comfortable playing together. I think also they're understanding how they should play against these sort of opponents. They haven't played this sort of competition in a long time. They've just been in Australia versus Australian teams, so you're not really going to get tested and feel like you need to, you know, make it certain adjustments. But I'm sure they've made adjustments over the period. And yeah, obviously In's coming into the, you know, with the roster change, he hasn't really changed too many of his roles, but you know, he's in that position where he's always rotating and putting himself in that good position to make sure he either multi-frags or, you know, he gets a few clean frags. But yeah, you see here, Ali just getting 3 kills, pretty much won them that round. And yeah, no, Declan as well, props to him to, you know, taking Banana and making sure he's doing that early round stuff. So yeah, good to see.
I'm hoping it's going to be the start of an upward trajectory, because the initial couple of months, you know, the roster change on paper, bringing in someone like Vexite, it should be upgrading the firepower. I'm not sure I've seen that firepower upgrade. Obviously, Liaz would be great for him to head back to the major, because, you know, he has been top 4 at a major before, and, you know, it's been a very, very rough period playing throughout XTREME's time in Europe, and really trying to struggle and push it through the online scene and find that success again. So for him to go back to the major with a new roster, you know, that he has played with for a little while, that's going to be really big for him.
I was literally saying to you guys before we even got on camera, like, it's just such an emotional experience for these boys, this entire team, to make it to the Rio Major, baby. And you can just see how much it really ended up meaning to them. Emotions are definitely running high. But you know what? They successfully did it. So, Hats, have you got any personal words that you wish to give to the boys?
Oh, no, congrats to the boys, of course. I know how it feels to make the major. It's one of the best feelings you can ever have in Counter-Strike as a whole, and especially to Mr. Graham, the whole org owner, and especially a lot of people don't know about what's happening with the certain, current situation with orgs being dropped and, picked up with orgs and roster change and all that. So they've done super well, and yeah, props to them.
A lot of external factors, a lot of external pressures and whatnot. So I'm hoping that as some of these things start to wrap off, as we mentioned before, as they start to learn to play better together, I'm hoping that this shakiness we've been seeing a little bit more domestically starts to go into the background, and they're starting to actually hit the ceiling that this team has the potential to. Because I think, honestly, if they're playing that shaky domestically, I'm worried for the Rio Major when they do start to play some of the best teams in the world. But if they're going to continue on that upward trajectory, then maybe they can have a bit better of a chance.
Hey, man, I said it from the very get-go. It would be such a beautiful Cinderella story if the Greyhound boys were able to make it through to the Rio Major. And they've only gone and done it. And I feel like Mr. Greyhound himself should certainly be incredibly proud of these boys. They've given us an incredible performance. You can just see how much it really does mean to them. But if you're only just joining us, then unfortunately you have missed out on all of the action. Here is basically the TLDR of what went down. IHC have made it through to the Rio Major alongside Greyhound. Do you feel like Greyhound are going to be feeling a little bit scared to face off versus IHC once again, potentially?
I mean, it's a difficult matchup. It's proven time and time again to be a difficult matchup for them. I'm not sure that they'll have to necessarily play that matchup again. But even, just going past IHC's, the caliber of the teams at the Rio Major is going to be no joke. So it's going to take, I would say, a better performance than you've seen from Greyhound domestically, and in this tournament, a little bit shakier than you might have liked, because they definitely could have lost that initial upper bracket series. And, there was definitely them getting pushed by GG How, who are just a little bit of a mixed team. So the quality of competition is only going to go up from here. So they need to step up to the occasion.
I'm sure at the major, there might be some sort of kerfuffle where IHC do manage to face Greyhound. Just a classic kind of rivalry in the Asian scene. But yeah, no, I think overall they'll have a lot of time in Europe now, Greyhound, boot camping. So they'll probably be such a beneficial thing for the whole team. So super motivating for them to have that new roster and try to work on things.
Any specifics you want to see the boys really work on, not just from the side of Greyhound, but also IHC before heading into the Rio Major? Any things you might have picked up on that you feel like, okay, this should be the main point of focus?
I don't think IHC have anything to work on. I think IHC are a fantastic team. And honestly, if I expect any team from the Asian region to do damage, it would be them. As for Greyhound, just working on the consistency and ironing out some of the role changes that they've kind of been working with, particularly CT side, and maybe just depth of map pool as well, although I'm not sure they've necessarily got a ton of time to do that. But even if you've got like less confidence on Nuke than they used to be totally happy picking Nuke. When you're going overseas, that's something that you're definitely going to get punished for. You can't just play Inferno every time.
I think if you're looking at your map pool, you want to be working on those maps that the teams want to pick against you, maybe those Ancients, some other maps as well. But I think a lot of it will also be in the mental side of the game. I think that's super important. I think that's something they should also work on. I don't know, maybe get a sports psych. Sorry to throw you under the bus, Mr. Ground. But no, but it's super important, especially at the major, having the mental side. All these teams have mental coaches these days. I've spoken to Dexter about it, that the Australian teams doesn't have that side of the game, and it's super important. So we'll see.
Only time will tell, gents. Well, thank you both so much for joining me here on the desk. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here live from Sydney. Make sure you show love to Pilski, Hats, and Veracity on Twitter. Shout out to our ticker person, by the way. Those ticker comments have been making me laugh the entire duration of the event so far. But from both of you, any final thoughts, words, anything you wish to say?
Not really. Just want to keep an eye on these teams on the major. It's starting to wind up domestically here in Australia. We've got one or two more things coming up. I'm keen to see who's going to go and take that conference spot, but then it's definitely just going to be all eyes on Rio to see what happens over there.
I think also one thing I appreciate, and thanks to all the crew that work, obviously I was a player and I, just show up and play the game, right? But you don't understand, a lot of people don't understand the people behind the scenes. I've met so many new people that I've never knew before that were working on ESL for such a long time. So appreciate their efforts and for this show, and it's been awesome.
From myself, I want to give a huge thank you to these two Aussie blokes for teaching me all the Aussie phrasing, telling me where to go and where not to go, what to do and what not to do. What was the name of the... Never mind, don't mention the name of the...
Good on you, mate.
Good on you, mate. Yeah. Wait, what was the other one you taught me?
I don't know. How you going?
How you going? How you going, everybody?
Yeah, how you going?
Well, from myself, I want to say a big thank you to everybody at home that has been watching, as well as all the folks over from PAX as well, our amazing crew, and of course, everybody that has been joining us for this IEM Road to Rio journey. Rio is right around the corner, and I simply cannot wait to watch it.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just the Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Gold! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
beat Cloud9 and LDLC, including Kukuli, on the way to a grudge match. Fnatic, this time with Olofmeister, stood between them and glory. GetRight would not be denied. 60 kills on the 2 maps NIP won. GetRight wrote his name into history before, but this put an underline under his name. NIP had overcome the major final curse and headed to Sweden for DreamHack Winter again. In front of the home crowd, they dicked Hellraisers, clapped VP, and lost another grand final. Fuck's sake, lads. In the other corner stood LDLC, a legendary team with Shocks, Kiyashima, MBK and Smiths. And then in the other corner was Happy, baiting his team. Despite Michaelele's best efforts, oh, there he is, and a sensational Inferno performance, NIP just couldn't get past Happy. It's fine, they couldn't lose another grand final. In Katowice, they took swift revenge as they decapitated Envy, who had signed the LDLC roster, and Fnatic on the other side pushed past Virtus.pro. Fnatic and NIP split Dust 2 and Cash, leaving Inferno as a decider, which NIP have been really consistent at winning. And yeah,
He's got the kid, he's holding it down. I'm not sure there's enough time. Fnatic, they do it!
that's now a 1-4 record for NIP in major finals. That's like Jurgen Klopp level. That should get some comments. Enough about NIP, let's talk about Fnatic. Fnatic have been dropping NIP in these finals and took to Cologne as massive favourites. Luminosity and VP knelt to Fnatic on their way to the final. Meeting them was Envy, but they were but cannon fodder. The Cologne final was Fnatic versus someone. The only team who could stop Fnatic was Fnatic. Flusher and Olofmeister were infallible. But in Cluj-Napoca, Envy flipped the script. They cut down Fnatic early in the quarterfinals and then G2 in the semis. Not even NIP could make the final, making this the first major final without a Swedish team in it. Na'Vi took down NIP thanks to a swashbuckling performance from Guardian, but not even he could out-org Kenny S. Kenny S was the key ingredient. His addition changed the face of French CS and the game forever. Though Guardian carried Na'Vi to the final in Cluj-Napoca, he was unable to carry Na'Vi in Columbus, because his wrist was just fucked. But that didn't matter. Edward and Flamey picked up the slack in the semi-final as Na'Vi pushed past Astralis. On the other side was Luminosity, who had been climbing up the ranks steadily and now were looking for their crown. They dispatched of Liquid in overtime, twice. We won't go into that one too much, Liquid fans, just don't worry about it. While it was nice to see the Brazilians get their much deserved major win, it was quite an unsatisfying climax. Guardian's injury meant that Fallen had the run of the map, twice, and Cold Zero was unstoppable. Luckily, it wasn't their only major win. Cologne rolled around and Luminosity, now called SK Gaming, was shit hot. They breezed through groups, washed Flipside away and slapped VP, but on the other side of the final was a Team Liquid desperate for revenge. But SK ran through Team Liquid. I mean, it was violent. We can barely show any clips from it without YouTube taking this video down. SK were clearly the best team in the world and had coasted to 2 major wins. But 2017 was a new year. Astralis, previously TSM, have been mentioned a few times. They've had a reputation of always being the bridesmaid, they were never the bride. In Atlanta though, they found their way to the altar for a shotgun wedding. They muscled past Fnatic, albeit not a particularly recognisable version of Fnatic, to fight the renovated, reinvigorated Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro, back with a bang. Magical. VP's feared nuke, unsurprisingly, went the way of VP. That's why it was feared. Astralis had their backs against the wall, and their superstar device wasn't having his best game. Thankfully for them, they had a switchblade hidden up their sleeve. Kirby had always been an exciting talent, but he was in no way the most likely MVP candidate. But he ensured he was the only choice. Astralis ground out Overpass, but with the game in the balance on Train, Glaive called back-to-back A rushes and Astralis cracked them open. Astralis had won their first major. Time to repeat that in Krakow. Gambit, a team who were famously falling apart at the seams and split up not long after, somehow entered the flow state. Mo turned into prime Kenny S on Overpass, and Gambit had done it. Their opponents? Immortals. The Samba mentality took them all the way to the final, and Brazil had another major finalist. But they just could not stop Zeus. But, I mean, neither could the gods. Why would mere immortals be any different? He barked orders and saw his minions rip immortals to shreds after they themselves had been crushed on cobblestone. Zeus had gotten his major. If Zeus had waited long for a major, how long had NA waited? FaZe were unquestionably the best team in the world. They might have had some yips in grand finals, but they always got there. And then when they sauntered into the final of Boston, there was no way they were ever going to lose. Whatever Skadoodle had for breakfast in Boston, I want some. Whatever mystical realm Tarek was calling from, I want to be there. Cloud9 out-4, out-grinded and out-foxed FaZe Clan. They had 4 match points, but not only that, they were by far the best team in the world. It should never really have even gotten that far. Time gets to us all, but it got to FaZe Clan first. The Faceit Major of 2018 was simultaneously one of the least revered majors and the best thing England's ever done in CSGO. It was marred by controversy, there was loads of upsets and chaos as many top teams struggled to find form, and Astralis eventually cleaned up. This was Astralis at their peak. Katowice 2019 wasn't too dissimilar. Astralis was sweeping everyone except, weirdly, Renegades. ENCE stood tall as their opponents. Many had tried, most failed, but ENCE were new and exciting. I mean, they toppled Liquid and they tripped Na'Vi up. Why couldn't we dream? Because Astralis are inevitable. Another major, another new challenger. Vanguard fought their way into the grand final, which at the time was a massive upset. If you go back and look at the names now, it's perhaps less surprising. It mattered naught. If they are paid by the round, they must have had a pretty shit payout in Berlin. Astralis scythed through them and they sent away another challenger. Stockholm. The names, teams, players were all different, but the game was the same. Win at all costs. Simple had been to a major final before, but was slapped down by a bigger dog. In Stockholm, he was Clifford the Big Red Dog. His opponent was Nico, who had been to a final before, but in this one he was the massive underdog, so he couldn't choke. He was incredible on Nuke, a man on a mission. He was dragging G2 to a third... Natus Vincere were an unstoppable force. They were the new kings. And majors were back. 2022, that's right now. Antwerp is not a city steeped in Counter-Strike history, or at least it wasn't. FaZe rocked up, again, as the massive favourite. They were dominant in pretty much every event coming up to it, and Na'Vi were unstable. They cleaned up against Heroic and ENCE, while FaZe won a classic against Spirit in the semi-finals. There was an air of anticipation, but truly this was not the Na'Vi of Stockholm. FaZe were the better team, and they finally got the major in a fashion they perhaps should have 4 years before. That Karrigan crushed Na'Vi so much more easily than he did Cloud9 a few years ago is, frankly, baffling. Rain poured down on Na'Vi, and FaZe were crowned as the best in the world. That is 10 years of Counter-Strike majors. Some of the best games of all time, the best stories, the finest teams. And yet somehow, the best is still yet to come. Brazilian fans, the best teams in the world, and a title that, as it stands, is up for grabs. Counter-Strike is fucking great. What's your favourite major memory? Who's gonna win in Rio? What should Karrigan have called at 15-14 on Inferno in Boston? All those questions and more we're sure will just be answered in the comments below.
the claws that hurt you back. Falling down, you get back up. 'Cause you are own, and you're breaking through your rivals till they know you're a warrior. Walk through fire, try to keep your eyes closed. 'Cause you want a lion silver for your own. Don't take liars when they're superimposed. 'Cause they wanna raid your dreams when you're alone. Falling down, you get back up. 'Cause you are own, and you're breaking through your rivals till they know you're a warrior.
We have such a good mentality, like through the tournament, even like the first week, second week, the whole tournament. The mentality we had, we cannot do anything. Okay, let's try to just grind and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's been two different experiences because today we had the crowd with us a little bit and we didn't have that against NIP, so that was quite nice. Nobody expected ENCE to be in the final. They are really unpredictable, so we definitely have to go home and study them a lot.
When I'm watching all the other opponents, Astralis is probably the only one I'm seeing such a good quality games that it's very hard to interrupt their game.
Really impressed with their composure as well. They've been playing like with ice on their veins. They've played some close matches and actually do comebacks against Liquid, comebacks against Navi. So yeah, they definitely have everything they need to be a top team.
We don't feel the pressure that we're losing something. We just play round by round and keep doing our stuff and enjoying the game. And that's actually something I don't see other teams having fun so much.
The Danish people in the arena, of course, and the Polish people, they always bring like a really sick energy. So yeah, I'm just excited to play against ENCE, and I have a little like gut feeling they're gonna cheer for ENCE because they're the underdog and everybody loves like a Cinderella story.
It's gonna be a huge task for us, but we have to believe in ourselves. We believe that we have a chance here in the major to the final, and we also have the chance to take the final. So let's go all the way.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Twister, the coach, saying we have a chance, let's go all the way, and the fans seem to agree. ENCE jerseys sold out in Katowice, every seat taken, and the last few premium and visitors are on their way to their seats as well. A packed crowd for what could be a fantastic grand final, and of course, I'm prefacing it with could be, because I truly do not know which ENCE and which Astralis are about to be walking onto that stage. I mean, if we look at the last 2 weeks, I know it's going to be a good grand final.
I mean, literally a month ago, ENCE was the 14th ranked team in the world, and you would have asked me coming into this match against Astralis then, I would have said, oh my God, we're going to be out of here in, you know, probably record time today. But honestly, they stand a great chance. The way they've been approaching the vetoes is very smart, and the way they approach even the maps they don't play is super intelligent. They have very strong defaults.
I think one of the biggest strengths for ENCE is the foundation that they've built up as a team, right? It's a team that's been together now for a year, I believe, if not even more. They started at Cologne doing a great result. They came into StarLadder where they won a tournament for the first time, moved on to DreamHack Winter, I believe, where they also got another title under the belt. So they sort of moved up in the rankings, now finding themselves at the big stage at a major, having built a great and solid foundation. I think that's why it's so tough to beat these guys, because they have so much like know-how of how to play together, how to play from behind, and all that kind of stuff that is built into this strong foundation.
Do you think there's something to be said as well for the fact that they started as a 5, you know, February of 2018, and stuck with that 5? I mean, like this kind of not forcing a roster change when a result doesn't go your way. Do you think that's an ingredient?
It's definitely an ingredient in this whole thing, because you watch them and their communication and the way they move around the map and play off of each other is so strong. I mean, it's like a homegrown project that Natu has created, and he's put so much work into. Ironically, actually, I'm not sure if anyone mentioned it, he was a player on Astralis in like 2005.
Well, that is, oh, that's beautiful. Nice. The creator, founder, and essentially father of ENCE.
Yeah.
To play for Astralis before Astralis was Astralis.
Yes.
There you
Small
go.
world, huh?
Yeah, that makes sense, right, Jacob? And on the other side of things, we've said their name an awful lot, but Astralis are going to be stepping into this one. I actually want to move to the vetoes, because this is going to be interesting. You already were biting your tongue before, Sean, and now I'll let that word gobbledygook slip.
Yeah, what's so interesting about this veto is both the teams banned Cash, which is the same thing that happened when ENCE played Na'Vi, and they had it in them to float that Cash ban against Na'Vi and made Na'Vi ban it. I think they're going to do the same thing today against Astralis. It's on... Donic made it seem like they're going to want to play Cash. They're prepared for it. But no, they actually... So
they did it.
Astralis actually bans Cash. Now, this is where ENCE actually has quite a few options. They could pick Train, Overpass, or Mirage, and I think they would stand a very good chance at beating Astralis on any of those maps.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I like the fact that they're coming into this one and willing to float Cash, right? They know they're the underdog. They know they have to take a risk in this video in order to make sure that they get an edge. And they are picking Train, which is a map that they have looked very strong on. That said, though, we've seen Astralis played once in the tournament, and they're 16-0 Cloud9.
Yeah, but that isn't much. As in, of course, 16-0 is incredible, but we haven't seen too much from Astralis' Train. We haven't got a real litmus test for just how hot they are.
No, we haven't. And if you were to ask me who has a better Train, Na'Vi or Astralis, I would say Na'Vi 100 times out of 100, especially simple going off and getting both pistols.
Oh, okay, so they were given the choice, Dust 2, which we have seen some interesting ENCE games, actually some of their less successful games on Dust 2, and they were given the choice and chose to take it to Overpass as a third map. Dude, if I had to choose a second, like a map after Inferno that should be like a major third map, I think Overpass would be up there.
I think it's a very great map for ENCE as well. I think they're super happy with how this veto went down. They were able to float cast, they were able to pressure Astralis into allowing them to play Overpass as a potential third. ENCE have, as we say it sometimes, they won the veto game.
They definitely won this veto game.
You are going into a major final as an underdog with your permaban gone, and Astralis is unbeaten 28-0 nuke out of the picture before you've even started picking. That's a dream.
And probably the worst map for ENCE in this major run is Dust 2, and that's not even played.
Wow, okay, we'll continue, but of course another fresh face that we need to introduce you to is Chad Sponge Birchall. He's over at his favorite machine. He's going to be breaking things down.
All right, it's only fitting that we have Train here. This is the map where it all started for ENCE on the run. They were down 7-0, and this is where they were able to bring the comeback against Big. I want to focus on one of the strategies they ran, and what I really want you guys to notice is these two smokes. These are constantly used throughout on the T side from ENCE, and it's their map choice. They're going to have to make these work. This is the round where they threw the opening smokes, they drew the attention, and they've actually gone back towards inside, which you can see right here for a dry hit. They have multiple variations with these smokes being used for them to allow him to hit bomb sites. Let's just take a look at another one. This was round 10 against Na'Vi. It was an eco round where they just upgraded some pistols and some armor, and they've gone fast onto the yard. Once again, these smokes are going to be used. This is just obscuring the vision, and it's very important for these smokes, and for Astralis to be able to stop these kind of attacks, Alex. So this is one that they need to shut down if they want to stop ENCE today.
I mean, yeah, these incredible rounds, every single individual from ENCE has had their moments, and Sergey definitely, Alexi B, X7, I think the list continues. Alu definitely has had his rounds, and I'm forgetting one. Who did I not list? How dare I?
It's not ringing a bell, but they found themselves down in some serious holes throughout this event, and they always have managed to come back. Chad showed this one right here where they were down 7-2 against Na'Vi. They were down 0-7 against Big. They were down 15-7, I believe, or 15-8 against Liquid.
Guys.
I mean, they have so many comebacks.
You see?
Oh my god.
Apparently 2,500 people voted in this poll.
The memes have gone too far now.
Yeah.
Is it just dank social media memes? I think we're going to have to assume.
Or salty people that don't want anyone to get diamonds.
Yeah, that's probably a conversation in itself. But okay, so there's definitely, the fans have fallen for ENCE. They're under their spell. And I mean, you can understand why.
They're a crowd favorite. You go out there in the crowd, I promise you, this crowd is majority ENCE right now. So they definitely have the crowd working for them. And in past majors that I've attended, that's a big factor. I think the Cloud9 major, the fans really motivated them to get that.
I definitely think so too, and that's just another thing Astralis have to overcome, right? They're trying to rewrite history. They're trying to be the second team in history, winning back-to-back majors. Only Fnatic have done that so far. This is the best team to ever exist in Counter-Strike, and they're getting all the obstacles thrown ahead of them. The crowd is not with them. The fans are not with them. Partly we're not with them. We want to see Astralis lose at some point. We want to see them be human at some point. But in the end, right, Astralis have just been the best team for such a long period, and it's just impressive to see them keep winning and winning and winning.
Well, we'll find out if ENCE can put up a fight because, gentlemen, don't panic, but I think it might be time. It is grand finals time. The IEM Katowice CSGO Major Championship is about to reach its crescendo. We'll head over to the stage to get this party started.
It's going to be tough, it's going to be a long road, but this is what we love, and this is the reason why we do it. It's to play in those stadiums and these arenas.
It's going to be a great moment in my life, like an achievement of mine, because we are trying to get our family members to see what it's like to play on the big stage.
Certainly is. The first kill, though, goes the way of Flamey. Flamey's got another. Nubox is preoccupied. If he wraps in, they're both gone for an emo, and they're going to push it all together. Bombs TP's got a swing. They know that Flamey. He gets an ace. Welcome to Spottic, everybody. It's the back of one of these angles, and it's down to Twist again. They know exactly where he is. He's going to land the headshot. 32 kills to his name. He's going to add another one. And here's the crossfire. 20 seconds left. And Ali chipped in for a third and a fourth. ENCE have done it. They pulled off the upset.
And they go for the doors and the window.
Taco waits below it, though. Taco waits below it, and he holds! He's playing this one so slowly. Feasibly stop this from getting done. Oh, he's picked up two. Looking for a third Lancing.
I've had so many different emotions in that arena. I've played so many big games in there. I've been so disappointed so many times in there, but I always have so good memories of it.
The symbol will be nailed down to 35 AP. He gets a double kill. He has the audacity to stick around.
And Alu's the anchor, and he certainly will hold fast now. As he gets yet more.
He arrives just in the nick of time.
Sometimes you lose and sometimes you win, but you want to prove that you can keep staying on the top and play good CS even though everyone is aiming to take you down.
And first time on the major, we have nothing to lose here. We just have to show what we're capable of.
You miss family, you miss your friends, and therefore I also put so much emotions into it. This is everything for me. This is my life.
Oh, baby, yeah! It is a championship Sunday here in the Spodek. Who's ready for this? This is what we live for, because what I love to do on a Sunday is put my pants on, get hyped, and watch computer games. But this isn't just any computer game. This is Counter-Strike, the best esports on the planet, and this is the Intel Extreme Masters 2019 Katowice Major. And what a place. We are in 3 weeks of competition, and we are now at the pointy end. That trophy is going to be lifted in the next few hours. And the two teams that are battling it out, my word, do we have a storyline for you. On one side, arguably the best CS team ever to play this game in Astralis. Any Astralis fans? They are looking to do back-to-back majors. They've achieved a lot. They've never done that. On the other hand, you have the Cinderella story. From the closed qualifiers to right now, not just the biggest stage they've ever played on this year, but ever. And that is ENCE. Any ENCE fans? It's about the trophy. It's about being called champions. It's about bragging rights between Denmark and Finland. So baby, let's get it on! Please welcome to the stage the first team, and that is Astralis! They have won everything recently, but you look into their eyes, you know that they want this as well. And if you check the form books, the betting, you would know they are massive favorites. But that's what's been against the next team all the way through this tournament. They are underdogs, but they are here to win. Please welcome to the stage, it's ENCE!
Easy for ENCE, 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 putte upperbelt. Miners Pageri haastaa legendaarisi. Nyt isot liigas niinku Roosberg. Suomalais rättii maailmanluokan kaliberi. 2 lasi maitoa ja 1 lasi viinaa. Ei se kylvää ja ei se siittää.
Okay, here we go. We have got a grand final and a packed out Spodek so full they are sitting behind the stage and watching it on screens back there. Respect to the lurkers. 1 million people at home watching. Let's get a grand final on. Who's winning this? Is it Astralis? Is it ENCE? One more time. Is it Astralis? Is it ENCE? It's time for a grand final. Let's get it on!
Yes, the concept, modern, video games, competition, and yet this is one of the most ancient of all pursuits. To be the best. Humans have been trying to do it in every facet of life for as long as we have breathed air, and now we stand here in the Spodek, 10,000 in the stands. Million is the number being thrown around just yesterday in the semis, and now a major final which could perhaps deserve even more. The players now on your screens determine exactly how good this final will be, both Astralis and ENCE. Guys, there's a bit of a contrast here. We've got all ENCE in their seats already hitting the warm-up, and Astralis, they're having their convo.
They are preparing, right? They're making sure that everyone on the team knows exactly what to do when they're going up against ENCE. I promise you, Sonic has been staying up all night making sure that they know every single little detail about what ENCE can throw at them, and that's exactly what he's telling them right now, to be ready for those and those small tendencies that they can throw at them. Astralis is probably not only the best team to play the game, but also the best team at preparing for their opponents.
Without a doubt, Astralis is the best team to ever play, and they will cement that if they win today. But you cannot change an entire game plan within 24 hours for 3 maps, right? They didn't know if ENCE was going to pick Train, Mirage, or Overpass.
Right.
Surely Zonic put in some work for each map, but they can't drastically change their setups in such a short amount of time.
Our second map's Inferno. Of course, we'll talk about it when we get there, but they're on a pretty undefeated streak on that too. I think 14.
But so is ENCE when it comes to Train. ENCE have played Train 10 times this year and won all 10 times. They're unbeatable, basically, on Train so far. So Astralis would have to be the first team in 2019 to beat ENCE on Train if they want to go at least secure a tree map at this major.
Wow, okay, so we've got undefeated records clashing on a grand final stage. I don't think you could ask for much more. Let's not forget Alexi B, 21 years of age, and yesterday saying we're going to break their record. That takes a whole lot of something.
I mean, he could even be talking about the fact that they haven't even dropped a map in 2 straight major playoffs.
Yeah.
10-0 in the last 2 majors when it comes to the playoffs. That's an incredible feat. I don't know how that's even possible. I mean, you're playing your opponent's best map pick 5 times, and you win every single time.
You just impervious to Counter-Strike. You just can't fall. You can't drop a map. We have seen them bleed once at this major, and that was on Mirage. No Mirage to be seen there.
No, and Astralis is by no means unbeatable. They just seem to be unbeatable, right? We've seen Renegades beat them. We've seen teams test them to the wire. MIBR did it yesterday. NIP did it in the quarterfinal. Of course, you can beat Astralis if you're playing your best brand of Counter-Strike, but that's what is required from ENCE. They have to play the absolute best Counter-Strike that they have ever done if they want to stand a chance to beat Astralis in this final.
The craziest thing is the map that they dropped, they had a 12-3 lead on. It's not like, you know, they were down the entire map, went to overtime. Same thing in the last major. They were actually down 13-2. They managed to bring it to overtime. When these guys lose, it's still a close game.
When they are down, they are by far, far from out. ENCE are the same, though.
Yes.
You could say exactly the same, copy and paste that statement for both of the teams on this grand final stage. They've been down to huge deficits, and they have overcome them. Both teams have done this on multiple occasions, and Astralis versus ENCE is about to go down. Guys, you feeling it? You starting to get the Counter-Strike tingles? You ready?
I was ready ever since yesterday. That Na'Vi ENCE game, that was really getting me fired up, and I think today could be just as good.
Yeah, I'm so ready. OJ had the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I'm so ready to see if ENCE can pull up the greatest upset in history.
Yeah, we've seen esports come close to Cinderella stories. We've seen impossible runs from all across the different stratosphere of games. We've seen TI champions from open qualifiers, and ENCE now in the Counter-Strike world look to challenge the Goliath. It's Astralis taking on ENCE. Their first major, Astralis looking to win them back-to-back. This is the juxtaposition. This is Astralis versus ENCE, and it is map 1. Henry, Sado, I know you're going to bring the noise.
We certainly hope so, Alex. It's grand finals time, ladies and gentlemen. ENCE take on Astralis. Make some noise! ENCE will start on the T side here. Astralis defending on the counter-terrorist forces. And it's a slow start here from ENCE. They go with the Brown Horse control, but there's plenty of CT presence there.
Certainly is. Already Xyp9x has rotated over. Dupree there as well. Ball out toward Ivy, suggested that this will go to the outside site. Seven's got the first kill in the finals. Ariel's going to follow it up. Good start of the pistol for ENCE. Rotation required. The other 3 were the 3 on B. And Ariel still holding while the bomb will go down. Safely planted to hold from Ivy, so X7 needs to stay aggressive. Dupree winning the back lane actually gives them a chance to wrap in. Post plant loses a little bit of ground as a result. And don't forget that Xyp9x is alive in this. He can pull a rabbit from a hat at any occasion. Gonna try to pull one through the smoke. Second one down late. They've got great utility after the plant on the Ents side.
Yeah, this is overwhelming now. Xyp9x trying to find any point of access to this point. I think they just have to say they have no kits, they have no utility. They have got 100 HP and 100 armor. So that means if they do force buy in the next round, at least they'll have helmets. They'll have a bit more to work with in that respect. But it's Ents kicking things off with a bang here. They're going to find Dupree. Surely he goes down here. Indeed he will. A very clean round from Ents as they win the T-side pistol. Just one player survives, and that's Xyp9x. A fast approach from main entrance towards Ivy. Smoke at the back of the bomb train and finding clinical kills as they make their way out. It's X7 who's had a fantastic tournament, joined by Ariel as well. These guys are deadly, and they put their best foot forward here in the first round. Will we see the force buy from Astralis? I doubt it. But with Xyp9x out the armor, maybe they consider scouts and CZs. But I feel like they'll focus on the big picture stuff here as we have a slight timeout just to collect ourselves, work out what's happening here, as Astralis looks to take the full eco.
Won't need to worry too soon. We know how composed that Astralis can be, and are. Until Grand Slam winners won the previous major, this would give them a third major title, tying them with Fnatic's record. And there's no signs of them slowing down either. That's the impressive part of the Astralis team, is that even while winning, there's no hints that anyone's clutching close behind. Liquid seemed to be the only team that might give them a run. IBR gave it a go yesterday, and perhaps with them back to a Brazilian and Portuguese-speaking lineup, there's something in that. But right now, this is as David and Goliath as it gets. Ents out of nowhere to go against them.
They've got the perfect setup here as well. Two SMGs, the AKs, and Alu's not slowing down, making his way towards Ivy. Cash in the bags, he gets the first kill. There's plenty of CTs out here, though. They've gone with a full outside stack, but it doesn't seem to be slowing down Ents whatsoever. They've got themselves in a 4 versus 1. This round is guaranteed. There it is. So that was the full eco. Astralis will be buying up into this next round. They can afford the AWP, but it's Dupree that would have to buy it on the nose. He'd get no armor for himself, and I think they'll focus on the rifles here. And it will be 2-0. Can Ents keep this up? I expect to see some sort of execution here. 5 players focusing on one area, sending that MAC-10 in first, a Galil behind it, and just trying to get the bomb down, get as many kills as they can. They actually have a bit of a disadvantage, I guess, in terms of firepower here. So they're going to try and get the bomb down, see what can be done. If they win this, they're in such a fantastic position. If they can get the bomb planted with 2 or 3 kills, that's also very good as well.
A bit more aggressive outside for Astralis this time. In fact, they burrow into Pop Dog. We've not seen them try and take that position, but Sergey, he's already got the Molotov down. Glaive, Dupree, he did. That's a huge Molotov to push Glaive back. If he ran out and there was no one else watching, he was dead. Glaive's going to be able to stay alive, all to the fact that Dupree found the double, and they hold off Pop Dog. Guns in their hand, we're going to see exactly what Astralis is capable of.
That's quite the statement, isn't it? We go into the first gun round there, and within a few seconds, everyone's dead on Ents. No one has dropped on the Astralis side. It's just Alexi B now holding towards T-Sport.
But here's the thing with the start from Ents. So far, it has been very quick. The pace on the pistol, the follow-up, and now this round, most of the action has happened about the 120 to a minute mark. They can slow this down. If they start to set that tempo and Astralis has to use the utility early, if that gets in their mind, they can dictate the pace.
It's always difficult to analyze these sections of the game itself because, yes, Ents are using that momentum. They know they've got lesser weapons and Astralis won't be fully equipped with the incendiaries, maybe no helmets there. So they're trying to stay together, keep it very fast, but Dupree with a double spray down with that AUG, of course, towards the main entrance. He finds the bomb and all hell breaks loose. It's up to Alexi B now to see whether he can actually cause some financial damage. 35 seconds to do so. CT's have full control of the bomb, and he's just going to see if anyone's flanking his position.
Smokes down in front, won't be able to spot anyone yet, but Device, he knew where he was coming from. They could hear him inside. And there's the first round collected. Took about a minute further to find the last remaining player, but that's fine. They only lose 1 gun in the meantime.
So Alo can afford the AWP. He purchases that straight away. No problem for him to make that decision. They are going to force up around him. MAC-10, CZ. Money not as strong as you might think there. As we head into round number 4, Alo, he had a fantastic train performance in the game yesterday against Na'Vi, but he dropped off towards the end of the series. So hoping to see him set the scoreboard on fire here. His teammates going to require it. 1 pistol, 1 SMG, and they're making their way quickly out of the main entrance again. That pace continues, man.
Sergey all the way down, smokes off as well. They force him just to go back. Device, he's got a hold from the top of the bomb train, finds the one already at Sandwich, rotates it around. Astralis are ready for this. Absolutely, that's flawless. If they're going to run the fast pace, Astralis is absolutely ready for it. And you know what? I think it was a bit, I don't want to say predictable, but unsurprising that ENCE is doing this because they want to send a message early.
I would have thought they would allow Alu to at least explore what's happening there. They know that Astralis don't have the AWP right now. Maybe take advantage of that fact and see if he can get any picks. But you're absolutely right. They are so ready for this. How perfect is that round? It doesn't get much better than that. Round 5 has to be the eco. Presumably Astralis will take the lead, as we'll see now. Just the Glocks and the Russian side. We discussed this all tournament long. Most teams focusing that inner bomb side because you're almost guaranteed a plum, but they're aware of it. They're playing up close and personal here. Device going with the first frag, nails it. Sergey goes down. I don't think you'll see a plum here.
Alu's still trying to find his way around the corner. The fact that they were running so quickly and that Zipic's got a flash in, but wasn't yet in position on Device's side. You could have caused concern for the not this time, 4 for Device. Device is going to be a problem for them. There's no question. Alu, he can't be slow at any point in this game. Yesterday, he had a few off moments, sure. He was huge in crucial late round, late game, big moments, but Device is going to be firing the whole time on that AWP, and they have to counter it.
Well, they won't be able to this round. It's going to be AK-47, so they're going to have to use utility to try and negate the AWP of Device. It's very powerful. Looks like everyone on Astralis is looking very, very sharp indeed. 3-2 on the CT side of train in the first map of this best of 3. This is the pick of ENCE. That's why they'll start on the T side. And Device, he's no longer towards the inside bomb site. He's holding outside. Dupree, presumably joining Glaive towards the hot dog room. A very common setup these days, actually to focus towards the main and hot dog area. And avoid any utility on the other side. The bomb stays down in T-spawn as ENCE go back into a more default setup there instead of that fast-paced gameplay outside.
Glaive still down below. And this is also a bit unsurprising. As soon as the money becomes a factor, they want to slow it down and solve Astralis because they couldn't overrun them as planned. Glaive is spotted as well on that jump, so it's not just he that's holding the angle. Now Alexi knows that he's down there. He knows how far away he is now. That's not really wallable, but he is certainly trying to flirt with the crowd. Glaive flirts back. Small amount of damage done to both Alu and Alexi.
Well, they've got the bomb towards inside here. You can see one player trying to fake them out towards Ivy. That's X7, gets the kill. 5 versus 4, they commit towards inside. This is looking very good for ENCE.
Oh, Alu just absolutely rocks Zipix. And he was forced off. He was so far back because they put so much pressure on Pump Dog. So bomb down, Sergey won't relent. He goes all the way forward. Alexi catches Glaive. He knew specifically that they were going to try to go for the flank, but Dupree just wants to do economic damage at this point in time. 1 on 5. They've got money built up, surprisingly a great amount on Astralis already. And they want to punish ENCE.
He'll do what he can. $10,000 to his name. There will certainly be a buy for Astralis going forward. We do sometimes see them rock the double orb setup on train. It'll actually be Magus, who's the secondary orb player technically on this map alone. ENCE though, perfect round from them. Slow default. Trying to see if there's any aggression from the C team. He's sending 7 towards Ivy. He gets that all-important kill. It causes the rotation. And then Zipex at the very back of the bomb site. Nothing he could do. Alu with a lovely shot, the AK-47, guarantees the round. And they manage to take 4 players down with them. Dupree will survive. They start to adjust things. And I'm interested to see if Magus goes for that secondary orb. As Zipex is called for a tactical timeout here. Brilliant shot from Alu, covering the flanks. This is going to be a good game. These guys are ready to deliver on ENCE. The timeout's here. We go 3-3, and Device and Magus get yet to buy, so that's why I feel like they're kind of considering the double orbs right now.
Slight issue. No one wanted to take any chances with even the slightest of FPS or any other issues, given this is a grand final. You don't get to play in these too often. I mean, I guess if you're Astralis, maybe you do, but for ENCE, certainly get this comfortable as possible, and that's a factor as well, because their mentality on this stage, it's a narrative you've heard all week long. They've never been on this stage. Alu's the only one. And they've come in now for 3 series, and
remained absolutely resilient all the way through. So rock solid, and take down mentally as well, not just by beating them in the server, but taking down Liquid and Na'Vi mentally. Now this is twice as hard against Astralis, and you got to wonder, do they crack? Is there a point when they do? This is a whole different level of pressure.
Watching the clips from yesterday and just seeing how ice cold ENCE were after winning huge clutches against the likes of Simple, for example. They're such young players, but playing years above their experience. It's fantastic to see. And now we go 3-3. We're on the T side as well, so they're doing a great job so far. The unpause is coming through. It's only Device that has not purchased yet. Mages will not get the secondary orb. The Device, presumably he's got his. He certainly does. As we head into round number 7 here, Alu's back on his AWP as well. Sergey heading towards inside. Looks like more of a default here. Alu did get a chance to fire the first shot off towards main entrance, but nothing connects.
Seven just making sure that they clear off Ivy before they even approach. It's a good read. Astralis does like to flash in. It's gonna go beyond Magisk though. They wanted to try and take it back, but he was perfectly positioned. That flash was just over his shoulder.
Yeah, he misses the Molotov and the flashbang, gets the kill, and now he falls back safely.
So dupreeh this time the one to go up underneath of the ladder. Glave's already rotated off. He's playing at B. He swings early, and it's all 5 there. dupreeh, he's already up the ladder, is he not? He's just below. If he pushes now, he locks them in. Incendiary's gonna force them. They're gonna have to take damage for the Flames. Sergey gets through it, finds the kill, but it's now dupreeh's turn to strike. Immediately behind Magisk. Smoke down, knows that they're pushing up. If they get him, they can actually wrap back through Zeke and Hector, but look at the amount of players that have rotated over from Astralis. They're not letting them go anywhere in aerial. It's a Sur set finish to the round. There's no way he finds 4 in this occasion. He might get 1 through the smoke. It's a fortunate find, but immediately responded.
Considered one of the best anchors in all of CSGO. It's Zipex holding the inside bomb side there, perfectly positioned, and the enemies are pushed in towards inside as well. That play from Magisk, they know they've lost information that side of the map. If he pushes towards C-spawn, they have to act very quickly. That's why they go focusing towards inside there. 5 versus 4, and running through the flames, you can see they got 1 kill upon entry, but Zipex, look at this positioning, just so well played. Then he gets a kill for the smoke, no problem at all, and that denies the plant, so very well done. It is a reset technically, but they still have enough of 4 AK-47 to X7 on the Mac 10. Not a huge deal, can make that work as they send 5 players towards inner once more.
Just Zipex. Same play though, dupreeh's underneath. Does it work twice? Zipex, wide side, they know he's there. They can flirt with him. Shoulder peek, but he still finds it. Sergey! Oh, he ran off the cliff. Katarine Swine, he goes down. He was cratered because of the tag in the air. That was spectacular. But unfortunate, it's not exactly what you want to see on their side of things, because now, despite that they get Zipex, they're only left with 3 alive. Bomb is planted. Can they hold it? No flank this time. All 4 at the front of the site for Astralis. Money's still good. They can definitely make a case for going at this. And they will. Smokes in place, up the lane. Not on that side, not where Magisk is to find Aerial. Kits it up, it's down to just X7, and he's only got a Mac 10. Rifles away from him as well, they're already inside. He's gonna try and push through. He knows they're on the bomb, and he can't find. Can he? He might have time. He's got the knife, but dupreeh saves it.
That was too close for comfort there. I thought the knife might do it. He jumps through the smoke valiantly, gets the first Mac 10 kill. If he gets the backstab, if you get it right between the shoulder blades, it's an instant kill as well. That was a chance he pulls that one off. They're not meant to be. Zipex once again. He did so much damage there. It's the crater. Sergey didn't do anything wrong. He was just very unfortunate to take so much damage. Zipex with 2 kills essentially, and it will be 5-3. After that reset, it has to be the full eco now for ENCE. They'll take a bit of investment here. CZ's P250s, 1 Deagle. Hold on to about $2,000. dupreeh looking to get up close and personal here with the AK. And taken down. He actually offers a rifle up there. This could get a little bit dicey for them.
Device swings though. That's gonna buy him some space because he already can hold off the reverse side of the alleyway. Nade in, followed up. Glaves went first. Device. Easy peasy at that point. Sergey will plant at least at B, so further money for ENCE. Astralis looking pretty comfy. They are far enough forward though that if Palu gets a headshot, and Sergey's able to at least get a trade. There's something in it. Hard part's getting rifles in the angles that they're playing because it's going to be decently, or a decent amount of distance, I should say, between them and the kill. Alu's got behind them again. He lost to Sergey. He's too far removed at this point. Damage in. Does find one, but has to reload. They're somehow not putting him down yet, but Magisk will. And that'll be 6-3.
Pretty well done there from Ents. They get a couple of kills, the bomb planted with PG-50s and Kevlar. The bomb down, they're going to have a ton of cash here. That's MemeStudio 3 kills. 6-3. Astralis in the lead on the CT side now. Alu with 5 kills. Really want to see him start stepping up the AWP. Train, he can get a lot done with that sniper rifle. Device sat on 8 kills right now. Everyone from Astralis looking very, very good indeed. But Ents are holding their own.
And this is not unfamiliar for them. They've been down in a number of games early on and come back.
That's true.
Na'Vi had them at 7-2 and 7-1 at 2 different points in that series. Alexi trying to find some ground. X7 again will battle off with Magisk. This will be an ongoing duel between the two.
Yeah, it's a great battle as well. X7 so good with his timings and individual skills got better and better as the tournament progresses. Ali flashed off towards main, unable to get any real information right now.
Backed off because the utility in place. X7's aware that they could sneak out. They've obviously scouted that. I think most people have on Train. Device checks corner with the AWP, but still they bring Xyp9x over that direction. So he had the information that no one was there, but I'm surprised he doesn't rotate off of that.
Well, they're showing so much presence towards Pop Dog. They're comfortable at Ivy still, so might as well have a couple players towards inside. But X7 with the commitment, the flashback is spot on, but the shot isn't. Glaive ready for it. Takes him down 5 versus 4 once again. It's Glaive who's looking to find a couple more though, but looks like his days might be numbered. A player right next to him, that's Ariel. He doesn't miss many shots. He'll take him down, but Xyp9x finds the bomb.
Finds the bomb as the key aspect, because now Alu has to find a kill, create space.
What
out? How does he jump off the ladder? It's so unpredictable. Sergey just absolutely confused and destroyed Dupree all in one motion, but X will hold out against Alu. He managed to get the bomb back, but that's all. 7-3.
Very confident in their setup right now. Astralis looking almost perfect. An awkward moment towards Pop Dog. They looked like he almost glitched out, but it's because he's jumping off the ladder, attaching to it again, trying to make things as difficult as possible for the CT. He gets 1 kill, but such low HP, taken down quickly after that. Loss bonus starting to rack up now. They're the 4th stage on the T side, but they're 7-3 down. These rounds are getting pretty quick. $3,000 per player. I would suggest they're going to take a partial buy here, and with the maximum loss bonus coming in after that, they can see what's available to them. There's actually a good chance of winning these sort of rounds, especially with the loss bonus getting to the 5th stage. You can get Deagle, you can get armor, you can get a few smokes, execute towards inside potentially and see what can be done. I'll take the time out now and work out how they'll operate in round number 11.
So off again. Save required. Ents. I've gotten a number of bomb plants on this. 2 on rounds that they've won, 2 that have been diffused on rounds that they lost, which has also been in this sequence of 4 rounds against them, so that's been adding a little bit to the bonus. But in a couple of those occasions, specifically 2 rounds ago, it was desperate attempts. This isn't. X7 kill on Glaive cleanly, and he's got a gun picked up to go along with it, so an M4 to work with on the T side. Device as a response wants to try and take the corner at B. That allows the other 3 to stay on the A site.
Hot Dog's been such a problem for them. He had the good spawn, trying to take it on, and now they've got their 2nd kill. But Xyp9x, he is an absolute beast right now. 3 more for him. He just keeps finding hat-trick after hat-trick. And it looks like Astralis are back on their feet, but not for long. 2 versus 2. HP pretty similar on either side. It's Device with the AWP though, but he still has 100 health and all of his utility. As we hit the 1-minute mark, Ents are going to slow things right down and work out what the next move is.
Deagle to wait at hell if they walk back in. It's still 2. The M4 stays with X7. He's only on 25. He's gotten in a position to try and plant the bomb. Device is nowhere near enough to deny that. X7 wants to bait them out though. The longer he does that, the more chance he gives Device to rotate around. And Alu can't really counter that set angle. He can swing to trade, but he certainly would give Device a crack at it. Fortunately, Dupree plays this smart enough. Goes over to check B, and because he's so far away, Device can't do anything. He's got to hold for his teammate to get back in place. Deagle won't find it. Alu goes down. X7 only has the 25, but again, he's the one that has the M4. They presume that he's gone to Pop Dog, and he knows exactly where Device is. He's sneaking in late as well. Time's on his side. Low HP finds Dupree. Device gets off it, he plays the ladder so that the feet don't show, and he's pulling him away from the bomb. Each step further away, a better chance to win the round. Device, does he have time to get back?
It's going to be a close one here, Matt. This will be the eco victory, and Ents have pulled it off. The bomb explodes. It takes the device down with it. And it's that fast pod dog play from X7. It gets him a rifle. It's the key to the round. Allows him to stop pushing towards IB, applying the pressure. And that's a big one for them. They've got plenty of cash in now. They haven't broken the finances just yet of Astralis, but maybe the morale. As we get into round 12 here, Alu back on the AWP. And Zipex currently set up 11 kills and 4 deaths here. He's having an absolutely amazing game. 3 kills in the last round. Wasn't quite enough though, I'm afraid. As the smokes and flashbangs are deployed outside, just to allow Alu to get in position and see whether he can find an aggressive CT towards Olof there.
dupreeh backs out of it early. Lexi, he's going to continue to hold this in default. And the default again is X7 toward Magisk. So repetition of battles early on. Change of play for Astralis. Magisk, he's got a much more powerful weapon this time to keep X7 at bay. Does require a bit more accuracy. VP will never die. They're legends in this arena for life. Ariel starts it, dupreeh down. That's exactly what they want. So slowing the pace has proved valuable because now Astralis is starting to get inquisitive. Vulgar curiosity, he walks in, no chance, and absolutely gets ripped off by it. No utility as well, by the way, for dupreeh to try and take a main.
There's that secondary orb of Magisk Warriors. Oh, get the opening kill on the CT side. Back to a 4-on-4 it goes. You're absolutely right. They're waiting for that CT aggression to come through. Ariel has really impressed me on train throughout this tournament. He looks fantastic with the opening frags of that AK-47. Magisk in position to find kills towards main entrance though. Can it be done? Not quite connecting the shot. He is low as well, needs to be very careful here.
Gets forward, flash down, he still steps out. This time he's got it. Covered off nades, 2 further damage. He's barely alive, but he is, and that's the important aspect because his presence will hold them off from hell. Alu in the off-in reverse does get Glaive back, but not before he can get the bomb away. Luckily, they got it back. 8 seconds, it's gone, it's on the ground. Alu's got to stay alive. Missed shot. An awkward standoff in the middle of the site, but they'll wait. They want the time to expire. They want to kill him afterwards, and they will. No money for Alu.
No money at all. That's very smart stuff there from Astralis. A lot of teams be tempted just to rush around after he fired the shot, get the trade, make sure he can't do anything more, but they wanted to run that timer down. If you die after the round time expires, you get no money into that next round. Luckily, Alu had a bit of residual cash. He has 1,200 still, but they are going to take a pause at this stage. I see Astralis to call it as they work out what their opposition will have in round number 13. If you are just joining us, it's the first map of this best of 3, the grand final of the IEM Katowice CSGO Major 2019. It's Device back on the org, and Magisk will hold on to the AWP for now. So Ents, they're at first stage loss bonus. Everyone hovering around $2,000. If they force buy this one, there won't be a lot to work with. If they take a full eco, they'll at least get AKs and armor and smoke into the next round, but there won't be an AWP, that's for sure. So how do they approach this situation? CZ armor purchased by Alexi B. All the others join him. That's pretty much a force buy. Indeed they will. They're going for this one. So far with just 1 smoke. Now make it 2. Not a lot there on the table. We'll see what they can make of it. 1 smoke towards connector, and it's Alu once again waiting for the aggression towards the main entrance position.
Lexi still in the corner. He caught them off. Nade in, and he still found the headshot onto dupreeh. Gets away with the M4 again. Same position they lost it last time, Pop Talk, but he's already tagged down to 26 this time. Glaive, he wants to punish them back. Ooh, he starts to, but he nearly gets thrown off Device. That was under him. He jumped, and Device somehow got the shot underneath, and they'll keep themselves perfectly composed. That good should come. Oh, as no sort of surprise. I mean, that's so solid that they're easily able to work off of each other, even in panic situations.
The outside hole is just looking so sharp. All of a sudden, they lose the first pick, but then a flurry of frags come in from absolutely nowhere. It's so good to watch, and that's Ents punishing that Pop Dog aggression once more. They get the opening kill with the CZ. They find the rifle, but before they have even a chance to reload it, everyone's gone down, and that was the force buy as well. So Ents will have to take the full eco and see what they can do with round number 15. Glocks, 1 deagle, 1 flashbang, Once again heading towards inside and seeing if they can punish the fact that Zippix could be alone, but he's not. It's the kill towards Popdog once again. I can't believe it. Alu picks it up and Device trying to answer back. He spotted everyone there and they're hunting him.
This is the problem for Device now. The AWP against the Pistols, he has to run all the way back because if they come around the corner high flying, he'll have no chance at it. Popdog continues to be the issue. Ents, they won the pistol, they converted it. They won 1 gun round and they won an eco. So 2 things to take from that. 1 is gun rounds aren't going well, but 2, they have won an eco already once. Doing it twice without picking up the M4 might prove to be a bit more difficult. Things fall silent. Astralis knows they need to pull back the map, but they also know they don't need to overextend because on train, you still have so many angles you can play.
And they haven't given away the rifle. They gave away a kill, but still, they've got a massive advantage here. Had they given the AWP up, or an AWP, for example, that could have been enough to try and force them into getting the kill back in response. But they're running the timer down right now. Ents aren't sure what to do with this. They've got barely anything, waiting for mistakes to be made, but there's a few and far between when Astralis are on the server. Glaive, isolated, sort of. I don't think he'll have much trouble here. They're trying to distract him, but his teammates starting to arrive on the crime scene. The bomb goes down, and Mages will finish things off in style with the P250.
Not thrown off at all by running out of ammo, taps away at range, and Glaive was, you're right. As much as he was trapped, though, he knew exactly what their plan was.
Yeah.
If he gets distracted at A main, if he gets caught up in that, down comes the player at Popdog, and likewise vice versa. So all he wanted to do was a couple shots either way until someone overcommitted. That bought Magisk all the space that he needed. So 1 round left in the half. 10-5 is not impossible.
This was the shot, so his main entrance. Alu, the only deagle. He did open things up. You could see how far away that weapon was. It's not like it helped him out a tremendous amount because there's still plenty of money here for Astralis. Round number 15. Mage's going to be challenged by 2. He times it well, though. Drops the smoke and might send them packing as well.
Nades deep. Catch anyone because it bounced off the wall, went off. Ricochet to the right.
Oh dear. That's not gone well for XTB.
Definitely not. Bit of utility lost. They've got 1 smoke left, that's it, other than the one that they were planning on using that didn't go anywhere. Again, though, Device, this is something we've noted, what, 4 or 5 rounds now? Getting this corner with the AWP, they're not challenging it early enough. The problem with that is as soon as you let him sit there, he's so capable of hitting shots, and he allows the rotation to go back over the other way. It's a bit like anchoring Banana on Inferno.
Continue the default here. Smoke to the left-hand side to block vision from Major Skip. Flashbang's out as well. They continue to progress down that position. Flashbang's in position to actually enable them access, but they're taking damage now. And through they go. They've timed it well. Major's got the reload taken. It's a 5 versus 4. Last round of the half. Glaive surely going to struggle here.
The first Patop's out. Zippix actually got the shot instead, but Dupree still up in the control room at maximum. It's a team kill. Ariel takes down Alexi, the last thing they needed. At least he gets 1 after, but now he sits on 10 HP alone against Device and Dupree. 13 seconds. Bomb he'll gather, but Dupree waits, finds 11 for Astralis, and so far it's smooth sailing.
It absolutely is. They lost the pistol as well, remember, and Astralis take the lead 11-4 on the CT half. This is the pick of Ents, and they're looking like they're going to run away with it. Ents will need the pistol. We said they've had great comebacks before. I'm not sure this is possible. You'll have to find out after this break.
touch the clouds that hold you back. Falling down, you get back up. 'Cause you are old and you're breaking through your rivals till they know you're a warrior. Walk through fire, try to keep your eyes closed. 'Cause you want a lion silver for your
I was dancing on my own when you spilled that rum and coke on my t-shirt. Yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby you make me feel something. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby you make me feel something.
It's been nothing short of a miracle. It's been nothing short of miraculous. It's been everything that every fan ever wants in an underdog story from ENCE, but they're gonna have to dig into every bit and every emotion that they had in those previous series, because 11-4 down against world number 1 Astralis, who very, very seldom break on stage.
They just need the pistol. They can get that under their belt and convert it, which they've actually done a significant amount of times in this tournament. They could be on to something here, but it has to be a pistol victory. Anything else, I feel like Astralis will just close this one out. They're going quickly outside with 3 players down towards Pop Dog. The smokes are already down on the bomb site here. It's overwhelming. You can see the flames coming in as well. X7 in a lot of trouble, but he digs himself out. That's the bomb down.
He started the first pistol off. They want that, remember, but just gets Alu back. He's going to follow it up. Sergey, but X7 on Lexi. They've taken the bomb down, and Dupree's got to go wide of the train. Wide, and he nearly gets a second as well. He knows the one above, but X7 dropping in. Dupree's got it back. Aerial hold on.
They try and swarm him. It almost falls apart. Dupree left in a 1 versus 1, but ENCE have done it. That's the round they needed. On the CT side, this is now possible. We get into round 17 here. Astralis have a choice to make. Do they force by now, considering they got 4 kills there? Or do they bide their time and look to do it in the third with the AK-47s? It looks like it's the latter. Alu's got the auto shotgun out. I like that. Just one rifle here in the hands of Sergey. That's going to make round number 3 very difficult indeed in terms of that firepower. Nothing purchased really at all from Astralis here. 1 P250 for Magisk. Next 7. He's hungry for frags here. Nice smoke, buy some time, might push him back towards inner.
Same position that he played on the T side, remember?
Yeah.
It's not uncommon when you have sort of a solo hold default position that you play it on both sides, because naturally, you know the perspective each way. Alu gets Zipix down. Auto shotgun kill. He said he wanted some yesterday.
He did.
1 kill, 3 auto shotgun. That's what he wanted. X7, he holds and nearly finds the last. Had to go to tapping at that point in time. And with great syncopation, he nearly gets a 4th kill on the board. His Magician now has to just sit back and see the fact that the bomb's down and await his fate. ENCE get their 6th.
4 players survive on the ENCE side, but here come the AK-47s. Did they upgrade any of these lesser weapons now? They have an MP9, a UMP, an auto shotgun. I would say X7 might want to consider dropping, but he'll buy the AUG for himself. Alu gets the FAMAS. He has to give Sergey the shotgun, so we'll see how this one unfolds. Astralis certainly with the advantage here. Device has brought the Krieg. So he's feeling, we haven't seen many of those throughout this tournament, to be honest. It hasn't caught on like the AUG has. We'll see what he can do with it. Big round here for Astralis as they start their campaign on the T side. Looks like a very default round. Flashbang from Glaive towards lower ramp to Owl Zipex. Bit of access, but it's smoke down though, and CTs can sneak through that. And they know the auto shotguns out, the SMGs. There's every chance it might happen. Alexi B once more in that main entrance. He loves this position.
It's not a bad one to have. That far up, you certainly can rely on a little bit more pressure on Ivy. Sergey's alone at B at this point. Alu's gotten a bit closer, but Sergey has the shotgun down below. Wants them basically to commit to fall on the sword. Close the gap by way of gravity.
It was quite a cool little play there as well. They put the smoke at the lower ramp from the CT side and put a decoy of the shotgun inside it just to cause absolute chaos in there. They're not sure if a player's in there or not, and ENCE will bait out a few grenades. Less than a minute now. Very slow round from Astralis. Is waiting for that first pick to come in their favor.
He plays an off angle inside of the smoke. No reason to stop believing yet. Young talent on either side, but a wealth of experience that goes against the other. X7. He's not fooled by anything. This is where the shotgun. He needs to be a little more patient. If he wasn't revealed soon, he could have easily held back and swung, because now Glaive gets Alu. From range, though, X7 comes back into the side. He also knows that Glaive's up close. He nearly gets 2. He nearly sprayed in. It is just he that remains, however. And despite that the bomb is ticking, Ariel's already on the defuse. Glaive, I don't even think he's aware of it. He's not. He's sitting back, and he has to save the AK.
Amazing response there from ENCE. It was the fake from Astralis, but almost had pins on the inside bomb, so they show presence towards Ivy, smoke the right-hand side. Their objective then was get towards the backtrack through CT spawn and cause chaos as their teammates came down lower and upper. It works out, but they lost too many kills as X7 is looking absolutely deadly right now. Glaive did a great job here, almost gets a double kill towards the connector as well. Does the damage on the first, but then can't find the second. The bomb's being defused at this point, and he's left with nothing. It looks like Astralis fancy to buy here once again. They know they're so close to resetting the CTs as Glaive jumps down the pop dog here, looking for that first pick. There's a little bit of damage towards Ariel, will have to fall back.
Remember the way in which ENCE battled back against Na'Vi. They won an eco. Went on a run of 6 rounds. They won't be intimidated yet by Astralis.
This is all they needed. They won the pistol. They somehow win the third round against the AKs when they had shotguns and SMGs. They're on their feet now. Astralis with 1 AK-47, a Galil, Deagles. It really isn't ideal. They do have a lot of utility, and now a pick in return. They're going to upgrade one of those pistols to an M4.
Incendiary down, that forces them back by some time. X7 will complement that with one that also goes over toward A main, and that buys a bit of room as Astralis have to regroup. $11-8 with a reset. That's the possibility for Ents.
With that opening pick, Astralis slowed things right down, but they need to hurry up now. 30 seconds remain. Ents are playing in front of any potential smokes. A double stack, as it looks like Zipex will start to show presence towards inside. A Molotov and a smoke to pull a rotation here. There's actually 2 players there, but this is where the action really takes place. Outside, Alexi B has a chance for 2 here. If he gets it, he can actually pull this one back. He's bought a tremendous amount of time here, but he does go down. 10 seconds to get that plant in.
The time was everything. Just that little fake, but Alu, he's trying to swing back in. AWP, he can't do it. Magisk was waiting at the H, and they won't be able to deny the plant. Sergey, he may have to back off with this. He's gonna try it. He'll go around at least and give it a crack. If he finds one fast enough, he does have a kit to work with, but what a task it still would be from there, because you've got Zipex, Magisk, Device. 3 absolute stars. And they're searching for their 3rd star. Let's keep that in mind. This is what they're playing for. They want a 3rd major. Magisk, it would be his 2nd, but what a story for him as well. In a year's time that he's joined this roster, they've been unbeatable.
That's round Astralis, and that buy was a bit of a gamble from them. 1 AK at Galil and Deagle to get that first pick towards the pot dog area. That gives up a rifle. There was 10 seconds remaining. Zipex with the inside. Not so much a fake, just showing the presence with the smoke in, the Molotov there. It was enough to keep those 2 players caught in that position. They had to take the gamble. They're thinking, well, there's 10 seconds left. We've got so much heavy signs toward this side of the map. It's got to be the commitment, but it wasn't. Device comes back around towards main entrance and takes down Alexi B. That was the kill that decided it all. Allowed them to plant. It couldn't be denied. And Ents, they saved 1 weapon. So they want to buy up into this. They'll take the tactical timeout and discuss their options. Looking down the barrel of giving up their map pick of Train. This round would lead them to 13-7 deficit, and they'd have no cash at all. So much on the line. Ariel has $5,000. Alu with the Krieg right now. They are going to buy, from what I can see. Ariel's bought the AUG, armor, Sergey with Kevlar as well. They might as well fully invest now. We'll see what they decide to do.
Left to say. You pull it all out now, as money is gone after this, and you're 3 rounds away from the finish for Astralis. You don't want to give them an inch in this. You don't want to give them room. No room to breathe.
Oh, he hits him.
He did, absolutely. Sergey tagged down to 24 immediately. But if you let Astralis settle in late in the game, there's no way you pull it back from them, surely.
This round might decide the outcome of this map. Good pick from Device, no kill, but takes the anchor down to 24 HP.
Alu does have the Krieg that's been carried over on the inside. He brings it over to the tanker. He'll support above the low HP Sergey.
Device is communicated. He knows he's done damage here. They might as well go for it. It'll be a quick kill if they can gain access through the lower ramp.
Dupree swings the smoke early. Sergey's already there, but he's gone. Dupree on entry. Alu's got to drop off. Bomb plant at this point is sure. But Molotov does reveal to Alu that Dupree's up close. He holds the angle, but can't find the shot. It got away from him, and a lot of people have said that. The Krieg, as opposed to the AUG, the spray pattern is much more difficult to manage, and a lot of players haven't taken the time to find it.
It's a lot more chaotic, especially if you start spraying like that. You can see the bullets nowhere near the intended target there. Not as clinical as you would like, and there it is. That's a great call from Astralis there. They know the money's low on the inside. They've gathered up that they have bought into this, but they won't have incendiaries. They're not going to have the AWP. You've already tagged one towards inside. You might as well group up as a 5, take that low HP player down, and it's executed perfectly, I have to say, with Dupree getting 2 of those kills, and now a 5-on-3. The round is guaranteed to be Astralis, but they want to take all of these CTs down with them.
Difficult to do considering the positions of Ariel and X7 at the bottom of the stairs, so it will end as it is. Alexi won't be able to pick up the gun from the round, so it stays on to a CZ. And I think quite literally he will this time as well. Okay, they're going to drop one over to him. He has the armor. So it's going to be pretty much a save. They don't want to invest anything else into it. Give the guns to the two that carry the armor and hope for the best, I suppose, at this point in time. dupreeh so deep in the site as well. They get in so quickly, and they know, as Chad would say, the flight patterns, exactly where to run and exactly where to position themselves.
It was very impressive, and I don't think Ents are forcing into this. They've saved 2 orgs, but they're going to try and keep their money, I say strong, at least there. Still a chance to win it with Aerial and Alexi B, 2 very strong riflers here. They have a smoke, and is there any sort of aggression from them? They've got 4 players outside, and Sergey actually starts probing towards inner. He is done for.
Nearly got 1 at least. Device was tagged on to 48. dupreeh alongside and along with everybody else. There was no chance he was getting out of there alive. Flav,
look at those smokes.
Smoke. He's already walking out. Yeah, he's like, he has the whole outside yard.
He's wrecked them here. The fact he's so close, they have no idea.
Just gets X7. But it's still going to be Glaive. That's the problem for them. Xyp9x creeps up. Do they know at all that this is already a save call? Because they're over toward B. Bomb planted, and dupreeh's close enough. He can punish this. He's going to get spotted out himself. Digged up. They should push the ramp to take him down because that gives them 1 further gun. Device close enough, though, denies Alu of working forward to getting it, so it has to be the 2 Augs carried over once more. Astralis are going to double the score at 14-7.
They can get the AWP as well now. That's a fantastic pickup. It is going to be 14-7, but at least there will be a bye. That's if they both survive here. Now remember, Matt, Ents have won both pistols, by the way.
It's a good point. Winning both pistols, but gun rounds have not at all gone their way. In fact, they converted 1 this half, 1 last half, and an eco. Other than that, it's the 2 pistol, the 4 rounds in total that add up as Aerial at least gets 2 more down, keeps the 1 AUG, but the AWP, they sought after it. They knew the situation. They weren't giving that up easily.
Yeah, that's the really important kill there. They denied the AWP. Aerial can still drop 1 for Alu, however. They're 14-7 down. There's still going to be compromises here with the bye. Astralis looking to close this one out early.
Vice. Has to back away. He's forced off. That gives Alu a chance. Finally, a song that he can sing. He gets back in the round and AWP, but it's Aerial that just walks out. They never had control of Pop Dog. There's no one else in the front of the site.
Where's the flash? Where's the utility? Why is he walking in like that? Well, it gives up the kill straight away.
Glaive still holds off back alley. First side of the train, but Jisk has X7 in front. This has been a battle that's gone both ways. Same thing in reverse. This time flash comes through. Fantastic response, and Alu gets Glaive. dupreeh, he's picked up the op that went down in his teammate's hands. He's made good work on it. But finally, Ents have a lead in the rounds. X7's gonna try and make that matters worse. dupreeh, he's aware of an AWP, keep that in mind. X7 had to be perfect to find the kill. And this opens up the round completely. 53 seconds, Xyp9x already lurking over toward B. And the reasons that they have to believe him won't be too hard to sell. If he works in this position, they have to consider rotating because they can't afford to get caught out in a 2-on-1 situation and go down.
Inside's open. 40 seconds remain. The CTs are gambling towards outside. A smoke available for the lower ramp, and Xyp9x is walking out upper. This is looking good for Astralis. So they get that bomb down. They got Molotovs for post-plant as well. There is a smoke on Alexi B, but this is going to be a very difficult retake. In they go. They've got the inside control. That bomb's going down.
He throws it down to his teammate below. He'll stay up above with the AWP as a result of it, and you can already see by the laser he's aimed perfectly towards the connector. As soon as Xyp9x is freed from planting, he then takes that task, and dupreeh covers the backlines. The corner of the brown halls. Molotov already thrown as well. Alexi and Sergey, they want in desperately, but they're held up. Just that little bit of time. Xyp9x knew surely where they were coming from. Nate should get him. Should, but will he find the kill first? Sergey, 17 years of age to try and keep them alive, not concede overtime point. Molotov already down on top. He can force dupreeh back, but he actually just walks forward. Low HP. He's got it. Does he have the time? He's got the kid. He will. He should. And it's going to be so close. He's going to be extremely close, but they'll get number 8.
They desperately needed that round. It's Sergey that wins it just about by the skin of his teeth there. It came down to the utility. Those incendiaries are absolutely everything. Usually it's the T side that will have the advantage there, but I think dupreeh wasn't aware of us the bomb was planted. He dropped it on the default plant spot instead of actually to the side in the more open position. Astralis won't win the round, but they've still got a ton of cash, and I can't say the same thing for ENCE here. They're still so close to being broken. I'm surprised they won that. It was such a difficult round to recover. Well done to them. They bring the AWP over to the next round. 14-8 down on the CT side. Money's not there. They'll have to do what they can. Orgs, UMPs.
You could see Sergey at the end of that round as well. His eyes, man, the adrenaline. Looked like he was gonna pass out.
So close.
Still all to do. Double up for the first time for ENCE. Zipic's already through the smoke as well. He'll try to hold off ground balls. There's aerial underneath, but so many players above. There's no chance he can try and swing in silently, stealthily, get the flank. They have a fantastic play, but it's just not possible.
They've been bullying that inside position, but for now, smokes towards outside. It's Glaive to get the first kill. Aerial this time can do nothing about it, but they pull it back. Inside is the call now. It's Sergey towards the spools. Needs to be perfect here. He gets one. It's a scrappy one. And now Alu needs to start hitting shots. Both the AWPs looking down towards the bomb site.
Well, Flash Alu was fortunate not to be gazing in that direction. Sneak up though, they're gonna stay on top of the bomb. Zipix has not moved an inch. Alu sees it. So perfect, so precise! As Alu gets it, the second off works. They held it off, but just wanted to work back in the ramp. He couldn't do it, 14-9.
The comeback begins now. They have money. They have double AWPs and 3 survive. Great stuff there from Alu, just showing his in-game knowledge there. Sees just the toes of the planter. Zipex there, takes him down, and then hits a wonderful shot on the follow-up there. Such great play by him. Look at the second shot as well. Device didn't see it coming, and it's a clean round from ENCE. That's the one that's the most important so far. And Astralis, they might consider an eco here. Device is down to just $2,700. ENCE looking for double digits. Astralis, it looked like they were going to close this one out. ENCE pick up both pistols. They haven't done enough in the gun rounds here, but as usual, they seem to arrive just before it all falls apart. Astralis, they can buy into this round. Do they want to?
Break them now. And we're on for something. They themselves don't have a buffer to play for overtime, so every round is do or die. Remember, no one has beaten Astralis on the stage, a playoff match in a major since London. They went unbeaten there to the championship. They're going to try and do the same here. Ents of all opponents, one last team standing in their way. X7 again to the off. 2 to go. Jump, run boost. Trying to flick as fast as he dare. Giving up the position that was a result. Smoke down and back in front of the site they go.
It all slows down for now. 4 CTs outside, leaving Sergey alone with the AK-47. They're going to go for that main entrance control once again. They've been doing that throughout this tournament. They're so good at isolating the terrorists, dropping the smokes, buying time. They investigate the area, confirm it's clear. And still in aggressive positions. Holding outside, they rotate one player. And that's going to be Alu towards inner.
Smoke covered the entire end of Ivy. They can hold them left to right. Counter Molotov. Bomb at Ivy though, so X7 pretty much alone at this point as well. They've pushed A main to at least try and anchor this site, but Dupree, he's the problem, and he doesn't need to be a part of this attack. If they work in 3 from Ivy, they're going to pull the attention inevitably. And then Dupree just has to time his approach. He's down to 33, softened up by the nade. That gives them a chance. But look at Magisk. It's one or the other. They're giving up so much space. And Astralis, they catch him off. X7, they get the 1 kill they need. That forces Dupree's hand. And now Ents! They picked it apart!
It's such good play on the CT side. It's so frustrating to play against there. They've got full control of main entrance pretty much the entire round. They don't waste their smokes at the start. They use flashes just to ascertain information at the very beginning. Then, when they see they're at the 1 minute mark, they start deploying incendiaries, the smokes, and run the timer right down there. Dupree was waiting for his moment to strike. They even knew the CTs were in there, but nothing could be done. It's 14-10, Ents have managed to get the double digits and break Astralis down to an eco. They could actually do this now. Their map pick. We said they needed a pistol. They managed to do that, and they've won some very important gun rounds now as well. No utility on the T side, just some CZs, a bit of armor, but MemeStudio. Oh my God! The Desert Eagle finds 2. Could that be enough? Possibly.
Alexi still holding off though. Just when I thought they can't possibly do it to a 3rd top 3 team. Magisk reminds us that this is a very different team from the others. Device wants to swing.
Oh, good damage.
Alexi nearly got caught with the stone in his hand, but manages just to get away with Device. You're right though, the damage as a result puts him down to 48. That means he's within reach of the pistol. Sergey, he's well removed, but Xyp9x with a CZ from ages away. Time to see that clutching prowess now though, because he's in a 1-on-2. He'll try and swing it around.
They might think he's lower round now.
Problem is he can't go any further than here. If X7 holds that line, he's gonna spot, didn't go far enough. Xyp9x knows with the Molotov down behind. He can get ever closer.
He can win this map.
If they overcommit, he's got the first. He's tried it, he's got it! Down to 1-on-1, and he can evade, he can be pervasive. He can try and slip in from behind, but X7 just barely gets there in time, and the better man blooms.
He's got it. Xyp9x did absolutely everything there. That shot from the low ramp towards connector. How's he pulled that one off? Luckily for Ents, they pull it off, but that was close. Perfect movement, and you can see why he's the king of the clutches. Xyp9x 1 bullet away, I'd say, from winning that one and finding map points. 14-11 though, however. Round 26, Ents continue the comeback. That's 4 rounds in a row. This was remarkable for MemeStudio.
Keep in mind though, all of these kills, the fact that it's a 1-on-1, there's still not a buffer for Ents. So again, they lose 1 round.
Yes.
And they're clutching at straws. Dupree Molotov goes deep. Alexi wants to try and get on the trains above it. There's so many smokes down, it's chaotic already. Counter nades, this is a fast pace for utility. Tactical warfare. Dupree finds 1 device, follows it up. It's the opener for Astralis, and now the money becomes the factor for round 15 if that happens. If they can't hold off, 3 versus 5. They do swing out, X7 gets in and gets away, exactly what he's done. And a lot of people were saying he was the, perhaps, support, if you will, the lackluster role in the team who wasn't contributing. Well, in these playoffs, he's been perfect.
I absolutely agree. Fantastic work from him. Pulls at least one frag back. It's a 4 versus 3, and this time Astralis actually have outside control. They're not locked in towards the main entrance. X7 still with enough HP to keep him inquisitive here as he looks towards Ivy, just confirming certain positions are clear here. Alu outside as well. The Orbs ready and waiting.
2 ops outside, though. This is going to be such a difficult task if they can't find counter picks, and X7 gets caught off by Device. Alu gets it back, but he's going to have to be better than ever, exceptional in this position. Does swing it around, but he can't find the shot. Missed by just a fraction over the shoulder. And it's all on to Sergey yet again in a 1-on-3. He's got no money left over, does find Magisk. He's already got a chance at this as well, Glaive. He's not committed to the plant. 27 seconds, he can fire under. It's so hard to do. Incendiary's gonna be too late. Even sprayed to try and counter it off. Knows he's got no choice but to go through, and that's where Zipix is waiting.
Map point found for Astralis. It's 15-11. And as you mentioned, going into this round, it's been so tight in terms of the clutches. So many 1 versus 1s. Bomb plants down. Astralis have broken the back of ends here. They have enough for a couple of rifles, but then it's going to be scouts, SMGs, and whatever else they can find and scrape together. Alu, he had a chance to win that one. He had to hit a couple more shots, but his position was very good. We go to round number 27. This could be it. MP9, UMP, CZ, and 2 Orcs. And it looks like a fast approach here from Astralis. They send 3 players towards the main entrance, dropping the utility, and Alu looking to fight back.
Alu does. Aggressive. It's worked for the single log. He's got a second. Looking, panicking. Nearly tried to catch out the bottom of Pop Dog. It's Device that caught him off with the AWP up close as well. It was from main. Zipix inside Pop Dog can fade off of this. Flash, does he want to go back for it? Didn't quite work for him. Didn't bounce all the way through. Device, to be fair, wasn't ready to swing off of A main, even if it had caught the 2 players up close. Look at Sergey. CZ. Blade goes. Headshot bomb. He backs it away. He won't be able to hold off the bomb, but he will get back in the sight. Zipix knew there was a timer on that he might be able to catch him as he ran.
A chance now. They have the 3-on-2 advantage, but 2 players towards a Pop Dog. Zipix spots one, but can't answer back just yet.
Device still waits as well. If they rotate back off, he can time this. He's got X7 down. Does he expect a second? He won't. Ariel knew it. He waited just long enough to make him think there was no one else nearby. And it's on Zipix again, but this time he's got a little more than a CZ. And they're split into multiple 1-on-1s. It's 2 isolated battles at this point because Ariel's a half a map away.
But Sergey's got a good position there. He only has a CZ short, but time might elude him. We'll see Zipix slip towards the back of the bomb train here. He suspects the players towards up, but this is looking very good for him.
This is the problem, though. When Zipix disappears, it's clear he's up to no good. They know he's on B, but where? How do they possibly get that information? They'll go together. That is the right call. But this time, keep in mind also, there's no kits.
Yes, indeed. And no smoke.
Zipix can just be patient. He'll let noise reveal all. Oh, is he gonna be spotted, though? Sergey didn't see it. He didn't realize. His own gun, I think, blocked the vision, and now Zipix knows that they're working in. 1 above. Oh, he's the lamb, and ends the slaughter because it's Zipix that's gonna hold it off.
Absolute perfection once again from Zipix. He's the man to close it out. Hence, a great effort towards the end of that map, but Astralis just too much to handle. Fantastic work there. We are waiting for a huge Zipix clutch, and it couldn't arrive at a better time for them. Map point, 2 versus 1. He absolutely nails it that map.
You knew he would show up eventually. There's so much depth on Astralis. They'll beat you any given way. Ents deserve credit. They pulled back even against the world's best. They made it a game. They made it a contest. 16-11. We have a final. There's no question about it. And we go to Inferno next.
A tantalizing map, but that's where Astralis do their absolute best work. It's going to take everything Ents have in them to actually do anything on Inferno, but they've shown they can play at this level. Astralis will rattle for a few rounds. It is a close game, 16-11, and we'll see what can happen in the next map.
crush the claws that hold you back. Falling down, you get back up, 'cause you are own, and you're breaking through your rivals till they know you're a warrior. Walk through fire, try to keep your eyes closed, 'cause you wanna lie in silver for your own. Don't take liars when they're superimposed, 'cause they wanna raid your dreams when you're alone. Falling down, you get back up, 'cause you are own, and you're breaking through your rivals till they know you're a warrior.
It's happening. O Major é nosso. Walk through fire, try to keep your eyes closed, 'cause you wanna lie in silver for your own. Don't take liars when they're superimposed, 'cause they wanna raid your dreams when you're alone. Falling down, you get back up, 'cause you are own, and you're breaking through your rivals till they know you're a warrior. Cut through darkness, try to keep your head up, 'cause you wanna crush the claws that hold you back. Falling down, you get back up, 'cause you are own, and you're breaking through your rivals till they know you're a warrior.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice Major Championship Finals. I'm Frankie Ward and I'm here with the incredible crowd in the Spodek Arena. And I found myself a pair of representatives for each of our final teams. We've got Astralis and of course Ensa. And the slightly awkward thing is, these guys are mates. Are you not arguing over who's going to win, Marlena?
Sorry?
Are you finding it difficult because your friends are supporting Ents?
No, not really.
It's all in good sport.
Is it in good sport though because you're Finnish? Do you not find it slightly annoying that your Finnish countrymen are supporting a Danish team?
A bit.
Well, they don't know enough about Counter-Strike.
Oh my goodness, Samo, you did not do that. I think we're gonna have to settle this using the audience. Okay then, in the Astralis corner, Marlena, I want you to lead a cheer for Astralis. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Let's go, guys.
Astralis! Astralis! Astralis!
Okay, not bad, but Ensa, can you outdo them?
EC4! 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 EC4!
It's getting a little bit political here in the Spodek Arena, and I know it's going to be extra political on the desk as we talk about our second map on... Oh, let's see it.
Astralis gave them hell on the first map, and we're here to talk about trade. Astralis on the right track for a trophy, that's for sure, as they conduct themselves with the utmost grace. My goodness. Joined by Sponge and Pimp now to talk about it. I'm your host, Machine. We've got a lot to talk about in a very short space of time, guys, because real resilience and real chances from Ents against Astralis on their map pick.
Yeah, look, Alex, you know I'm a realist in this situation. I know Astralis is the #1 undisputed team in the world, but I'm even cheering for Ents right now because I want to see a fantastic game of Counter-Strike, and once they had that clutch, that 1v1 where Sergey was able to win, it felt like that was another one of those rounds, another one of those Ents rounds where they just pull it back and they just fight, you know? It was fantastic to see.
I mean, Zipnik's the highest rated player on the server, and not only did he finish that game, Jacob, but it felt like on numerous occasions he saved Astralis' skin.
He's just so good at the game, Alex.
Isn't he?
It's simple as it is, right? The clutch scenario, everything he does is so calculated, and that's just Zipnik's for you right there. Ents did everything they could in order to give themselves a chance, winning both pistol rounds, playing some decent Counter-Strike, but in the end, as you said, guys like Zipnik's Magic Spore as well, who's definitely an MVP candidate for the entire tournament, stepped up. And I think Ents right now just have to face the fact that they're playing an Astralis in top shape.
Yeah, I think when you look at this being, you know, one of the lower ranking maps for Astralis, and they're still able to do this against a team whose best map it is, really just attests to how good this team is. Now, I don't, you know, I'm not normally calling players out for bad plays or deaths and that kind of stuff, but Ariel had some very bad deaths on that CT side towards Popdog. There's 2 that really stick out there. You can see the way that they're approaching a lot of situations too. X7, after he gets a kill with an AWP, he's now jumping, hopping around, very aggressive. It looks like they're scrimming, right? They're just playing a very free style. But X7 had a huge amount of impact in that game.
I mean, this quote-unquote puggy style, it's got them far. It seems that that confidence comes from this kind of, this isn't a big game attitude. You don't have to get into this super tight-knit, overly concentrated. What do you reckon?
I think that's a good idea. I like the way that they're approaching the game as they would approach any other game coming into the final against Astralis. They're playing up front, they're playing aggressive, they're trying to force the rotation out of Astralis and trying to put pressure on them. And yeah, you could say that that may not work against Astralis, but at least they're trying and they're sticking to their own game plan. This could easily have been a much more of a slaughter had they tried to play a different style of Counter-Strike.
Alex, I highlighted some of the clutch statistics for this Ents esports team over their whole journey here, and they're phenomenal, right? Everybody's had a lot of impact in 1vx situations, but Zipnik's showing up again, breaking hearts, getting it done. That's how he closed it out. He's really showing him how the best clutcher in the world does it.
Yeah, my goodness, he just keeps bringing it. And of course, 3 clutches for Ents on Train. Well, 1 versus X's, that's for sure. Now, we do have an opportunity to break some of Train down at greater depth over at the Telestrator. Sean Gares, what have you got for us?
Yeah, Alex, so this is actually the clutch Xipix won to close out the game. And what's so cool about this is all of the different things Xipix does right. So we're going to start by playing it. He just mollied in the ladder room. He jump spotted someone there, gets a free kill for Device right now. So that brings it down to a 2-on-2. Device gets traded out, and now we're in a 1-on-1. So Xipix knows, or I'm sorry, yes, a 1-on-2. I'm sorry, 1-on-2. So he knows Sergey got a frag previously at inner, so he knows he could be lurking around somewhere close. And he knows Sergey has a CZ, so he has to play a close angle. What you're going to see, he shakes his crosshair on the spools. That's a common land trick that actually a lot of top pros do. He's trying to get a reaction out of the crowd. So he immediately clears that spot without clearing it, which is the craziest thing of all. He plants in the only spot that's safe to everything, mollies the Z, And then he's aware. He's aware that Sergey could be upper. You could see he checked it, and then he gets in the best post-plant spot possible, the side of the oil train, and he just plays with sound from here on out. It's literally the perfect clutch. I don't think Sergey could have played the round any better. I was extremely impressed with how Sergey was disciplined enough to fall back after the first frag. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, no, that's what's so mad to me is that Sergey managed to get the frag with the CZ. He only had a pistol and back away safely. These guys have got a whole lot of cojones, and we're going to be seeing how they fare on our next map. So the first, Train, it was Entz's choice, did go the way of Astralis, but up next, it is the Danish territory and the Great Danes. They haven't dropped it. 14-0 run on Inferno.
The battle for Banana is the most highly contested piece of real estate in the game. Not only is it the main route for attacks on the B bomb site, but the information it provides the owner is immense. Round after round, countless utility is expended, carpeting the narrow choke point with flames, smoke, and shrapnel, all in the fight for control. Developing into what could be described as a tennis match of grenades, teams hedge their bets in the best way possible to deploy their forces to other corners of the map. The narrow streets of Inferno have played host to countless epics over the years. Keep your eyes peeled on a map that guarantees action-packed Counter-Strike.
So the reason why Banana is such an important part of the map is because of the utility required to take it. And what we're going to watch right now is how Astralis dominates the Banana with utility and what it means for their late rounds. So we're going to have 3 people going to Banana at the start of the round, and you can see it forces MIBR to throw that smoke right there as a counter, so that way Astralis cannot get control of Banana. Glaive is jump spotting, and he's just double nading right now with Device and Xyp9x. And what's going to happen is as the smoke fades, they have a perfect timing for a re-smoke bottom Banana, the double mollies in the middle, which then requires another smoke out of MIBR. So now MIBR has used 2 smokes in Banana, and they have gotten no real estate for it. So it's now safe for Astralis to back up off of Banana, and I'll show you guys what this means now for the later round for Astralis, which is why it's so difficult to play him. So Dupree's going to get some info top mid and die right there, but Device is actually still alive at lane right there. And what he's doing is he's spotting mid, and then he smokes lane. So I'm going to pause it real quick. What that then causes MIBR to do is to go up the arch side of mid. Now, this seems like it's the right idea because you can see what's going on, but you also feel like Astralis is filtering you to that side of the map by throwing this smoke, which Device threw. So you don't really trust your instincts when you play Astralis, and that's why you're going to see actually MIBR go all the way back around, which, by the way, Fer got naded right there through the smoke by Magisboy. Another thing that you have to be worried about when you play them. And it's just their time in the round is running out, and there's nothing you can do about it.
It's brutal, Sean. It really is, and we've seen it time after time. They've set records on this map for utility damage. They averaged at one point 50 average damage with utility per round.
The current stat for Astralis on Inferno, out of 47 maps played in the last 12 months on LAN, they have the highest team out of everybody in the world with ADR of 38.8. That's the average over those 47 maps. They also have the highest win percentage, but one thing that's good for Ents here is they actually have the highest opening kills out of all the same teams over the last 12 months on LAN. You know, they've got the highest 4v5 win percentage. You know, they're up there in trades as well, actually the highest at 25.1%. They're going to need all of those stat lines to come into favor here if they want to beat Astralis on their home pick.
They have to play the best Counter-Strike that we've ever seen Ents play. The problem for them is that Astralis have something to look at, right? We saw Ents play Inferno against Liquid, a game that Liquid arguably should have won. They should have closed it out. Ents had no business in winning that. That said, though, they were able to fight back and win that in OT. So the problem for Ents coming into this one is is their playbook deep enough to go up against a team like Astralis, who 100% have prepared Inferno coming into this grand final.
I mean, there's plenty to look at, but how much is wrong? How much is you able to exploit? Twister, the coach, coming into this grand final, he said, I could find gaps in Liquid, I could find gaps in Na'Vi. You're going against Astralis on a map that they have not lost in what feels like forever. They've got a 14-0 streak. It is truly against all odds, and as the stage starts to rise, so does the anticipation, because now it is one single map of Counter-Strike. They've played thousands, but this one means oh so much more. Dynasty to be forged for Astralis and Ents to complete the Cinderella story. The odds stacked against them. It's over to Henry G and Sadakis to shout about their favorite video game.
Absolutely, I love Portal 2. Just kidding, Alex. This is going to be incredible. Ents have it all to do. Pulling back, as you say, on a map that Astralis are 14-0. Push down, X7's already got Glaive. He started off kills in all 3 of the pistols. He has gotten the opener, but Device is so far down Banana already, and he and Dupree, they pulled it back.
Aggressive start there from Ents, and he kept the opening pick. It was looking very good, but Device towards Log shuts it all down. It's now just Aerial, and the Astralis players are very, very aware of that. The bomb's still down in T-spawn, they'll push towards the step, and there it is, the first pistol on the board for Astralis. They lost both of them on train, but this is a fantastic start. Device with 2, Dupree from 3, and they didn't have to deploy a strategy there, really. Just a default, waiting for that aggression. Nice idea from Ents, get the first kill, but Device in Logs manages to find all the kills required. Now, Ents have the option to force buy in this second round. It's very common on the CT side of Inferno. Get the CZ's armor, smokes out, treated like a gun round, but they're going to take the full eco instead. Nothing really purchased here at all as we head into round number 2. No nades, no armor, just default pistols, and they'll have a 5-man A-stack towards the apartments.
We're just watching to make sure no one jumped through boilers. They push down, you're absolutely right, but problem being, and they're discovering this the further they go with each passing step. There's no one there.
Yeah.
Back over toward B instead.
Looks like it's clear, and indeed it is. Ents will be conceding this round for sure at this stage as Zipex finds a couple towards the bottom. Device will back him up with the AK-47. They don't have to force the issue on these frags, but Dupree can actually farm some cash to the MAC-10. You want to send those SMGs in first as he does a lot of damage here. Great stuff. Will there be one kill found? Absolutely not. It's the SMGs doing most of the heavy lifting here, but Ents can buy up now. They'll have M4s for masses, maybe some orcs, we'll see. The AWP is available to X7, but I don't think he's purchasing it.
Still waiting to find out. No, he's gone away from it, so he's gone to the AUG. No bomb plants required thus far. For Astralis, they just win it on kills. It's aggression. Down Banana that time.
Now, if we look at this, there's no incendiaries at all. Apart from LXV's got 1. How do they get real control here? Well, if you send 4 players towards B, you might stand a chance. That's exactly what Ents have done here. Trying to get that banana control that Sean was talking about, but overwhelmed by the Molotov, they'll have to fall back. There's only 1 player on the A side. That's going to be Aerial, as Glaive pushes closer and closer to the mouth of the bomb site here. Flash over, they're going to try and reclaim territory. It's looking pretty good so far, but a kill in return. CT still fighting back, but it's a 3 versus 2. Sergey alone on the bomb site. They might not anticipate him, though. He gets the first frag. Smoke is good. This could be enough.
But now he stands trial for all of his sins because they know he's there and alone. They're going to sneak through it as well. Already around behind. Holding off on the tree. He knows Dupree that smoke's going to be gone, so he swings back over and gets inside of the ruins instead. Aerial has not seen anyone.
Yeah, he was aware of the possibility of a player going towards spawn, but there's so many angles to check. Sergey will do what he can here. It all comes down to the timings. Dupree, remember the MAC-10, he actually does not have the advantage at this point.
And Zipix isn't immediately inside of the site, so this isn't a perfect trade. You have to take many steps to get there, but the fact of the matter is he's wasted so much ammo that Zipix has the chance because Sergey can't continue it on. And it's Aerial yet again. Smoke down, he won't be able to push through yet. Dupree's low. If he somehow can swing to find him and not be spotted in turn, he looked the wrong way. Aerial drops, Dupree covers it.
An interesting approach there from Ents. They knew they had a lack of utility, so they tried to counter that fact with numbers towards a banana area. 4 to be exact. With the rifles, the SMG trying to battle back, but you can see 5 players from Astralis there ready to fight back, and it's Dupree once again. Now play with a flashbang off his teammate. Zipex throws a flash, he sneaks through spawn, and Dupree, like we mentioned, did not have the advantage in the initial duel towards first oranges, but he gets back up from Zipex there. They win the round, and it's 3-0. Dupree is 8-0, by the way. He hasn't even died yet as we enter round number 4. It's Ents with Deagle, CZs. And they've got a mountain to climb now. This is looking like a 4-0 start on the T side for Astralis.
And think about the heavy heart Dupree plays with as well. His father passed just before the start of this major. And he's been here, he's been absolutely focused. No doubt the first emotion for him after this game, win or lose, will be with that of his father. Device takes down X7. Carmack spoke about it, the amount of sacrifice these players have had to be here. Dupree will finally drop. Gun available as well. still at B, Device.
He's already got a kill for the smoke. Almost found a second there. He might be able to get it at this point. Lexi B is very low indeed. Flashbangs in. It looks like all 4 players will commit. There's nothing that Lexi can really do here. He might be able to get 1 deagle kill. He's got 10 HP. He'll have to be absolutely perfect here. There's the shot he needed, but the rounds should still be going in favor of Astralis. But the CTs have an M4. No bomb planted just yet.
Alu swings it back in again. Sergey and Ariel get position. They know the Device is deep. He's already found the first. This is when Alu could walk in, though they're not looking his direction. Gets one, falls off, but he knows they're still on either side, and Zipex takes matters into his own hands.
Just before it gets a little bit uncomfortable, Zipex takes care of it. 4 in a row, a decent round there from Ents, but no victory. But this is where the game really begins on the second map. Alu, considered one of the best AWPers on the CT side of Inferno. His arch play is spectacular. Always delivers. But he's going to have to do more than ever in this particular round. Device, so perfect. Gets the kill for the smoke initially to open things up. Keeps trading with his teammates, and it's round number 5, 4-0 for Astralis on the T side of Inferno. All for Alu. And a very default setup here, but Alu is going to be looking down towards the underpass and T-steps area.
Alu just waiting. We know how good he is on Inferno. He can take matters very seriously with that op. How many times have we seen him push down the wall mid?
He loves that play.
And Vold this time very passively, waiting to watch inside of Boiler, but they're sneaking behind. This setup's not really designed to cover off for a fast play out of the apartments. Ariel, he's got to be perfect blinded off. Didn't even see them get in. They got behind him. Sergey found only 1, but Ariel steps back up. Unfortunately, the strike of a match, he's utterly turned to ash by Majiskin. He burns down inside a pit, opens up a lot because they're out. Bomb is behind the hole, though. Majiskin has to cross back over. Fortunately, there's a smoke down in front of Library that will allow him to do so.
3 versus 3, but a massive advantage here for Astralis. The retake begins, the orb's up, but another smoke is down. How do they break through the force field of the smoke towards the arch side? Now focus towards Quad, but maybe if he gets one of these kills, the round can be done. Looking for both of them, he absolutely nails it. Does he finish things off with a hat trick? We'll see. Alu with no choice but to fall back and hold on to the AWP. That's going to be 5-0 for sure now. Lovely approach of Astralis. They've got so much money, so much momentum behind them. They get the apartment's control, 1 smoke out, a flashbang to follow, and they make things so difficult to contain. It's that Molotov towards a pit that removed Ariel from the equation. He got 1 kill, but Alu might be done for here. Hits the shot towards Glaive. I don't think he survives this.
For a second follow-up, but he should. Now they get around, they're trying to spam, and he might be saved by the time he is. So the AWP, all they have to work with on the inside. Force around it?
They could with maximum loss bonus.
It's a close force, though. It's just under the threshold of comfort. They're going to. It's going to be UMPs.
Well, Ariel hasn't got armor yet. He does buy the UMP.
Might be solo. Oh.
Just a partial buy around it. Still possible, though. We know the potential of Alu on this map. We just have to see it.
Just waiting again. Same position as last time, so didn't want to get aggressive with the op. Thought there was a chance he might. Might be too early in the game to start throwing caution to the wind.
Wow, look at this
so
stack.
cavalier. Yeah, this is very clever. Done. Game over. But did they know there's one behind? Sergey, he doesn't strike fast enough. The door open, they likely would have turned around too quickly.
Yeah, they're there anyway. They're watching it. It's a nice opening pick, but Sergey can still cause damage here. Close range CZ. Doesn't land anything at all. It's Zipex with both of the opening kills. The 5 versus 3, but Alu's still alive. A small chance they can win this still.
He's got to be in the right place at the right time as much as accurate with the AWP because they now identify he's still on A. Glaive's going to rotate the bomb back around toward T-stairs, and the fact that they have Device and Majiskin inside of the B site pretty much confirms matters done. And this time, you got 51 seconds. The bomb's nowhere near being planted. There's no way Alu survives. This time they're going to punish him, surely.
Well, they've got him surrounded. They're not even planting right now. They want to take him. He misses the shot, the all-important one. And that's the orb remove, but he still has cash. He has $6,200. It's 6-0 on the T side of Inferno. This is the Astralis pick. Not many teams can touch them on this map whatsoever. And it's going to be a counter-terrorist timeout. That's Ents working out their options here. Now they purchase the AWP. Do they want the secondary orb once again? We saw X7 rolling that weapon on train to great effect.
They need to start posting rounds now. 6 is actually enough on the T side to consider it an okay half, or even a pretty decent half, sometimes depending on the matchup. So they need to start posting a lot of rounds together. Astralis have so much cash, and the pressure's starting to get to Ents now. Getting ran over here in the first half of the second map.
We've yet to see them really be run over. Again, they're somehow capable of pulling themselves back into these situations. They were 7-0 down against Big in an elimination match, 0-2 in the group stage.
Yes, that's a very good point.
Again, every time we say that, we have to remind you, though, that Astralis on a stage is something unworldly, something we've never seen in Counter-Strike before. They are just so good.
It's very true. Ali spots the leg of one, still can't connect the shots just yet. Dupree baits out the smoke. Does he want to push it? Not quite. He'll fall back and accept the fact they had some sort of a victory with that smoke baited out. Banana control for the CTs, but still very early on in the round. And LXCB with no grenades now. X7, same story. That's his smoke gone. So now, how do they hold on to this banana area? They've got nothing to challenge it with.
They're going to boost it. You can see him call for it the second he went down. Alexi, make sure it's clear. He's above the Molotov. That'll give him one. They can fade back, but they need to get away from the flames, and they can't. Alexi was tagged just enough as he fell off the wall that he'll burn alive as soon as he wanted to get back to B.
That's still a massive advantage for Astralis, especially on Inferno. The numbers will be very thin on the CT side. You can see it's just X7. Remember, no utility at all. That's, well, around half HP. He pulls another one back. Can he get the second? He absolutely can. That's fantastic as he goes to the 4-on-2.
That's a brave re-peek. Especially, as you say, he was alone on the site. Xyp9x had to go back for the bomb. This buys a lot of time. No one rotating off, though. So this could still be X7 solo holding. And if they let this be a plant, and Alu's got to rotate over, he's the closest with the AWP. They've got 2 smokes on the Astralis side. Either of those are up in the post plant. This could be a huge problem. One's going to go down now. X7, he's found. It's exactly that. They're late to rotate. So bomb gets in. 18 seconds, it will be planted. And Dupree, he wants to hold inside of it. He's actually going to fall off. Probably the better call. He can certainly hear them working their way back in. He'll even consider Banana at this point in time because it's planted for him. He can swing out. Xyp9x, he stays directly on top at the emo position. It's a perfect way to swing. He can drop down, cover off anyone to his left. And Howler's the only one there so far. Again, the AWP, up close as it is. Utility thrown in, flash dodge. Xyp9x goes for it. Exactly the play that was called out. Dupree back in. He finds both, and it's 7-0.
It doesn't get much better than that, ladies and gentlemen. That is Counter-Strike perfection. My God. 3 versus 2. No utility available on the T side, but the positioning, the reactions to the smokes coming in. It's Xyp9x playing off his teammate. And look at that play. Preemptive fire towards the coffins is absolutely beautiful. How they pull that round off, I'm not sure, but Ents are really feeling it now. They have to go into round number 8 with nothing more than Deagles and CZs. They've got 4 HEs, however. They can get an opening kill from this, but they won't be able to recover rifles. Nades go in, not much damage found. There it is towards Glaive. But he'll continue to force the issue towards B. Down he goes, maybe a little bit too aggressive there with low HP.
Can't get the rifle, though. It's just too far out of reach. Device makes sure of it by putting a Molotov back in the corner to ensure that they've gone back over to the site. Double boost. Might have to be. So they'll keep 2 above the smokes. Mass chaos will ensue if they don't look that direction, because 2 pistols, one of them a Deagle, can do massive damage if Astralis walks by that. And they'll smoke it again. Device with the Krieg wants to try and open up toward coffins. Jisk is still there as well, and I think he's setting to clear out new box.
Still the advantage of Astralis, even with that pick. 4 players on the CT side focusing the B bomb side, but the bomb for now is in second middle. It's just Aerial, who's currently holding in the pits. He'll have his work cut out for him. Device showing a little bit of presence towards B. CT still there.
Third smoke deployed towards CT. Not a lot of utility left over on the Astralis side. Device is close enough that he might actually be able to sneak under it, even with the boost. X7, he won't see him. Does, but it's too late. Doesn't want to fire at that point. He gives the information to Alexi instead. They try and walk the boost out. That makes it easier for Device to actually line up the shots, but Sergey, he gets underneath of it. Meanwhile, it's back over toward A. Aerial has to do every bit of work. He's got an AK to work with that they've given to him, but that's taken immediately back.
Bomb's going to go down, and it begins again at 3 versus 2. No kits available for the CTs, as Magisk and Zipex both get in the apartments here. Great positioning once again.
Still the advantage, but Alu has an AK, 100 HP. You'd argue with the armor as well that he's their best shot at this.
No kits, no smokes. How do they win this?
1 kill easy. Alu's go on. It just sneaks back around. He's coy. Sergey, not much to do at this point in time. Let's take the blood from Magisk's head, but it won't be much more than that. Bomb's gonna detonate 8-0, and Zipex even wants to chase him down. He was low HP. Easily done. Zipex just barely stays alive. Astralis say unbeaten so far in Inferno.
Most rounds do nothing for Ents at this point. Zipex, after winning that one, has $16,000. That's the absolute maximum you can have in Counter-Strike. It was a close game. I would say that's significant, the fact they did so much damage, but at 8-0 down, it doesn't help them at all. Ents will try and counter this with a double AWP setup. Alexi B and Alu with the sniper rifles here. But once again, it's just so perfect from Astralis. There's not really much you can do against this. They get that bomb down with 5 seconds to spare. They both get in the apartments. It's absolutely ruin Ents. Alu back on the AWP, and this time not as aggressive. Need to start winning some rounds here. 8-0 down. Astralis have already won the half. There's the shot. Alexi B is going to be dropped here. He gets away just about. An opening pick once more for X7.
What?
Hello!
Glaive, oh man, he absolutely nails it. They both got weakened up. He tosses in a nade.
Wow. You don't see many double kills of the HE map. That's insane.
We talked about how Astralis reinvented this game using utility. This map especially. HEs were not really relevant, not prevalent until the last 6 months, and they are the reason why. Aerial again, 1-on-4, 9-0. There's no way he can pull this back. And there's no use rowing from the consecrated whale at this point. He will at least get 1 back, but it's inevitable. They're gonna run him over at this rate. Bomb's already planted and Glaive's hunting.
They're gonna have to eco again, or at least a partial buy next round. If they save the AUG, they might be tempted to force into it, but why wouldn't you hunt him? You've got so much money here on the T side, and it's Glaive sniffing him out. Aerial, just a couple of bullets in this AK will take him down, as it looks like Glaive has found him once again. Another clean sweep. They've barely died on the Astralis side. Dupree 11-3, Zipex 11-2. Alu 1-8. Similar scenes to what we saw yesterday when he dropped off.
And he's had the op twice. It's not like it's been all economy against him. 5 kills tops for both Sergey and Alexi. Nice puts on a clinic as always.
The double kill at first Oranges. It looked like they'd done enough. They got the opening pick, but then it swings in the blink of an eye. And like I said, Ents now get $3,400 every round they lose at this point. Problem is, you need about 4,500 per player to have a decent buy on the CT side. They're going to have to go CZ and armor again, but they are good in these sort of situations. Not over just yet. It's a very scary scoreline, but they've come back from worse. We'll see if CZ's armor can find them that round to get them on their feet, get some money rolling. PT50 CZs, HEs, still a chance, but if it goes 10-0, that chance really is running quite thin.
Just gonna get spotted out. Wow, finally they go aggressive. Sergey's got it down. Device has to turn his attention, but he knows that means there's gonna be a bait towards top of Banana. He won't get caught by it.
Beautiful.
Unbelievable. He's so well orchestrated in every situation. You can't fool Device. Even when you think you've got the upper hand and you've got him outnumbered, Glaive's gonna close off X7. Even the aggression won't work, and at this point it's not even round by round, it's pain by pain. Then Ents slowly have to let this game slip away. They've got to do something to get back in. Finally, an AWP back out in their hands.
You're right there. The AWP's come out to go for the double AWP setup again. Alexi B considering it, hasn't purchased it, but Device just looks like he's on another level right now. Nothing can be done. 10-0 on the T side of Inferno. They're already a map up. This will do it. Secure their 3rd major championship. An unexpected matchup here. Ents will go down swinging, but need to start posting around. Need at least 3 or 4 to even start the conversation of the comeback.
Double flash goes out, but already forward at that position is X7. That catches off Magisk. He's not done there either. He goes back around. Finally, they get something rolling. Alu. He takes out Dupree. Flame's going to be locked in, and they'll shut him down. All on to Xyp9x, this time in a 1-on-4. Can he keep the shutout alive?
So this is going to be the loss bonus now removed, man. Every kill Xyp9x can find in this situation is going to have a massive knock-on effect. He might still be able to win this, you know. With a minute there, the flashbang goes through. It's actually looking very good. Sergey will take him though, before things get out of hand. Loss bonus removed. The next round is must win. No question about it. Ents have to take this one. A 10-5 scoreline, it's still possible to recover. They'll have the AWP, a couple of rifles as well. This has to be victory, nothing else will do. Great aggression there. Not timid at all. Lovely work from Sergey to close out the round cleanly as we head into round number 12. Spending almost everything they've got.
Still a few smiles on their side so far.
I gotta enjoy this journey, right? Still once in a lifetime sort of situation.
And there's nothing to be ashamed of. This run has been so good from them. This one is as well as they run down middle. It'll be Alu holding off the corner. We know he's good at it, but he's flashed away. He's got a scurry. Alexi wants to reclaim the other side of the map. Device again through smoke. These guys are so good at lining up and anticipating as Alexi can't even find him. He steps away, and he nearly gets it again, even spraying with the pistol. Just foolish. Xyp9x will flash himself back in aerial alone in the site. Does find one. They don't even consider the fact that he could still be in the corner because they had to pit for so long, but his patience did catch them slightly off. Unfortunately, he'll burn. He'll burn it, but the nade in response to Alexi. He's in the open. They're so good with utility on the Astralis side.
It's pretty unbelievable, I have to say. Wow. Just an Magus has got 213 utility damage so far. Glaive with 119 and Divisive 43. They're doing absolute work with the utility, that's for sure. And that's the round they couldn't afford to lose. They will not have the loss bonus behind them now. They'll have to buy up with everything they can. CZs, Deagles, Scouts, and Org. If they can't win this round, it's likely to be a 14-1 half. No damage done there, right through the wickets as Molotov will hold the CTs at bay. The grenades will do work once again. Alu goes down. Alexi beat. Nobody drops, and this is all falling apart once again. Xyp9x patient for the push. They just know exactly what's going to happen in every round of CS. He is baited out, but he can't get the double. It's left in a 4 versus 1. That is the nightmare scenario now.
He's gone. Even flashing himself out. Dupree's already on the case. You're right. They're one step ahead in every single situation. 12-run reset. Not much left for Ents now.
Sonic doesn't have to do much at this point. They're in cruise control, and it has to be an eco. They got $2,000. They'll have to eco for the last round. That's why I was saying the 14-1 scoreline was looking very likely.
It's not so easy today.
Full eco.
And a full rush. On caution to the wind at this point. They've got to try and catch them off somehow. Shortly with Device again. He's ready for it. He certainly is. Device nearly getting the ace. I thought he would get the 5th. Glaive beats him to it. Same result, though. It's another round for Astralis. And it's one step closer to tying the record for all-time major victories. They want their 3rd. They want 2nd back-to-back. Fnatic won their 3rd and their final on this stage, keep in mind.
That's a very good point. Last round, what a half it's been. Astralis displaying pure dominance here. Why they're considered the world's best. So consistent. This is no flash in the pan. They've been at the very top for a long time now. Doesn't look like they'll be challenged today. Looking for the clean sweep in the final, the 2-0. 14-1 in the T sides. Pretty unheard of, but if there's ever a team that could do it, these group of young Danes would certainly be in that conversation. No kits, barely any utility, no AWP for Alu. Hoping to see more from the AWP. I don't think we've seen a frag from it so far. Sergey with the M4. They've lost map control here. The aggression hasn't worked. The default setups have yielded no fruit. Bomb still down in T-spawn. Alexi be with a chance here, but can't connect the bullets.
He's tapping. Device knows exactly where They're inclined to play. Not even about baiting out utility because there just isn't any. No kits either, keep in mind. Smokes toward Coffins now. As the Danes mount their attack. Firing through smokes even. Incendiaries to clear oranges 1 and 2. X7. He walks heavy on delicate ground. Tries to play inside the smoke. It doesn't work. Glaive. He's able to run him over. Follows that up. Once again, the site is open. Dupree will go for the plants.
4 versus 3. Zipex in a prime position for another kill as well. Absolutely nails it. It's looking likely to be 14-1 here. Device has had such a tremendous half. It doesn't get much better than this. He currently sits on 18 kills and 5 deaths, and Dupree, that is bickering over the frags now. Who will get them? Absolute dominance there. Counter-strike perfection. This is why they're the best. And it looks like this could be the end. They've had an amazing journey here, but Astralis just too powerful. There will be a chance in the second half if they can pick up the pistol, but whether they can go further than that is yet to be seen. You'll have to find out after this break.
Heavens are the limit now. Let's fly just one more night. One more night. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out.
Ents may have touched eternal things on the hearts of humankind. No one can ever take this run away from them, but Astralis, they never let it in their minds. It's not even come into a shadow of doubt in this game. It's 14-1, and we've got maybe just 2 rounds away from them in a 3rd major championship.
Absolutely right. Ents will do everything they can in this pistol, of course. They've got 5 sets of Kevlar, and they're going for the rush towards middle. It's Dupree that takes a bullet to the face, but he will survive as they continue to push towards the arch side. Dupree to play in the slow. What is that shot? Unbelievably good, as Glaive will try and back them up. It's the advantage for Astralis, but can they hold on to it?
They're forward to the smoke, but they've lost the bomb. Glaive's great shot takes down Alexi, and they've got to turn back forward. He's well aware of the fact, and Xipix has already rotated in, so Aerial, he's fighting in very difficult circumstances. Fortunately, they cleared out Pit, and they have the backside of the site. On top of that, they've got the advantage. A comeback. They have to play it. They have to put everything into it. They've got to give themselves every chance and believe in every possibility. They'll corner off Xipix, but Device has gone around. He's got one down already. He's isolated Sergey, but the reload could cost him. Sergey holds on, and Ents get their second.
Smiles on their face. They should enjoy every moment of this. 4 of these players in their first major and the grand final against the world's best. They've won the pistol. They'll bring out the AKs, but as I mentioned in the first half, on Inferno, the CT side, second round force fight is very viable. 5-7 CZs, a plethora of smokes and flashbangs as well. Astralis will try and end this early.
You got lots of time to recover from that if it doesn't work out. Bomb down for the fact that they were holding it on the front man. They didn't want Alexi to run in around the corner and give up something quite so easily, but Dupree even still finds the first kill.
They've rushed middle again, by the way. They rushed middle on pistol. They've rushed middle in the second round. It's a 5 versus 3. Damage down to Alexi B. It looks like it's falling apart, but they start to save the day. Goes to the 2-on-2 now.
Good swing from Aerial down to Xipix, but the 1-on-1. We know how good he is, but he has to reload, and there's not enough time for him to reset into his tactics. It's when he gets time to set up, that's when you know you're in trouble, but if you can bounce, you won't give that chance away. Unfortunately, they do lose all but 1, but they stay alive.
It's a full eco now for Astralis. Do Ents just rush middle again? No one works out. It was a 5 versus 3 that's recovered. I love the fact they smile on their faces. Nothing to be ashamed of here. 1 HE, 1 Deagle. That's all Astralis will bring into round number 18. And they are sending heavy numbers towards middle again. It is Dupree waiting with the Deagle, but down he goes. He did get a headshot through the wall and take Alexi B down to 1 HP. That's incredibly unlucky. Rush middle again, it works 3 out of 3 times.
No fault there. If it ain't broken, I mean, what are the odds that they're going to do it a 3rd time as well, right? You can't really blame Astralis for assuming to stack the B site. Eventually, something's got to change. double bluff. Either way, Alu's going to wait, see if he can build out the cash, see if he can get rolling on this T side, maybe get the AWP out. Aegis will get yet more utility kills for Astralis. Just still getting the back guys to use the attack at range. He's taking so too is Sergey. 4 players still up. I want to make sure Sergey he stays that way because they can't afford to lose any more of the AKs. Does bomb detonate? No, I think time's going to reset just barely. They almost lost 2 guns to the bomb at the end of that.
Well, this is where things might start to come to a close. Astralis with the AWP. The Orgs are out. No kids, however. I don't think Ents will rush middle again. Now they've got 3 rounds in a row. Might be worth thinking about going back to the defaults and seeing what can be done here. Take it round by round. That's what they've done before. I mean, they recovered 15-8 against Liquid. This is a much taller order, but we'll see what can be done. Towards Banana they go. Mac 10 damage done, but Glaive with the M4. He'll get 2 and doesn't even want to fall back yet.
It looked like he was going to get taken down on that because Zipix was caught with a nade out. Glaive was never spotted. Momentum shifts yet again. They've gone low. Both those players on B are low, but Device is rotating over as a result. He'll bring the op. And Alu's overextended. He's not aware that a Device has come right back over on his side of the map. Boldly gets taken down. Ariel's the last alive. It looks like championship and major point of the Intel Extreme Masters kind of its events. Going the way of Astralis. All they have to do is find 1 remaining player. Dupree does that.
1 more round will do it. It'll be a 3rd major trophy heading towards the cabinet of Astralis. That's such a dominant round as well. Glaive, he's not messing around. 2 kills of the M4, falls back, funnels him towards A. Bomb nowhere near planted. That's Ents who have enough to buy into this round, but they'll get 4 AKs, 1 Deagle. Expensive rounds previous. And is this where it all ends? 1 more round will do it.
And if you doubted for a second that they weren't the greatest of all time before, what argument have you now? History is being written with every single event they attend. This is unexplored. No one's done what they have. Intel Extreme Masters, the Grand Slam last year, back-to-back majors. Surely 2019 can't possibly be as good as 2018, but there's no signs of them slowing down. Not for Dupree either. He'll get 2. They walk in the smoke. Glaive, he'll only punish 1, but it's just Ariel to find, and it's done! They had 1 goal. That's it. That's all they wanted. Back to back. And they've done it now. And the last to join the circle is Dupree. How much he had to give to be here. How much he had to give up. The loss of his father. No doubt he'll be smiling down on him now because he has broken all the records along with his team.
Absolutely stunning stuff there from Astralis. Perfection on Counter-Strike. Inferno is their map. They define how it is played. No one can stop them. Just unbelievably good, time and time again.
And credit to Ents, who did the unthinkable to take down world number 2. World number 3. Comebacks in all fashions. But you can't mess with greatness. You can't mess with history. And these guys are writing it in every event. Intel Extreme Masters, champions, majors, back-to-back. Astralis again in Katowice.
Astralis, they join an elite club, back-to-back majors, 3 in the cabinet. They don't lose a single map on the Spodek stage. Untouchable, undisputed. Astralis, your kings of Counter-Strike. Katowice, they've bared witness to the coronation. We here at the desk do too. Gentlemen, this is a run. This is a team everybody is setting their sights on.
You stay on top long enough, you find the heroes becoming the villain, and my goodness, all have Astralis in their crosshair.
Look, the Astralis brand is winning. It's as simple as that. These guys have done it time and time again. They're proving yet again that they stay the best team in the world, that nobody can touch. The gap that they have set, the precedent that Astralis have put down for the rest of the Counter-Strike scene is immense, and I don't know if anybody can climb it.
No, they're the best team in Counter-Strike history, in my opinion. This is the most competitive era of Counter-Strike we've ever had. Dozens of teams paid to be pro full-time, analysts, coaches, sports psychologists. It doesn't matter. None of these teams can match Astralis. 12-0 in the playoffs in the last 2 majors.
Alex, every other team in the world goes to bed at night, and this is what they see. Astralis are their nightmare. Well, I'm scared.
It was Muhammad Ali who said, if you even dream of beating me, you better wake up and apologize. And I don't think Astralis are far from it. People are going to start having those dreams, and my goodness, I don't think we're going to see them realize who on earth takes a trophy away from them. Well, OJ, he's going to be talking to the victors now.
Thank you very much, Alex. It's an emotional stage right now, and with Dupree, who I can see has got tears in his eyes. Emotionally for you right now, you must be going through absolutely everything.
Yeah, it's very unreal. I came into this tournament with my father. Yeah, he passed away just before I got here, and his last wish was that I went here, and so I really want to dedicate this win to my father.
Mate, come on. It is a fitting stage here, what you have just achieved. Back-to-back champions, you and Astralis. How much did you want to do that? For all the reasons, for the team, for your father, for your family, how much did you want to win this back-to-back major?
I don't know, I mean, this was probably my biggest wish I've ever had, to make my father proud, my family, but also all of our fans and everyone in esports. Man, it's just unreal that we go and do this. This has been a dream and a goal for quite a long time, and now that we're back-to-back champions, it's just unreal. Thank you so much.
How long can you stay at the level you're at? Because you are untouchable.
I mean, the work ethic in Astralis and function as a team, as persons, but also as players. The way our team back home supports us, the way like our physiotherapists and all that stuff helps us, and our nutritionists and everything, it just works well. So I want to give a huge shout out to our health team back home as well, and obviously to Kasper Witt, who is our sports director. So and obviously to all the lovely fans here that's supporting everyone, and the fact that we gave us such a great game was amazing. Thank you.
What's left to achieve?
I mean, we always want to win. That's always the goal. That's what we want to do, and we did it one more time here, and it's just amazing. So we're just going to keep grinding. We're not going to give up.
Listen, I appreciate you taking the time. I think no one begrudges you especially, but Astralis as well. Back-to-back major champions one more time. Everyone in the Spodek. It is dupreeh and Astralis!
Incredible. dupreeh, one of the many players who has set his life goals into the world of Counter-Strike, and you can see it coming into fruition. So much sacrificed in pursuit of glory, and glory they get once again. Astralis, they just look so comfortable under what should be the greatest pressure of their lives, of their careers. For some reason, there isn't an ounce of it. Smiles as they dismantle a team that has taken this world number 2, the world number 3. ENCE pushed all of those teams aside, and yet Astralis, they still look down and laugh.
I don't know who can challenge them anymore. This is just a, look, for some people it's a problem. For others, it's basking in the greatness, the glory of beautiful Counter-Strike, the fact that they can produce this time and time again. Na'Vi and Liquid were the two teams coming into this tournament who could be a threat. They were the two teams who we could take the fight. And ENCE, the underdog, ENCE, the team from nowhere, are the ones who rock up in the grand final. You can't say anything against them. They did what they needed. But Astralis, they just stand tall.
They've come close to breaking and setting records all over the shop, whether it's a map spree on Nuke, Inferno, whether it's trying to get 2 16-0s. Yes, that's a record that they're aiming for at this point in time. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, they're on pace to bring Inferno up to their Nuke streak at this point, and I mean, there's just no weaknesses when you look at these guys. They've put so much work into this game. They've defined this meta of Counter-Strike. They've shaped how every team approaches this game due to their hard work and just finding different ways to play.
ENCE, of course, moment to talk about our runners-up in this grand final here on Championship Sunday. They get their medal, and my goodness, that medal better be pride of placement, because of what they have achieved is not going to lose value by being unable to topple the infallible.
The expectations that they've exceeded to get to this point, the Counter-Strike that they played, ENCE have to be proud of their effort. You know, they're going to be disappointed in the moment, but they know that they've just brought Finnish Counter-Strike back towards the top, somewhere it hasn't been for years.
Big Clan, G2, Vanguard, Liquid, Na'Vi, and they dropped 2 maps in all of those series. ENCE, their run not to be snubbed in any way, in any stretch of the imagination, and of course they'll all get their personal medals as well. Something to take home. You can't all share the trophy. Can't chop that one up. The IEM trophy, absolutely a prestigious award for what was an incredible performance from Astralis.
Look, Astralis only had 4 games go to double digits. They only lost 1 map, and that was to Renegades and Mirage in overtime. Nobody was close. Nobody was even, you know, sniffing them out.
It's actually incredible. It's incredible, the fact that they've done it 2 majors in a row, only dropping 1 map along the way. I mean, like you said, no one ever looked like they were going to contest Astralis in this playoff bracket. And you can't take anything away from ENCE's run. They beat some incredible teams, like you said, Alex, to get here.
Yeah, but this was a different kettle of fish. This is a different beast. The Great Danes, the triple-headed Danes, the Cerberus to the gates of Counter-Strike championships. It's just, you can't touch them. You can't access that level of success when Astralis still exists in this game. dominance, and it keeps getting better. Their Counter-Strike, it's not like it's falling off. It's not like people are catching up. If anything, the gaps in the games, they're getting easier. Astralis, they start their 2019 with a huge result. 2019, Astralis are your champions, and they will be setting their sights on the rest of the year to do exactly the same. We've got to reflect upon this, not only their run, but of course this major as a whole. And a storyline that I'm sure will be attached to Katowice for a while now. We've had the fair share of teams come through. Fnatic forged somewhat of a dynasty in this very arena. Astralis have done the same. And hence, you're definitely going to be on the tip of those tongues. Audience came from around the world. We have had Australian. Personally, I've met people who've traveled from Australia, China, you name it, around the world. Every part of Europe, all gathering in the city of Katowice to celebrate Counter-Strike, to watch what Astralis can do, to see ENCE. And every single one of those ENCE jerseys sold out.
Yeah, I think when we look at this run from ENCE, and we talk about, you know, if you haven't heard it, you haven't been listening to any of the desk segments, this has been the best format possible at a major.
Wow.
There's been the format with the best of threes as the gatekeeper. You're not getting through with any gimmicky wins this time round. And ENCE proved that they're not to be laughed at, they're not to be sneered at. They're a contender, and I hope that they can continue that kind of form as this year progresses, because we do need more names towards the top.
Yeah. We've seen hot favorites dismantled, even before the Legend stage. Names like Fnatic, NRG, who went completely seamlessly through the minor and yet couldn't get to the top 8. I mean, this conversation is intriguing. Renegade finding form. And what's more exciting, MIBR. There are teams now who have just formed in their fledgling stages, Sean, that could start setting their sights on.
I mean, the craziest thing is when you look at the depth of the scene, a team like Mousesports couldn't even make it to the challenger stage of this major. Like, that shows how deep the scene is, that 5 all-star players can't even make it to the top 24 teams.
Yeah.
There's so many teams that can play this game well. If Astralis wasn't in this scene, without a doubt, people would think this is the most competitive area of Counter-Strike. Just because Astralis is so good, people think that it's not.
Look at the semifinals. We had 2 teams, Na'Vi and MIBR, who put on some incredible shows. We got to see just a little glimmer. Na'Vi, for one thing, proved the whispers wrong. Don't forget, 3 weeks ago, Chad and Sean, we shared this desk and we were like, okay, so we're believing Zeus. This is the last major for Na'Vi. They came out and put on a show, as did Simple. There is definitely recipe for some competition for Astralis coming into 2019.
There's fight, right? And these players and teams are going to continue to get humbled by Astralis until eventually either the right roster clicks, the people get on the right page, they change the way they practice. Look, there's only so many hours in a day, and we've heard this time and time again from Astralis. They don't practice any more than anybody else. They're just more efficient with their time. And whatever that formula is, whatever that recipe is, I hope Zonic holds that close to his chest forever, because I love seeing a run of a team being this dominant, because I get to live and witness firsthand the greatest Counter-Strike team ever.
A game and its core that has existed for nearly 20 years has been refined. It took that long to see Counter-Strike at this level. Appreciate that for what it is. Yes, sure, ENCE, who did put on a fantastic show, could not topple or even make a dent, certainly in the second map. But Train, I mean, we saw glimmers. We know that this is going to be another team to watch out for on Astralis' road to glory.
Yeah, I mean, ENCE has proven they have a very deep map pool. They can take Astralis to the limits on Train. Sure, they require both pistols and a little bit of luck here and there,
you know, Zipniks.
But they've shown that they can compete with the top teams in the world. We originally thought of them as a top 15 team. I think we have to consider them a top 5 team in the world after this major run.
We might have to change our tiers of teams. You know, we have tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. There's Astralis, and then everybody else.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. That makes more sense. It really is just one man or one team versus the rest, and we're going to be continuing to see this unfold, of course, as the year does. But when we do kind of look back and you look at how Astralis' dominance started, it was touch and go. You know, leadership changes. They bring in a leader that has proven his worth. Glaive joins this roster, and then they go to new heights. They found Magis crying in the lobby in his North jersey, removed from a team. He now joins what is set to be the most historically dominant team in Counter-Strike history. This is a story in itself, and I'm not bored of it yet.
Look, yeah, me either. I think that a lot of people, you know, think it's boring because the grand final is over and done with. It's a quick, it's a, you know, a flash in the pan. But the thing is, if a team can do this consistently, Alex, someone has to stand up and stop them.
Yeah.
They're not going to let anybody win.
Maybe one man who's going to be interested in playing a part in that stopping during this year is Alexi B. What a story it's been for him. He was one of my favorites on the stage, confidence from every pore, and now Alexi B is standing by to reflect upon his major run.
Alexia, from the European qualifiers back in December and 38 maps later, you are the second place in the majors. You must be feeling pretty good about that achievement.
Yeah, of course it sucks after the loss, since we could have won it all, you mean. But it has been an exhausting journey this far, and we're very proud that we are at least second.
And what happened on that stage today?
We had our moments on train, a few tough rounds we could have won, which that the map could have been closer, or we could have edged it, but they took it from the T side over, and then we played Inferno, and of course they just showed that they are the #1 team in the world.
Well, let's talk about you, Alexa. Just 21 years old and clearly one of the most promising IGLs in the game. How has this experience changed you?
Of course, this experience boosted my motivation a lot, and like trusting myself, trusting my calls, trusting my team, because we can do it against the #2 and #3 teams in the world, so feels good.
And you have captured the hearts and minds of thousands of fans around the globe. Is there anything you would like to say to them one last time?
I want to thank everyone who cheered for us here. It was an amazing experiment.
And it's been an amazing experience getting to know you, Alexis. So congratulations, and let's head back to the desk.
Yes, indeed, an incredible journey, and you can see that Alexi B, we've been talking about his absence of emotions, even he is not impervious to a grand final in Counter-Strike at this very moment. We do have an opportunity now to take a look at some of the Counter-Strike we witnessed, so why don't we go ahead, kick back, relax, and check out the Mountain Dew AMP Game Fuel Power Play.
The Mountain Dew AMP Game Fuel Power Plays.
Now, we have talked, we have seen Astralis are the best team in the world. Now, I'm going to showcase a little bit of why it is Astralis is so good. The score is currently 6-0 in favor of Astralis. We're on Inferno. This is about to be the last chance for ENCE to do anything or get inside this game. If we play out the clip, we can see that ENCE is actually doing a good effort into this round. X7 is getting a double kill here towards Banana, and all of a sudden, this is a 4 versus 2 situation. Astralis are only 2 men down, or 2 men left, which should mean that this should be an ENCE round. But that's the thing with Astralis. Even though there are only 2 guys left, even though they're playing from behind, this is the best team in the world for a reason. Now, we get to see Siblings get the first kill right here, and we have currently a 3 versus 2 situation. So even though ENCE is doing everything they can in their power to win this round, it still gets down to the wire. It still gets down to a clutch situation. So what's going to happen in a second is that you can see Siblings is taking a little bit of an unorthodox position. He's making a play, and this is where I want to focus. These individual players from Astralis are so good and so skilled. Now, what's going to happen in a second is you can see a flash coming in from Alu that is going to go in here. Now, the instant reaction from Siblings is to drop down from here, hide behind the wall, or use the wall as a cover, and then fight Alu straight away to get that initial duel and get the advantage going into it. So that's what's going to transpire now. You can see the flash come in flying in a second. Siblings stops down using the wall as a cover, gets the frag, and then Dupree follows it up with a double kill. This is why you can't beat Astralis when they're on this level. Individually, they're just so much better than everyone else.
And that's just individually. That's one facet of the game. Thank you so much, Jacob. That was your Game Fuel Power Play. My God, that's just in displaying not only, of course, the incredible minds that are at play, but also the individual skill that backs it up. These guys are hitting shots so consistently. Yeah. You just, even if you think you've got them anti-stratted, Sean, I'm sure, you know, you got them anti-stratted. You'd solve that riddle. You'd have to still beat them as 5 players in the server.
Yeah, that's what makes them so unbeatable, is their individual skill is probably the highest in the scene, as well as their tactics. This would be their 11th tournament they've won since that desk that we sat at in DreamHack Marseille last April. 11 tournaments in less than a year. These guys hardly go to more than 1 tournament a month. They're not like the other teams in the scene. They don't like, you know, jam-packing their schedule full of tournaments. They've won pretty much all of them. There's only a couple that they haven't.
Well, with the Intel Grand Slam in their belt and just starting Season 2 of the Intel Grand Slam with a win at the Major, there's a lot of million-dollar conversations happening right now, and I think that format might be working for them.
Well, I think, you know, liking winning and liking money, it goes side by side. So if they can keep that ball rolling in that regard, that'd be fantastic. But some of the things that they do really well, especially on this Inferno game, is that their spacing is always on point. Everybody's awareness, you know, when a duel goes down, when a fight happens, they react, and you could see time and time again the utility that we elaborated on came into play on their T side. It's the CT side that it's known for, right? So much damage in banana, making sure that they're getting stuck in the choke points. They had that double tactical nuke on the B bomb site where Glaive had both those kills come down over the wall. Everything they did in this Inferno game was perfection.
I mean, that's it. You end your grand final of the major with what our experts are calling perfection.
The road to Rio begins here. Well, for hundreds of hopeful teams, it started a few weeks ago. The biggest of which being Lost Astralis, who just about scraped through the RMR qualifiers. Now, the RMRs are set to start in about a month, so we thought we'd cover every single one of the 52 teams and rank them all. Got it? Let's go. Where better to start than with the best team in the world? And not just because they're in Group A, but that does help. FaZe are the current holders of the trophy, and no sane human being would have them not going through. Some of you are a bit insane though. The rest of that group though is completely up for grabs. Let's start with the teams probably least likely to make it. Astralis, no, I'm only joking. B8, Gamer Legion and Ecstatic. No offense intended, and if they disagree, we can't wait to see them make us look stupid. Realistically, everyone here is pretty good, and that's why they're here. B8 might be the most unknown team, but wins over Heat, Tricked and Anonymo make them an intriguing prospect. Gamer Legion have some very talented players, but losing to a team called Benched Heroes doesn't instill much confidence. Ecstatic are less well known names, but they did also take down Heat en route here. Aurora banged out Astralis, and one win are quietly stacked with a bunch of talent, and joined Bad News Eagles in the tier above the other three. B&E haven't quite been the same since the last major, but we are ready to be shocked again. Now for some spicy picks.
Yeah, boy.
In the B tier, we're putting Sprout, Eternal Fire, Fours, and yes, Astralis. We are ready for your comments. Sprout looked quite a bit better than before the player break. Refresh and Xiphon look like great pickups who can move them into the upper tiers. Fours are always scary, and we just can't bet completely against Jerry. Eternal Fire always have the skill to make it, but new additions leave us with a few question marks. While Astralis struggled so much in the RMR qualifiers that we just can't believe in them anymore. We have tried. Fnatic are packed with an incredible amount of talent. Spirit are similarly dangerous. Cloud9 are one of the best teams in the world at their peak. G2 surely can't fuck this one up. And NIP, well, that win over Na'Vi at Pro League is doing a lot of overtime here. On to Group B. Na'Vi and, to be fair, Vitality both make up the S tier. If they don't make it, we've got no idea what happened. Ent could have been in there if we'd seen a bit more of them, but for now we still have some questions. Heroic haven't quite clicked since the roster change, and Big are always around the top without being the top. Yeah, I heard that as well, don't worry. Outsiders are stacked to the ceiling with aim stars and looked extremely good at Pro League. One tier below we see OG, who just lost to Wings Up Gaming 2-0 on LAN, Mouse, who are completely untested but do have massive potential, and Falcons. Sorry Heat fans, you'll just have to deal with it. Misuta in star roles just excites us more than Jax as a star. We'll put K23 and a rogue choice, Monty, into the tier above with Heat. Monty have some low-key spicy talent on it, with Boros and Waro2k being two of the most well-known ones. They're gonna do some damage. K23 can really break some good teams with extra power. Saw aren't the same team who came close last time around. Fantasy are a mixed team. Sangal are still young and might need some more time, while benched heroes, look, they're benched. What would it say about everyone else if they made it? Let's head across the pond. Liquid are quite obviously the best team here, and we're expecting to see them in the big leagues. Pain and Imperial have both been to the grand final in Melbourne, but while we can't bet against Furia, certainly not domestically. MIBR and 00 Nation have too much talent and they're likely to go through, but anything can happen over there. Complexity have a European player now, which did tempt us into putting them one tier higher, but we can't be fooled that easily. They'll join 9Z, who currently don't have a permanent 5th, ATK, who are very dangerous domestically, Squirtle Squad, who quietly have some quality talent, and Evil Geniuses. It's a serious fall from grace for EG, but we can't in good faith put them a tier above ATK or Complexity. They're, if anything, at the lowest part of this tier. Neolan is a good IGL, but he isn't a miracle worker. Oplano and Team 1 might have made it into a higher tier, but this is a pretty strong RMR. Oplano always have the X factor of KNG, Team 1 have that Malbs Deagle, but it's just not enough for us to believe. Arctic have a player called History, but they are a complete unknown. None of their results make us think they're anything special just yet. We'd love to see Infinity do well just to get kinky stickers, well, even kinkier than the dick ones, but their results are mediocre, while Isurus might have some hidden gems. We know Mayan can play, but how much can Isurus do? Asia has just 4 teams, sorry. Rare Atom are the clear favourite here. Jamyoung, Mosea and Mercury are filthy gamers and could honestly do some damage in any other qualifier. The other 3 can go any way possible. We'd love to say something spicy here, but it's basically impossible to pick a second winner. Greyhound are dominant in their own region, but we've seen they're a little bit away from the EU and Brazilian teams. IHC side through domestic tournaments, but haven't played outside of that for a while. GG How, I hope to God I've pronounced that properly, but I'm certain I haven't, have a very unique roster. Mestal and Blue Phoenix are super talented, and Davcost and Facecrack have played at a higher level, but we've got no idea if they're actually good as a team. They could be miles better than Greyhound, or half as good, and we're none the wiser. here's just an overlook at the final tier list. If you're upset at your favourite team's placement, then you can cope and seethe, or just leave us a comment calling us stupid, that also works. We'd love to see your tier lists and tell us why Astralis will or won't make it, but try and do it without using the word washed. Peace out.
Oh my God! We're off! The first round of this grand final. So much anticipation. And we get to watch that first frag of our grand finals go down. Starting on the defense, the defending champions Na'Vi, FaZe, poised to do what no one's done before. Chad, are you ready for this?
I'm expecting a nice slow start about things here. Taking their time, feeling it out, getting used to the atmosphere, but this is a place both teams, they love, they thrive. They're going to show us their absolute best. Carrigan and the troops corralling up mid here. Very passive stance from Na'Vi across the map, waiting to receive. Don't want to get anything aggressive. Util about to be deployed here.
That's a lot of nades in the sky. Still, no one spotted. First contact. Smoke's actually into the pit. SDY's blind as well. He needs to reposition. He's not allowed to. A quick flick from Twist Glock, and he's not done. One more to find on the site, and it's Twists again. Arrives in style for the FaZe clan. Planned the site. Occupied, Bits already making a case for the retake. Some util here.
Armor on Perfecto, 2v3, and Carrigan dancing, dies! Brokey, next victim, dancing around the site, time ticking. It's only bit, he doesn't have the health for this, he'd need 2 Queen click shots, it's not to be. You can see what it means to him, wants to start strong, first pistol, probably thought about that for many a night coming into this grand final.
Yeah, Master Showman right there, Carrigan with a nice one. See the util towards the site here. You highlighted the smoke towards Pit. It pushed Simple wide. They didn't consider him early, but they didn't consider Twist. Look at this, 3. Just locking and loading, taking the site, and Brokey chimes in for the final 2. But Na'Vi, they're not going to relent here. Take you back to Antwerp. We saw Inferno there. We saw the weakness. We saw what Carrigan wanted to exploit. It was arch side, Simple's domain. What's changed this time round?
Oh, he's feeling confident. Eats the flashbang, but takes a pot shot down mid. It's a lot of 5-7s. Clearly
different look, isn't it?
Pistol of choice for the black and yellow.
Plenty of smokes here as well. These 5-7s behind the smokes, they can mow them down. 20 bullets of damage coming through, but top mid control already taken and Simple. He wants to see what he can find. Flash, not good, but Brokey, he's going to clean house.
Solid start into the side again. SDY, fate likely sealed. Carrigan's hunting him down. Is the 5-7 though close? Oh no! A fumble! A colossal fumble. Rain trying to reel it back in. Long range, back 10. And trade. Oh, Rops has kept them in it. They tried to finish it right there and then.
And they know where SDY is. This round's done. There's no way out of this. They know he's in the pit. Twist can drop back with the bomb. They can take to the other side. And, well, FaZe recovering there. Got dicey for a moment.
I mean, Rops really did save the day there. Posted up on that library fight. You could see Rain's fate nearly sealed.
Think about the Na'Vi we saw yesterday. In the early stages when they'd lose a side, they'd save. Here, you got to think about the atmosphere. They're going to get stuck in as much as they can. Take advantage of a little bit of extra noise. Packed to the rafters, as Trace was mentioning. We'll just let this one simmer out for the next 40 seconds. SDY going to see what he can find. Mac 10 in his hand, carrying it through. And they're actually trying to close the door on his escape. Rain's position is perfect. If he pushes down mid, dead. If he tries to go over towards that arch side, Rops and Twist are also going to remove SDY from the server here. Navi's newest name. Let's see if he can hold on to this. Going to give them something to operate with into the next round of play. Rain's starting to have a look, and that's good from SDY. Giving himself a way out of dodge here.
They really want it. Don't want any threats into the next round of play.
He's going to go down.
No,
Rops has read this.
That's perfect. Clean sheet. 2-0, they convert against those threatening second round force.
You mentioned clean. This is what we're looking for in modern day Counter-Strike. The pistol round against the force fight, and then you get yourself a bit of a clean eco round here. So this is the perfect start for FaZe. Surprised to hear the crowd favoring FaZe a little more so than Na'Vi thought they were going to be the favorites here.
It's hard not to support this FaZe Clan roster, as you know the individuals have all had their stories, now all under one roof.
Oof, that's a very early top mid smoke, right? You want to be deploying that normally after the first 20, 25 or so seconds. Then they have invested in 4, so that's also a bit of doubt there, right? If you're going to extinguish towards sandbag, it's normally there's a heavy banana presence right there. So that's just trying to bait them into staying away from top banana. You'd be expecting at least 3 players. If on an eco round, you'd be playing top banana like that. So playing mind games early here, Na'Vi.
Not just mind games, they're doing some gymnastics as well. You can see that with limited resources, they're trying some hijinks and some gimmicks. Your crosshairs certainly not going to be placed there around this corner.
Well, they're coming.
Oh, Rain. How aware is the Norwegian today? Hello and goodbye. Successful from this dastardly duo, and Simple's got 2 on the P. 3 potentially. Double. Nade from Robs again. He rights the ship just as things looked a little hectic. Again, he saves them, but that AK has fallen into enemy hands. The potency of Na'Vi's defense, though, non-existent.
He's actually thrown that over for Perfecto to scoop up. He might just want to save that. See if SDY can find a bit more damage with this Deagle. Or maybe another gun. That'd be nice to take into round number 4 here. So that's fantastic work to get Simple activated early with a couple of clean shots. But Rops, he's been on bailout duty in back-to-back rounds here, really saving FaZe's hide.
Like, it's not, there's no denying Na'Vi really have had 2 opportunities in 2 rounds to immediately post their first CT round.
And we're already getting a bit of a violence against the chickens here.
2, and then this nade. Look, they're getting the AK, about to double swing. Rops just puts it right on the money. And talking of money, that's going to do wonders for Na'Vi. Look what they've managed to bring through. It was a couple of pistols initially, but leaving with an AK, a Galil, and likely a good intention for their first defensive round. Still, Carrigan's called a good game here.
bit getting caught out by the bomb there, right? We know that the adjustment with the radius of the bomb is going to play a factor here potentially as well if we're playing out for saves and post-plant situations. Wanting to try and punish FaZe, leaving the sites. I'm going to get straight into the rifle rounds here, and Simple got his weapon equipped, the same for Brokey, so we're not messing about here. We're going to be getting into the big rounds immediately. Remember what I touched on? Over there at the major, they used Arch early. They were trying to target the position where Simple rotates to help out the B bomb site. We're now Bits holding B. Boomich no more.
Yeah, very volatile on this banana hold was Boom. Bit likely much more of a potent pair, but not with twists there already.
That's the two headshot heroes of either team going toe-to-toe early here. That is great from Twist. He had the pistol and now showing he could do it in the gun rounds. He's been here before. He's lifted the trophy here before.
Wow, now this is quite the setup. Look at that. That's an effective three-man defensive hold. And asking questions early. Brokey loses the battle head-to-head, and Carrigan's still there. Should be dead, jumping, hoping, and down to the Simple Orb. 2 on its first presence in the server. More could be found.
I'm not sure if they saw SDY up on the boost. I don't know if he contested or if he was even spotted, but it has sent them back searching towards B. Smoke there. What is Perfecto going to do with this? Does he want to gamble towards the A site, or does he believe there's a little bit more behind it? Because the bomb on Rain is making its way into the site. Rops is just containing this, and Perfecto out of position means Na'Vi might have to save.
He did pick up some util, but would it perhaps lean towards a retake? But as I say that, with the bomb going down, Perfecto is going to show some presence. Rain safe. Oh. 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 They're coming. They're having a look. They're investigating. It's time to set up that post plan. Na'Vi come and knock in. Timer ticking. This has to be perfect. If you really want to go, you go on the flash. Twist has vision. Counter nade strong. Slows him. Cuts Perfecto down in half. And that's another one for Twists. Alive now. And a kick in. Nice frags out of SDY.
Needs to get on it. Needs to get on it.
Only needs to stop it.
I don't think there's time. There's no time for this at all.
Robs, a headshot as well for good measure. Wow, Na'Vi, they put everything into that.
Yeah, really, really they did. Simple look holds on to the AWP here, but the fact you're seeing them going for retakes like this early, I mentioned, a bit uncharacteristic. Yesterday, they were more than happy to save, doing it very by the book. And the fact that they get 2 here, you can see pinned towards the top mid, Carrigan just staying alive. But when you see a heavy mid setup like this, and you know that Simple is on the short side, you know that the rotation is likely going to be far away from B. Electronic frustrated with that.
Yeah, and on stark contrast, FaZe just seemed laser focused.
Well, they don't want to start in the same way they did the major. Remember, they had a pretty abysmal CT side and they had to come back. They gave us a bit of false hope that that was a competitive final. It really wasn't. It was FaZe running away with things, taking that trophy away from the defending major champions.
So let me ask you this, Chad. What makes this different? Same teams, big final, big crowd. Why are we now saying we don't know?
I think that this team right now, they've definitely been able to deal with some of the issues internally that existed with Boomich there, right? Let's not beat around the bush. Let's not beat around the bush at all. Yeah, you were talking about big things. Well, SDY just seems to be the player keeping everybody cool, keeping everybody calm, just doing his job, letting the stars of this team function. Now the save ult means a buy back. Still opting for the 2-3 spread on this, and FaZe going through the paces, already getting Brain up in towards that boiler room.
Yeah, 2 avenues of assault. Procedurally clearing. Territory gained. No answers up banana for either squad yet. Lying in wait.
This would be a great call here.
Safe from the flash is electronic. He may have to do a lot here. SDY's already revealed himself into the side. It's Carrigan on the mid-fight. And another back and forth. They are into the site though. Simple. What does he wait for the rotate? Because that bomb is going down.
Surely they save this time.
Right?
I know it's a 3-on-3 situation here, but again, locked out.
They're posturing for it still.
They've got kits, they've got a bit of util for this smoke molly. They can use one of those over towards the pit, but they need to get past Carrigan. The flash forward, Carrigan steps out, nobody blind, and Carrigan's down.
A big catch. Jumps into their jaws, this retake's on. Twist and Rain now have to partner up. Crossfire established, a great headshot. Oh, and another hunting heads is Twist's only one, and traded as FaZe keep this up.
Canadian keeping his cool here. Massive rounds for him. The pistol round, the entry, and the other gun round top banana, and now stopping this retake from coming through. We really need to talk about the setups that Na'Vi are throwing their way. And the reason I said this is a great call is, again, Karrigan's game plan looks perfect. He's aware that the adjustment is not going to allow the mid control. You cannot get that arch side control if they lock down mid. Well, guess what? We're coming out apartments. And SDY up on the balcony, that is a terrible position to have to defend against a pit.
It looks so uncomfortable for him. Now, that's a very deep CT smoke. You can see paranoia spread immediately.
They're just happy to wait out this util, and I say wait it out, they cop it. Ouch. Big chunk of damage there. Twisting Karrigan low and coming through. Karrigan, he's not afraid at all.
Oh, he's feeling good about this. Quick smoke. That's a lot of pressure now onto the CTs. And he's ahead of it. Changes his mind. A white screen and pushing through. Electronic. Good for the first on the pistol, but resources limited. Players as well. Advantage phase. And advancing now into Perfecto's domain. A quick one across the bow. Re-smoke coffins. Staring at a grey screen, Simple cannot contribute. Oh, spotted. FaZe starting to choke him out. It's Simple, though, who does give us something to talk about. Oh! Another headshot, and he does it! Simple's dig on the triple. Gives Na'Vi life in their very first round of the grand final.
This is what you want to see. You don't want a quiet Simple. You want him in loud in the cathedral, showing up early. Every round is being competitive here. Doesn't matter what the buy is.
And they're still just imposing their will onto FaZe through the coffins appropriately.
This is delivering already. We're only 6 rounds into the game here. Every round has been back and forth, tight affairs, going for retakes. None of this saving, none of this putting the crowd to sleep. They're here to entertain.
I think it's just a byproduct of these two groups of players doing what they do best.
But look at what it's done, right? You have to look at the ramifications of that. This is showing you how close. It was a 5-0 start and you're down to pistols. You have not had an easy day at the office so far, FaZe. Sure, the game plan's been working, but the rounds have been close.
Yeah, this is where the scales start to tip in favor of Na'Vi. Their setup perfect to handle what's likely been a thrown their way. It's going to be strength in numbers from FaZe.
You can tell that Na'Vi don't quite understand what the buy is here, but they're coming their way. Could be a mop up here from Bit, up close and personal with the MP9. He's going to take 2. Perfecto's got one back, but this is all Bit. One more with the USP. And he's going to farm some cash there with the MP9. Now, the reason you could tell they didn't know what type of execute or what type of round to expect, they were super passive on A. Like, they have banana control, but you're worried about a bit of an apartment's waterfall in a situation like that. A couple of flashes, maybe some Tech 9s, but it was just an eco. So now establishing where the finances are at, Na'Vi will know they're up against a buy. But take a look at the cheeky purchase from Rops here. But watch this one back again, and this is great for Bit. He was an absolute monster yesterday on Mirage.
I mean, he saved them. He really did. In the absence of Simple, it was Bit.
This is a set piece. It's looking very set piece heavy with the early util.
Yeah, it's landing. Simple trying to disrupt. He's been spotted out, flashed out, and chased down. Look at Karrigan. Seeing red and Simple, while seeing white, puts one down. It's Rain on the trade. Electronic spotted out. Rain advancing as SDY forced into a defensive stance and a good catch. FaZe now humbled a little. May want to continue this charge of suspicious smoke on the short side. How do you handle that? And if you don't get through Perfecto, there was a second into. Electronic was right there poised should he be required.
Those last two have been the cleanest rounds in the game so far, right? The eco, understandably so, but the gun round there, you can see the pace change. Karrigan really trying to work that crowd here. You're going to see at some point, and he's going to try and get them on his side a little bit more. Bit of a trickster is old Karrigan. You can use a bit of that sound here to help with faster rounds. But this is good. Perfecto with a clean double. And great stuff from SDY on the side there just to handle business. Yeah. Right? SDY, in this situation, this guy gets plugged into Na'Vi. He's in the grand final right now. He's got 7 kills to his name, and he's hanging with the big boys.
Yeah, definitely some parallels with SDY and Bit, and both of them have handled that in terms of being thrust to the very forefront of this competitive practice. Looking for that Deagle headshot. The only real hope in this one That's pretty much a full deco.
Yeah, this is Karrigan just allowing his troops to use their aim, right? We talk about the spread on this team being very, very even to get to this point, but they're all stars in their own right. The thing is, nobody's elevated to the level of Simple, and they don't have to. They have not dropped a map so far.
Yeah.
The run in Cologne, completely spotless. Sure, there's been a couple of close games, some double digits, but FaZe have not lost a map.
And the desk was saying 3 players on the same rating. This star trio, this Orion's belt of FaZe. Karrigan has got still time to get up to no good. As to Na'Vi.
Electronics on the way over here. They're going to have the stack towards the right side on Na'Vi.
Crosshair is bang on the money as well. It's Perfecto. Sprays them down a bit close round as well. Flash should enable another peek, and FaZe just falling by the wayside. It's Robs' Dig arriving last. Will it be another spotless Na'Vi round? The answer is yes.
Bit of a problem as well that Bit's comfortable on an MP9. He's just holding on to it, farming so much cash here and starting to establish a huge CT economy. Timeout taken on the FaZe side just to discuss how the game plan is going to start to simmer forward, because it worked well early, but Na'Vi being able to adjust through some heroics. Remember, this streak of 4 started with Simple over towards B with a Deagle.
And imagine where we would have been had he not given them that life so necessary from Simple. It's crazy to me. You said he's confident enough to stick with the MP9. He has so much cash in the bank, Chad. He's keeping it.
Look, if it was Boomage, we understand. He likes to use it. He's over-aggressive. He'd maybe get one and done.
But it's Bit.
Exactly. Exactly. This is the newly dubbed headshot machine.
Oh, okay.
He's going to throw it away.
Finally.
There you go. All right, maybe in that timeout, the FaZe called Blade said, listen, mate, you've had your fun.
Treat yourself. Treat yourself.
You're stacked. We're stacked here in the Lanxess. Back underway. What's the change going to be? FaZe going to take a bit of pace out of this, slow things down, try and milk the economy here.
Oh, there's a bit of a glimmer in the eye of Karrigan. Advancing fast, Flames will lick him down. Counter util strong and presence taken, so Na'Vi now unknown.
But it's going to keep Na'Vi moving, so this is just about playing rotations. There was so much thrown into that, but FaZe still have residual utility for the next minute and 30 seconds. There's no dramas for them. They're just hoping to keep Na'Vi moving, maybe over peak.
And you can see this
back in.
Simple is an embodiment of Na'Vi's certainty. You can see he's floating back and forth, throwing nades into nothing. That is evidence of FaZe with a job well done in these opening 30 seconds.
What they've been able to do here is push Na'Vi into the dark. Because of that rotation, no banana info, no top mid info. So they want to take this back. FaZe haven't really prodded just yet. A flash forward with nothing behind it at least gives the indication. Set piece coming out here. Smokes over towards the long side. Pit again. They did this on the pistol.
Counter util, look at that. A smoke one side, flame the other. Do you really want to brave it? Oh, eats the flash. That space to be taken is Simple brave enough. Here it comes. SDY sets him up, and oh, ahead of it. Rain knocks the head off of Simple. And now it's SDY's turn, just the one as they do start to choke them out. Electronic has to be a hero here, and still 2 of them finding him. What an adjustment! Snaps into Karrigan. It should have been one and done, but Electronic finally falls. And FaZe, Robs knocks the head off of the headshot machine. That is nutty.
Clothesline, cop that. Robs, I said he's been bailout duty again. 2 big kills later is Electronic from the pit. He's doing work too. Check out this adjustment one more time. I don't know how he catches Brokey there, but that onto Karrigan is beautiful.
This is quite the shot to be hitting on a grand final stage.
Drop and bop right there, bang.
Couldn't even release his keyboard in time.
Think about the intensity. Think about the level of these games. This isn't just get the kills and the rounds done. Constantly fighting, constantly biffing. Neither team given an inch here. And this is map number 1.
Yeah. 10 rounds deep of a best of 5. The Des discussed it. This first map is a key indicator. The fact that FaZe haven't dropped a single map so far, Chad, it's baffling to be walking into a grand final without really remembering what it feels like to lose a map.
And if anyone's going to make him bleed, it's Na'Vi. They've had their struggles here. They've lost a couple, but both teams destined on a collision course for this final.
And we got it. How often does that happen? You get the collision. And collisions are set. The course not yet actually going to be manifesting. Take a look at that. Its presence, its posturing. Brokey dispatched to pick up the objective.
Yeah, just continue to opt for reactions here. And you can see Na'Vi no longer playing that heavy mid setup. Now they've opted for something a little bit more standard here. But the B setup is quite retake within its nature. The boost, playing towards It's not a comeback anymore, it's even stead. Bit of argy-bargy and banana early as follow through nade is going to do a chunk of damage right there. X5, that is shattering, down to 40 points of health.
That one blew up in his pelvis. Couldn't take out any more damage than that. It's Finnegan that will get boosted up. X Power trying to get the bait shot with the AWP. Fire in and then take the attention, get the information before they'll put any utility to slow it down. Remember, 10K overtime, so an op is important in the first round. He's going to step forward, flashed. The fact that he took that extra step means he couldn't get away quite as quickly, so it does take a small bit of damage from a single shot.
Yeah, but mission accomplished. It was just to park Keto across top banana. Now, there's a few keys here. He can hear the rotation point across Speedway when he's this entrenched, and can also always draw them back for a B execute, and they're guaranteed to have top banana control unless he gets flushed down. Right now, that doesn't look like it's a threat. So down towards the pit, Klaxon, Ragin, have XE Power over towards Arch, who's currently removed from the puzzle. Double smoke Arch side, so you can see pressure is on for Big as well. Their comms are not flowing as clearly as they should be. XE Power, off the back of that, will now pivot into the site. And back and forth, the pendulum swings, and so does this attack. It's a fake A, with pressure this time. They're heading B.
Flash out. It's Crimbo that's going to do all the dirty work then. And he'll get taken down quickly by Ragin, but that's still means they're locked in the site. And not only that, they have to confront Tabsin. Oh, dear. Problem is they are losing numbers on the B site. That's a key shot. Finnegan's still alive in this, though. They're trying. He can go out. He's got bombed down. Round over. Round over. It's done. Oh. It's done. They need to. Oh, it's done. They can't even turn to catch them off. Big's giving the round away, and K23 going to win this one on time.
Oh, that one is going to sting. That is going to leave a mark right there. Kept it way too tricky. They actually had the map control that time.
Shades of Stewie.
That one is rough. Oh boy. Okay. Not the end of the world here for Big, but great from K23. You can see Finnegan's understanding of that situation. Just stay alive for long enough here to make sure they cannot get that bomb down. And oh, he managed to pull that one off in style. You can see how on edge these kids are going to be as well. This is such an inexperienced unit of players, especially at this level of Counter-Strike, but they're still throwing punches just like this. Look at this. One-way smoke for Ragin, exploiting the expectation. XT Power's looking towards second mid. He's been peppered. Maybe that's heard. Does Ragin fall back or thrust forward? Fall back it is. Safer of the two options. So trying to manufacture a pick there early. But Banana, for Big again, can be theirs. Finnegan and X5 high on the site. All five are here this time.
Yeah, forget the lurks. Forget the tactics. One man shy of getting that one done, you could argue on the entrance. They just couldn't get the manpower to clear every angle fast enough, and this time they will. Kito and Tapson the ones to do it. Tapson was the one that was playing the mid lurk last time. Trying to get through CT late. Bomb will go down. They might redeem themselves for the last round. And with each team winning a round in overtime, saves aren't going to be as important because there'll be money on both sides no matter what. So X-Power, just trying to see if anyone's going to get boosted on new box or oranges. He's sitting back at CT, but they may save just for the sake of it because they don't have a chance back into this if they want to get utility. I mean, they're fine. They could give this a shout, but
it'd just be a little bit light on with util for the likes of Finnegan and X5, like just a little bit, right? So they're going to get 1,400. They'd be able to buy M4s. They'd just be lacking the util and kits here. So taking the conservative approach, conceding, and I like the change up of the timing from Big there. They didn't allow K23 to go for an aggressive maneuver to find info mid to late rounds. Clax, did you miss the message, mate? You're meant to be saving this, so oversteps the mark here. Does get a kill on the Crimbo.
Yikes!
That's not worth it.
It's not. They're gonna have money. You know that. You know in overtime they're gonna have money for winning that round.
That's just for stats right there. So look, he'll take it. He'll go for the 1-for-1. Gets one in either column.
That's something on the mouse pad. Taps cleaning it off. No timeout called on that, by the way. Oh, there is.
It's the final big timeout.
Yeah, it's a tactical.
And God B's the one having the conversation here now. This is the thing, in terms of the pacing and the way they've been able to execute in some of these rounds, that type of round again is what I would be very tempted to try and deploy. Look, same thing, pressure them back boiler, pressure them back mid, but be a bit more direct and do it before they can sniff you out. K23 on the other hand, if we have to look at what their response is going to be, remember the aggressive push down middle through that mid smoke where Klax made it into second mid? Maybe a maneuver like that with a little bit of aggression, a run boost to get XE Power across quickly, something outside of the box, because those maneuvers
not being revealed. Poking his head over. He's going to fall off silently, using that little ledge, elevated angle. Now he starts to walk forward. Looking for the contact. Spink up on the high ground here. Is dealt with. It even gets to one of the swing. Tessa steals with him. Everyone is falling. ZywOo's still here though, and he's still fighting. Nice double up from ZywOo. Looking for more. Third from ZywOo. The bomb is dropped. He has this round in his hands. The flanks coming through from both sides. Spots the player out towards Ruins. Deals with him. ZywOo 4 kills. Yabby's here as well. Has a flashback. Goes where he is towards Pool. ZywOo with the ace.
What a hole from ZywOo. Just when you hit the spray transfer, you think, okay, this round's always on. Isolates the gunfights perfectly, knows that a player's pushed in towards CT. And even when he gets Molotov'd out, he keeps cool, calm, and collected despite being on the flames of that Molotov. What a round, what an impact. That's the ZywOo we're used to seeing. He gets Vitality back in the equation. Considering that buy wasn't the best. Heroic. Oh dear. They deal with the stack, but they don't deal with ZywOo.
Yeah, they found those 3 entries to get the player all the way through into CT on the flank. ZywOo up on second oranges, the X factor. He was quiet, only on 3 kills going into that round. Now look at him. Looking for more, feels Canadian. They've awoken the monster.